Good. Yeah, it's good. It's been good. So, do you want to do MY?
I think MY versus Young Galactics was the fairest game in the first round, from what I've been able to tell. I don't know.
Yeah, true, man. The bracket is automatic, right?
No, it's seeded. There's a.
I see it.
Yeah, it is seeded based on MR though on the Eeples platform. So I
I
don't
see. I
think it's
see.
the most accurate. But yeah, I think MY is the most interesting match. I was looking into maybe watching Among Daye in the beginning, but I don't know who he's playing against though. To be honest, like I don't know any of the players. Celestial
Uh,
Sea, Nothing to Tell, Guzman, Sahara, Won't Entertain News. I don't even know what that is.
have the game started yet for MY?
I don't think so.
No,
I'm looking at the ticket. I can't see anything.
yeah, same. Well, let's just wait for a little bit then. Is there any team that you are very interested in looking at?
I want to see Yamate because I just feel so bad for the dude. I feel like I wanted to win all the time. Okay, so they're telling us the bracket is random seed for day one. Okay, so it's not.
Oh, random scene. Okay.
Seed, yeah.
All right. All right.
I don't know, man. I mean, anyone that's been in SEA forever has known Yamate. You know, they even knew him
Mm-hmm.
I remember when he changed his name to his real
So
name.
NWP.
Yeah, exactly. And that was because he thought his name was gonna be like he was starting to make it big, right? And he thought his name was offensive, and the fact that now he's going back to his old name shows that he never really made it big. And I just feel like this guy was a little bit before his time. He was so successful before, and I just wanted to do it well again. Him in Ohio, I don't know, man. If you've been watching Dota for forever, I wish they were doing better now, to be honest.
Yeah, I
Maybe
know,
also
right?
KYXY. That's the third one. That's the third All Pro I miss, honestly.
I mean, I'm talking to the KY in a daily basis right now, and then
Yeah.
he's also playing this open qualifier with some random stack as well, called Scorpion. I think I don't see them in the bracket though. Interestingly,
Yeah, I don't see them in the
huh.
bracket either. I don't see any Scorpion here.
I don't know if they even check in for it because a lot
Oh,
of this
dude.
stack they forgot to check in. You know?
Oh, dude, what is this? Why? That is even worse, Arthur. That's so bad.
Yeah, I actually think that is the case because I always remember this thing because back in when I was in Geek Fam, I think we were supposed to play some ESL open qualifier as well, and then I forgot to check in, and then I fucked up everybody's chances to play in the OQ. So I
That
remember that until this day.
that happens way too often, man. I've seen that as well. Some players just don't give a shit, you know. So they just forget to do the basic administrative things. I mean, you saw the drama that was happening with ESL as well, right? Like a lot of administrative errors happen all the time, man.
Which is why you need a manager for all these teams that need a manager for themselves.
No, dude, I've played with a lot of, or I've known a lot of stacks in SA who have like this manager type person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rarely a good manager. Oh my god, they're so fucking dumb. Some people. I'm not insulting anyone that's like currently professionally there, but I have encountered some people as I was a TO sometimes who are just like it's worse to have them on your team as a manager. Let me tell you. Like
Also, though,
they would argue with the admins and lobbies with basic rules. I'm like, mate, it's just the rule. Like, just kind of accept it and shut the fuck up. Or they would get their players banned for bad conduct. They would, man. I've been tried. Someone tried to fucking bribe me a long time ago, and I was like, there's no need. It was not even a big bribe. It was like $20. It's like there's not even needed to bribe me. Like it wasn't bad until you tried to bribe me. You were gonna play anyway. You idiot. I don't know. Anyway, there's been some really bad situations. I think when you're a stack, a lot of people take advantage of you, and a lot of like idiots who don't really have any experience want to be your quote unquote manager, and it's not always good. You kind of have to veto the guys, in my experience.
I mean, I've seen a lot of manager. They how do I say? They try to cosplay the coach as well, and
Oh,
then
that's the worst. Learn your
yeah.
place, man. Yeah, that's not good either.
Weirdly, I don't see all these games though. Are they on a big delay? Because I don't see the heroes and stuff or the player names. It's on loading game data.
Mm.
Hmm.
I got one now. I got None Under Command versus the APC Sports. I finally loaded, but I don't see any other ones.
Okay, so we are following MY, right?
Oh, there we go. Finally, they appeared on the ticket now. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
We still don't see them. I'm just gonna spectate through you.
Sure, that's fine.
Yo, this is gonna be be a bloodbath, man. I actually don't know who is gonna make it in.
Yeah, I'm very
So
surprised
tough.
this is a first round matchup, dude. What is up with Thailand? No matter what happens, they go into OQs and they always get like tough opponents first round. Man, oh poor guys. I'm glad Jackie won something because well, actually he's from Laos. That doesn't count. Never mind. I take it back.
And the last time, I don't know if you remember. I'm sure you do. Because last time in the ground, in the first season, they bomb out, right? Yangon Galacticos. They bomb out in
yes,
in
I
the first
remember.
round.
Very early. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was excited for Yangon Galacticos because I it's really cool to get like new regions, right? I don't know if you saw, but the open qualifiers in Europe, right, in Western Europe, we got a team from Iran for the first time, like a fully Iranian team. It's so exciting because that makes like people from the region now follow more. I mean, that's just that simple, right? So I think it's really cool when you get new teams. So I would like for Yangon Galacticos to make it through. I think it's necessary. Was it
The
Myanmar?
Myanmar,
Right?
Myanmar representation.
And also, if you know anything about what's happening in that country, man, the fact that they're playing Dota well with the current situation is pretty courageous as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think things like that really help the region. If you were to just look at Mongolia, right? Like Leogun, back then it was just Leogun and Hustler, and now we have Kobolds, and then we have got Team Renewal as well. It just feels like a lot of Mongolian players coming out of nowhere because of this, the success of their seniors.
Yeah, I agree. I think the team that people always forget about, by the way, is Mongols, dude. The Mongols were a team that were like one of the first like true Mongolian stacks, right? And it was like is where Hustler started, and it was one of the first teams that made it pretty decently in the open qualifiers, right? Like they never qualified, but it was like maybe top 4, like top 8 consistently, sometimes top 4, top 2, right? And they made it so that other Mongolians started playing as well and other orgs, because Mongols was technically an org, like one of those like single man orgs, and they give you like a bit of a social media tag and some help. So it wasn't a real org, but they tried, right? They're trying hard, and they encouraged a lot of other Mongolian teams to start. And I remember watching the Mongols go from like a top maybe 64 team at best to a team that was like top 2, and it was hype, dude. Mongolia is a hype region.
I mean, I'm just hoping Malaysia is gonna be one. But it seems
Malaysia
like
needs to revive. It's different, right? They don't need to have.
true.
They just need.
You're on the revival right now.
Yeah, that's why I want Ohio to do well, man. Malaysia has a tough time. The latest guy that you guys had, the TNC offlaner. What was his name?
Xiao Yu.
Xiao Yu. Yeah, it didn't really pan out, unfortunately.
Sure. I mean, he's playing with chubby boys right now.
I know.
Yeah,
which is not
that
a
is,
good sign.
I mean, it's definitely not that good compared to the offer he had before.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, I don't know. I think that TNC team might have been a little bit of poison, to be honest, to a lot of those players.
What do you think is the problem though for TNC?
I mean, he's just not that good. Like, no offense. It's just that these players never been in Division 1. Like, dude, if you're telling me that they're in Division 2 SCA, maybe, right? It's stacked because SCA is a hard region. But Division 1? No way you're going to play with those players. Like, be realistic.
I was just looking through the team list in Division 2 right now, and I can't help but to feel like there is a big chance that TNC might not get promoted back to Division 1, to be honest. You got Orca, you got Leogun, you got Talon. Like, these 3 teams is like Division 1 level, man.
You want to be honest with them? There's a chance they might get relegated. Are you kidding me? Let's be honest, dude. They're not thinking about if they make it to Division 1. They're thinking of how do we stay in DPC. Are you kidding me?
I was trying to not go there,
Sorry, I'm gonna play the small Dan out card here. I mean, look, I think Bach is probably their best player now. I think with Bach they can honestly make it. I was also a pretty big fan of Yahweh. I think Yahweh is actually pretty decent, to be honest. But I know they lost Play Hard as well. I don't know.
I mean, Playhard is with Death stack right now, so it's pretty interesting. Yeah.
1 second.
So for talking back about Little Gun, right? I recently saw the manager posting the manager Discord saying that they are looking for a coach. So it feels like they're ready to have this one last push to get themselves back to Division 1. You interested, Abo?
Sorry, man. I got a call. Sorry. You were
it's okay.
You were saying?
Oh, I'm saying Little Gun. Recently, I saw them posting in the manager Discord, looking for a coach. So it seems like they are ready for the one last push to get themselves back in Division 1.
Did you apply, Arthur?
Nah, I didn't.
Oh, you should have, man. That'd be hype.
I kind of miss being competitive, though, to be honest.
I think it's pretty cool. It's an opportunity I relish. If I ever got the chance, I would definitely do it. I would
I
have
mean, you
applied
definitely
myself.
have a chance, right? I know a lot of SA teams probably want you on their team.
Yeah, I've had the chance before, but the issue with SA is that like obviously they want to relocate, right? And if it's a
Oh,
top team,
true.
if it's a top tier team, then they pay for your relocation and everything. But it's one of the lower ones. I just can't afford it. Like I just can't afford to relocate for no money, unfortunately. So I've been offered offers like that before, but is that really an offer? If they go, we'll pay you room and board and maybe $100 a month if you're good. Like it's not their fault, mind you. They're not trying to like scam me, but you know,
Yeah,
it's
true.
what
It's
they can do.
always yeah. I mean, especially you have you're at the level right now where you're gonna consistently get casting jobs, so it's gonna be a big trade off.
Exactly right. Like so because of the trade off now, it's a bit difficult. I would love to do it personally. Now I would have considered if Hokori hadn't gone Astini, I would have considered with them because they were a hype team to me. But
Which one?
Hokori, there
Oh,
was a
Hokari. Yeah, I know about them.
uh, I ended up just being part of their voice pack. I did that instead. But they're a hype team. There's some really good teams that I think it'd be cool to like. If I was younger and I was starting and I was like really dedicated to being a coach and I could put 20 hours a day ROTK style, it'd be really cool to get to uh, do the journey right with a young team. I mean that's what you
Yeah,
were doing with Ponlo's team, right? To a degree.
yeah, Team D.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a shame that we couldn't find sponsors though. Otherwise, I think very likely we're gonna stay together.
Yeah, I was sad about that, man. It's sad because I feel like for a lot of open qualifiers teams and stuff, and for the players individually, it's just much better to get poached by better teams and to continue as a team.
Yeah,
So it's rough to make it in tier two Dota because the moment that you're good, like you get poached immediately, right?
yeah. It's immediately, man. That's just way too hard to say no to all these tier two teams, especially
Mm.
if they're coming from DPC team, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah, there's almost no reason for you to say no to that.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I think like yeah, I think it's rough to be one of the open qualifier stacks. I think you have to be in a region which has still not many established teams. Like maybe if you're in North America right now and a tier 2 team that's like not that good offers you something, you don't take it. Or similarly, if you're in South America, I think there's still opportunity for like teams to rise up together. But even there, shuffles happen all the time, right? So I don't know. It's rough. It's rough to being a new person in Dota right now.
Yeah.
Drew won't be playing for a while. I didn't hear that. I didn't know that. How come?
Uh, I don't know if I can share this information,
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah.
Don't say anything. That's fine.
Yeah. I mean, wait, why is this game so long, man? I've been stuck in my loading screen for quite a while.
It's
I
because
think
it
you
hasn't
too, right?
started. Yeah, it hasn't started yet. That's why it hasn't started yet.
Oh,
So like in Dota TV it hasn't started, so there's a delay, right? So then we're gonna catch it once the delay ends. Which
okay, okay.
which gives me a second, by the way, before it starts. Do you mind if I go get downstairs and get my delivery and then I'll come back up? I'll be
Of
right back.
course, man. Take your time. Take your time.
All right, Buck. I'll leave you wonderful people in my stream with Arthur's monologue. So, go ahead.
Always like some monologue for myself to warm up. Okay, I'm gonna leave the load for a while, and then we're gonna see. Gonna look at this right now. UDV versus Submit Gaming is gonna be very close, man. I actually don't know who was gonna win. I wouldn't want to be in their position at all because this is the first game of the day, and you normally want to have an easier one for you to warm up. And Summit Gaming is very decent. Even though they haven't been finding a lot of success with their roster, but individually they're all very high skill. UDV they won a very big tournament yesterday. Not like very big, but in morale wise, definitely very big for themselves. The Royal Jelly, I was casting them. They got it 3-0, so very dominant. The thing is though, like playing your first match of the day against a strong opponent, anything could happen. You could choke, you could make some mistakes, and then just get mentally, affected. Because BO1 is the kind of games that any mistakes are very punishing. So this is very scary for them. I'm gonna keep an eye on them. Unfortunately, I'm gonna be watching another one though, so I hope that you guys can keep an eye for me. Tiger God, this is the Crimson's game, right? Unfortunately, I think we're gonna cover MY versus YG. That one is a lot more exciting, I think. A lot more closer as well. Because Crimson versus Tiger God, I do think that it is like it is probably more favorable for Crimson. I've got a lot of teams right now, just not the team I'm looking for. Why, Why, 为什么？ 为什么? I don't know how Alva found it though, because I'm not seeing it. Oh, we got a refresh. Maybe you got it here. I don't think Shidori is in EOQ. Shidori is probably playing with Phoenix Gaming, the Chinese one. Oh, go to tournaments. Okay, okay. Ah. Thanks, Aries. Will you cover Gaga today, bro? If you got a chance. If you got a chance. I think the loading screen for this tour is really long. I guess it's just the delay time, right? I'm not sure how long is the delay time. Could be 5, could be 2, could be 5, could be 10. Hey, Frozen Razor. Yeah, this is Owl. Ratatata is misleading. I mean, Owl is a very fun dude, man. He can be in a lot of different forms. Can be fun, can be serious, can be very brutal as well. Delay seems longer. Yeah, I know, right? I'm gonna refresh the bracket and see if there's any changes. Dude, I really think KLXY's team didn't check in. Because I was talking to him yesterday, and then he said that he told me that he formed the team last minute. I should have probably reminded him. Oh, here we go. Finally. The long wait hopefully is gonna worth it. I'm sure it's gonna worth it, man. This game is a banger. Who's the KYXY lineup? He's playing with a team called Scorpion. The only one I know is Genoa. The others I don't know. Hey, Sub-Zero. No Sarimas. I mean, they all probably know each other very well. And why they banned out the Monkey and Kunkka already. So, dude, look at the speed of their draft, guys.
Hey, Arthur. I'm back.
Hey, yo, you're back? Right on time, yeah? You didn't miss much. Oh, are you seeing the draft already?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the draft. It's already on my screen as well. Interesting.
Very quick draft as well. Didn't waste any time. They are ready, man. They are ready.
That Hoodwink really growing in popularity recently, huh?
Nothing can change just right.
Not major, not that I know of. I do think the meta might suit it a bit more, right? Because Hoodwink is like Weaver, but with more kill potential. But like the playstyle is similar. Like you can cut lanes really easily and stuff. So it's similar to last meta, right? But a bit faster and a bit better in lane. So I kind of like it. I don't mind it. I've seen a lot of sanking, by the way. Have you noticed? This, in opens and stuff, they're playing a lot of sanking.
Yeah. I think the Sandstorm change is probably benefiting this year a lot.
Yep.
And also the fast-paced Dota. I mean, Sanking is definitely one of the better ones. The one thing that I'm not really sure is that I've seen a lot of Sanking going for the shot very early on. Is that really that strong? Because in the last patch, before the start got changed, no one picked it up actually.
I was thinking the exact same thing, man. We were actually talking about this with Richie in the we're doing the OQs for North America because every single person picked the shard, man. In like 15 minutes, like the moment 15 hits, they have the shard in their hands, right?
Yeah.
So I went and did some calculations, Arthur, right? After those games with Richie, because I was thinking about it, and assuming that you get at least 2 procs in the shard.
Okay.
In your initiation, right? Which is pretty fair. I think 2 procs is not that much, right? 1 for initiating, 1 as you're walking around, right? That shard is the equivalent extra damage as a Veil of Discord would provide on the Sanking, with assuming you use Epi and Burrow Strike in the initiation.
Oh damn!
Right? When you see it that way, it looks pretty strong, right?
Yeah. Okay, my question is: can you have 2 pulses in the same area of Sandstorm, or do you have to walk outside of it to have the second one?
You have to. Well, I mean, you don't have to walk outside because you just walk back and forth. Right? That's what Sankids do.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually just more efficient on Sanking, I think, once you have the shard to walk around than to actually hit your enemies. I think that's a reality because its attack is so puny, right?
True, that's true, yeah.
Yeah. He also, I think with the Vanguard build, it goes really well, right? Because with the Vanguard, you can just tank as much as you want, and then you use the shard, and you don't ever need to hit. You just go for full magic.
Yeah, I've been seeing that a lot recently. It's so strong.
Yeah, you can also, like, Vanguard tanking is scary, right? Because he pushes your tower now, and then if you're not fast enough at pushing the tier 1 safe lane for the enemy team, he rotates, and then he pushes your tower, and he doesn't let you push his. And then all of a sudden, the map control is very much in his favor. It's like a trim protector on steroids, honestly. It's pretty strong. I like why this hero is being picked. I think teams are onto something.
Do you realize that a lot of teams right now, they are more eager to protect that safe lane tower, the tier 1 tower? Because normally teams just give it up, right? But nowadays, they all die to protect it.
Well, have you seen how difficult map control is, man? Like, it's right now, if map control, if you don't attain it early and you have to go jungle super early with your carry, you're screwed, man.
Yeah, this sucks, man.
Yeah. Unless you have a carry that like is really good at jungling, it's really difficult because ancients are no longer really an option, and you kind of want one. The small camp is actually so valuable right now because when you're a level 4 carry going to the jungle, if you don't have a small camp, you have nothing to farm, and they are like a very, very valuable resource. So I think that tier 1 is actually partially because of that, honestly. The creeps change matters a lot more than I thought.
Yeah, it feels very bad to be a carry, and if you're used to just playing farming carries, right, and you don't give a fuck about the lane, this is not the meta for you, man. This is the meta that trains everybody to be a laner right now. Yep. And Pono has been telling me this a lot of time. He says that the biggest weakness of his is laning phase. And when he went up against EG, you have to play against Nightfall and Crit, he just got abused in the lane. And the game becomes so hard because of that. So right now he has to put a lot more effort into training his laning phase.
It's tough, man. If you have a hard laning right now, it's really difficult to recover. That's why I think actually people deviate more into Sanking or Hoodwink lineups because the kill potential allows you to lose lanes and then hunt for kills anyway, and that opens up the map a little bit for you. Like, it gives you a lot more options. So that's why I think people are trying to go more for these hunting lineups. I've noticed that if teams don't have a good hunting squad after the laning phase, they feel really weak. They feel like they have no options because the jungle is scarier now. So I think Ponlo's right, yeah.
Unless you have a hero that can, take the ancients very faster, like a Dusa or something like that, then you probably feel a little bit better being AFK. But you like you say, man, this hunting squad is here. Grimstroke plus Sanking plus Hoodwink, a lot of killing potential. Oh, here we go.
Nasty MY.
Oh, the BO1 strat, man. This is the BO1 strat.
Oh my god, that's disgusting. LGD strat straight up, right? I mean,
yep.
Honestly, I thought Lycan would be more picked than he is. I mean, I'm not surprised Beastmaster's being picked as much as he is, but I think Lycan is suited for this meta. Strong laning, right? We talk about his tower control. The buff is honestly gonna die. He's Tiny's back in meta. I'm surprised more teams aren't experimenting with this. My question is what is the... Is it Pango support now? Is that what they're trying? Because I know they love Pango support.
The thing about MY is that they can play the Lycan on mid. So BB plays this hero.
It's true.
He's platinum tier on Lycan, so that could be something they look for. We can, it could be a DP 5, Tiny 1, Lycan 2, Pango 3. So they're lacking a 4.
I think it's DP5 Pango 4 because they also play a lot of Pango 4. Isn't Lionx like a Pango 4 spammer?
Yeah, he plays a lot of that. They have incredible flex on MY side.
Then you just pick PA and go, fuck you, like, fuck your whole team. The PA bursts every single thing here without any armor. And you have PA Grimstroke. I don't know, man. Like, I like the flex by MY, but I also think Yangon just has a good draft overall.
Thing is, though, can they match the pace of MY here? Because PA is a hero that's very slow.
Probably not. Probably not, you're right.
But MY, they have to play a perfect laning phase, though, to do that. And I feel like this kind of pressure is always very scary when you have to make every single move correctly.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And on the other side, all they have to do is to just farm and wait for their timings. And they're so strong too. If you look at YG, their spells are so strong.
I think a lot of teams fall prey to this, especially new teams fall prey to this, like, I'm going to play super quickly. And then they make 1 or 2 mistakes, which is normal in open qualifier teams or close qualifier teams. And all of a sudden the game's over. And you're like, man, you didn't need to play that so quickly. You could just play an easier draft, right? I don't know. I don't think it's a great sign. So I agree with you. The only thing, though, I think PA might not be that slow anymore. Have you seen that people like going for the Orb of Corrosion and playing super aggressive the early? I've even seen some people like delaying the Battle Fury for a Falcon Blade and then they play the early super aggressive. And then they scale. I think PA is actually kind of decent minute 10 to 15 now.
Yeah, actually, I do think so. Like, with this Grimstroke, though, I think she would definitely want to play a lot faster, yeah.
And Lycan's not like a particularly difficult kill, because if he's using
True.
shapeshift to hunt you down, then once shapeshift is down, he has no boots. You slow him to hell, and he dies. He dies in the 1v1 versus you.
And P is a very good hero to kill the summon units as well. So yeah, I like this pick actually. It's just that I'm just very worried about if I'm YG, I'm very worried about MY's timing together at somewhere around 15 minutes. Because if you drop one kill around the Roche pit, they're just gonna turn that into a tier 2 or a Roche, and then they're just gonna hug together as 5 and run you down before the PA has BKB. So I think that's gonna be the scariest timing for MY here.
I agree. I mean, I still would be afraid of their timing, especially because if like Sanking is a little bit off with his timings at all. Like if he messes up a little bit in lane, or he doesn't push the tower enough up top or whatever, all of a sudden Sanking has to defensively rotate much earlier than needed, and he might not even be able to defend against Lycan, because Lycan can actually take the tower even with Sanking it. So yeah, it's tough. I think the game has to be really tight by Yangon. But I cannot believe, I refuse to believe they'll get eliminated the first round again. These poor guys cannot catch a break. And by a top team as well, like MY. I mean, come on. What has Myanmar done to you, Gavin?
I mean, I remember I was casting MY's game with Ares, and then we are so sure that MY is gonna have a very good shot qualifying for Division 2 this time.
Yeah, I think so too.
So I refuse to believe that MY is gonna drop out in the first round as well. So ew, this game, man, fucking Dota 2.
Yeah,
Open
man.
Qualifiers is fucking bloodbath.
It is a bloodbath. Absolute death for best of one. Look, the Yangon are thinking like us. They think it's DP5 Pango 4. And they're gonna put the Tiny and Lycan. I think Tiny carry Lycan offlane also makes sense, because Lycan is probably a better offlaner right now. So I understand their bans. I think the best pick here, just in terms of pick order, would be a mid laner, honestly. Like a fast mid laner as well. I like the Puck, though I think Puck is pretty bad right now.
Oh, why? Why so?
Have you not seen the win rate he has currently in the opens and stuff? It's just pretty lackluster. Like the reason is people pick it a lot, and they realize in the middle of the game that they can't really deviate into playing a Puck that's magic damage, because the level 15 talent of Spell Lamp is gone. And Waning Rift is just a garbage. It's a garbage talent. It's not a good enough talent. And they took away your Ags. You don't have that that
true.
anti-BKB mechanics. It feels pretty bad. I think if you play him as a physical damage dealer, he's fine. But I think as a magic damage dealer, I think he's done. Like compared to Void Spirit or Ember, he just feels bad.
All right, Snapfire coming up for MY. A lot of armor reduction.
Yeah, so that's like a mid then, right? I presume.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay.
So Pango 3, Snapfire 4. Yeah. Oh, this is such a comfortable draw for MY. This is something that I've been playing in the OEDC for quite a while. YG though, they're lacking of a mid, so isn't Necro Force here pretty good?
Necro was pretty decent. Yeah, I like Necro. I mean, Tiny can kind of burst you though. You know, they could go for a Huskar as well.
Oh,
right? Anti-Lycan, anti-Tiny.
True. Timbersaw, okay. Oh.
That Timber mid, or do they play Sanking mid?
Let's see.
Because I think either works here, to be honest. I like the Timbersaw pick.
Okay, and P is gonna be Lycan. Alright, cool. So BB Tiny mid. Young Peach system. Wait, so you're gonna be playing Tiny versus Timber mid. That's not gonna be fun for Tiny.
No, yeah, that's very Timber favorite matchup. Yep.
Wait, do you
What?
Do you actually like Tiny to be the 2 more?
No, I like Tiny much more.
Yeah, I think so too, because I've seen a lot of the Tiny games. If you lose the lane, you just straight up become a position 3 or 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this. I mean, I guess Blink Dagger here is actually super valuable because you burst PA and PA and Sanking, so it's a better build. So you want a Tiny mid as opposed to like the carry who has to kind of build Echo and farm the shard.
He's gonna get whacked in the mid lane though. By the
I agree. He's gonna get screwed. Yeah. I don't know. Also, I feel like I don't like this too much actually. I think MY got screwed a bit here.
Yeah, I think the Tiny and the Lycan should swap for sure. But then KMP is he's one of the best Lycan players in Southeast Asia as well. I think it's like master tier or something. We'll see. Because I feel like Tiny's Silver Edge is so good here, man. You break the PA, you break the Timbersaw, and then you have to be on position 1 to hit the timing. That's true. Then Lycan, if you go Lycan versus Timbersaw on lane, you don't really care, right? You just farm.
Yeah, I think Lycan versus Timbersaw. I mean, it's still an annoying lane. Like I don't think Lycan wins that, but I do agree you're probably not gonna die. Because you can just send the wolves over, right? And once you're high enough levels, you're fine. Oh no, we'll see, man. Yeah, you're right. I'm not a big fan of this change of the Tiny versus Lycan. I mean, they could still run KMP mid, I suppose, right, and put BB as the carry. Maybe they're more comfortable in those heroes, but why would you do that? Because BB's also a Lycan spam.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so we've got a lot of comfort picks here coming for NY at least. All 3 cores are very comfortable on their picks. On the YG side, though, I feel like this Timber Saw, we've seen this over and over again, right? If you have this lane, especially on the mid, that you can dumpster, then this hero is just gonna walk free.
So I didn't ask you earlier today, but do you want to do a traditional cast, or do you want to do a... What's your plan here for the stream? Do you want me to be your hype caster, or no?
I mean, it depends on you, right? Because I'm just gonna chill, I think.
Well,
Depends on how intense you want to be.
Well, I don't care, man. I'm asking for you. What's the product that you want to present to your stream? You're the director of your own stream, right? So tell me, I'm questioning.
I think we can just do a chill one, because I feel like when we are doing a chill one, we could probably bring more storylines, you know? Because sometimes I feel like in traditional way, it's a bit hard to do that. By the way, this is Grandmaster tier, like, damn.
That's disgusting, too. Are they actually insulting each other, or can't?
Whoa. Whoa.
You are the one crybaby, man.
Whoa.
That's from a
Yeah, probably.
Man, the amount of friendships and enemies that are created in pubs. I feel like if you play at a certain level, you just kind of have to have an opinion on everyone in the Dota world. Like if you're top 300 immortal, you've played with everyone in that bracket, and they all hate each other. They all have one bad story about each other.
That's true, yeah. Unless you're GH.
That's true. That guy's a gem, to be honest.
Or your Pudge. I heard that your Pudge is like really PMA in pubs.
I hear your Pudge is really PMA. There was another player. Adam was pretty PMA as well. 343 in SCA. I've never seen him be particularly mean. He's something sarcastic, but that's it.
I mean, Adam is just a very kind and quiet guy. He's a very chill guy. And I actually never see. I've never seen him angry before.
Yeah, I have a lot of appreciation for Adam. Yeah, pretty great. I think the loudest part about him is his cough. You know how he coughs sometimes? I think that's when he's loudest ever. Usually his voice is so quiet and calm. You know, I was really sad when Adam started being a manager, because I would love to have him as an analyst caster, dude. I think the guy was really good. I bet you're happy though, because you don't have to compete with that.
Yeah. Well, this early game is going to be so important for both sides, man.
I mean, yeah, obviously, otherwise you lose. If you don't win, you don't make it through, Arthur.
No, they got the first blood to PH, to young PH. Uh-oh.
Can you guys tell when Arthur is distracted and he just starts talking random caster bullshit, like when he says... This game is important to both sides. It's the best of one, where if you don't win, you get eliminated. That's how you know that Arthur is dealing with something else on his stream, guys.
You guys don't call me out like that, dude.
You guys want to know when a caster is distracted? That's it, boys. You think we just talk bullshit randomly? There's a reason.
Yeah, you call me out like that. The fuck.
Look, I think I'm gonna do a chill cast. I love this idea of the let's discover behind the scenes, right? There's no lies today. We're being completely honest, boys.
I'm figuring out how to create a DM, man. Oh my god. Okay, can you please continue roasting me so I can have some time for that?
No, it's okay. He's already joining. He's already joining. Hey Aries, how's it going, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Hey, how are you, bro?
Very well, very well. How are we doing?
With a triple A combo again.
Dude, I don't like how accurate you were just then.
You know, because you also cast a bunch, right? It's when you cast a bunch of games at like 3 in the AM that you realize at one moment what your bullshit tone is, right?
Oh, fucking hell. Dude, there's sometimes where I listen back and I feel like I said the exact same thing as Denogdig like 5 seconds. I'm going like, fuck, he's about to call me out.
Oh. That happens so much with me and Richie, and sometimes he's honest with me, and he's so tired. He's like, "You weren't listening to me, were you?" And I'm like, "Nah, I don't care." And you just have to play off that idea.
Yeah, I'll just have the excuse of having to run the OBS. That's my excuse if I ever do that.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Dude, I can't believe
you guys favor in this game?
Honestly, from draft, I would say Yangon, probably. I think that the lane change really screwed over what MY was trying to go for.
Yeah, same. And I've seen BB suffer from lane before, and it's not fun, man. He doesn't recover.
No, oh yeah, oof. BB Tiny Man is a sink or swim hero I've ever seen one, man. This guy either dominates the early and starts to go everywhere, or all of a sudden you think he's a support minute 15. It's pretty bad sometimes.
I think that's what we saw actually, Arthur. Did we get a BB Tine in the grand finals?
I think so, right? I think that was the game that he struggled a lot, right? Then
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny though, because I don't know if this is very commonly seen from other region, but I feel like in Southeast Asia we got a lot of players like that. You see, Bob is one of them, Hang as well. It's either they go 30-0 or 0-30, and BB is definitely in that kind of category as well.
Why do you think that is?
Arthur would know a lot better than me. I don't know if it's a like no, I don't know about a pub mentality, but I feel like you know a lot better than me.
I feel like in Southeast Asia, a lot of players are just very reliant on their instinct. So when they are having a game, they play like a god, and I'm not sure if they even know how to replicate that. So yeah, but because if you look at Thompson, right, it feels like he plays Dota in a very special way where he'll always look to make something happen. But you don't see that very rarely in the Southeast Asia player. Maybe your patch is a new one. And it's so hard for anyone else to replicate your patch because you need to have such a high skill level to do that too.
So you think that a lot of players just don't know what plays to make when they're from behind? Do you think that's... Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, people do say that in SCA pubs people try to the end. It is true people try to the end. But if you're losing in SCA as someone who plays here, even at lower levels, like... People start playing worse. That's for sure. Like they try, they don't grief, but they certainly don't know how to play from behind here. There's a lot of let's go war because they don't know what else to do and they just try to fight again. That's,
exactly. Like I feel like a lot of times in Southeast Asia, right? You always say that okay, I'm gonna try to at the end, but what you do is to really just wait for the enemy to throw the game.
Yeah.
You're not actively looking for new stuff to actually make the game comebackable. And I feel like this is a very big difference from Europe and Southeast Asia because you see that all the time in Europe.
Well, that's a very good point.
Especially Liquid, I guess. Like they'll always create these very big shenanigans to bring them back into the game. But in Southeast Asia, you are always on the defensive side, just waiting for throws to happen.
I always felt like T1 got so good at Dota because they kept doing that style, but they forced it so much that eventually learned how to play with it. Because like I've seen T1, you know, they lose one fight and they go, fuck it, let's go for another one. And then they win the second one and you go, how did you do that? That's not good Dota, but you've just managed to pull it off. And eventually they got so good at this like team fight style and poking and playing with its advantage that it worked for them. But I do think it's also this SCA style you talk about, where you're forcing it all the time, no matter what. I think that's what people think it's SCA's aggression, right? I think that's what people categorize as the quote-unquote SCA aggression, which people hate so much.
I just feel like people need to start seeing Dota 2 as a problem-solving game, you know, because every single game is different.
Sure.
And Southeast Asia players, they are very used to winning games by dumpstering you on lane, and everything just go naturally. I feel like a lot of victories like that are taken very granted. So when they are in a very bad situation, they don't think about how to come back into the game because they just say that, all right, we lost our lane, you fuck up my lane, so we lost, and that's all.
I think it's really hard.
They just stop there.
I genuinely think it's really hard to learn to. Oh, that was a really good kill. I think it's really hard to learn to play like that though. Like, because how do you identify in a game where you're losing, right? When the game is winnable and you can still win based on your plays, you know? Like, how do you identify which one are the best plays? Because it goes against the feedback loop of a player, right? In a usual video game, how it goes is you make an action, and the action either has a positive or a negative reaction, right? And based on that, you adapt your playstyle. But if you're losing, maybe you made the right play, but you're just losing, and so you can't make that work, right? And all of a sudden, you have no way to determine if your plays are good or bad, and it's really difficult to learn to play from behind as a result. That's why teams that are really good at playing from behind, like, you know, TI winning OG, I think those teams are like 1 in a million, because it's just such a difficult style to execute.
So we need...
There's a lot of factors. Like, I think you need a lot of experience, and you also need a team that's not going to crumble under the pressure of just being like a couple thousand down. Like, I think that's a big thing about OG that you mentioned. Like, of course, they're a team that weren't going to crumble if they lost a couple of team fights and they kept looking for mistakes that the enemies made. But that doesn't come you need so much experience to be able to look past like one mistake and see the positive and be like, all right, shit, they used 3 ultimates. You know, this is actually opportunity now where we can push out a lane, smoke to it, drop a ward down. But that's not going to come off pubs, like, because there's no teamwork there.
Yep. That's a
Like-
very good point.
I feel like you need to have someone that lost enough in their career already to be on the team to bring you all this kind of experience. Because if you look at LGD,
so
right?
why is KYXY not on a team, Arthur? I don't understand.
No, I do understand as well. Like people, the thing is, KY is a very quiet guy, and
okay,
he doesn't PR himself. So I feel like KY is definitely the. I've been telling KY, I feel like SMG should 100% approach this guy. He has everything that SMG. He needs. He has everything that SMG needs.
Yeah, I would take him. I think he'd be a great coach. Yeah. I see that. I remember that it was I was having a conversation with the Thunder Awakened Matthew, which is their captain, right? And he was telling me that when he was first training 2 other teammates, Dark Mago and not Oscar, their carry Pakaz. They're both very pub-oriented teammates, right? You know, they've been playing together for a while, but they're relatively new to competitive, and they have mentalities that are still not shifted to competitive, right? And when he was first training them to be a better team, what he would do is that the moment anyone pointed out a mistake their teammates made, in the middle of a game, he would come by and slap him in the head. Just like, fuck you, don't do that. And over some time, they developed not to do that, but it was like ingrained in them, be like, oh, you shouldn't have rotated that way. Don't say that. It's not going to help your teammate in the game, right? You're far above the level where you're going to point that out and he's going to learn in the middle of a game. It's much more complex than that, right? And so it's something to teach pub players, though, because they're usually used to being the best person in their pub team. And the competitive team, you know, you're all equal. And it's hard to get rid of that mentality.
Yeah, sure. Okay, speaking about coaching, right? I have this very interesting story that when I was in Geek Fam. So the coach would tell me that, all right, today I want he would tell me personally, I want you to draft something a little bit harder to execute. I want to draft in a way that is gonna give your team some handicap, but I don't want you to tell your team. I want
Who was telling you this? Sorry.
The founder of Geek Fam, Kit.
Okay, the founder. Yep.
Yeah, so he was the coach as well. He's a brilliant coach, by the way. So he was telling me this to purposely put some handicap into the training basis, so that this, the players are put into this uncomfortable position to try to still find a way to win, which I thought was very smart. But at that point of time, I didn't think about this. But as I know more about Dota, I felt like that was brilliant as fuck.
So
I don't think anyone actually approached screaming like he does before. Or maybe I just don't know about it.
The handicap is the idea that they're gonna draft badly or play badly in the beginning to put themselves in a handicap, or are you making them play with weights? Like, what is this handicap?
Mostly in draft. So for example, if you see this last enemy is gonna anti-mage you, right? You see this last pick of Slada, and he would not go for it because he knows that this is gonna be brilliant. Obviously, if in a competitive settings, he would pick it. But in the training, he doesn't want to go for it because it's way too easy to be in training. You want the players to get forced out of their comfort zone to try to still find other ways to win the game. So I thought that was really brilliant.
Okay, I see that. I know that a lot of teams, what they do in scrims is that they pick a draft no matter what. Like, even if the enemy team counters the draft, they don't care and they still pick it because they want to practice it and they force themselves in that position. But I've never heard of someone actively handicapping their draft.
And the thing is, he doesn't want me to tell the players. So to the players, right, they won't have this mentality to say that, all right, we lost this game because we are trying.
But they'll realize. They'll fucking realize the draft is trash, right?
Say the draft.
No. It's hard to say, actually. Sometimes it's hard to say. I mean, obviously they'll realize and they'll put the blame on you. So this is where...
Oh, that's bad. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, this is where it's very hard to be the coach, especially if you are someone that is unproven. Okay, for example, if you are Hin, fuck that, right? People are going to listen to Hin. But if you are Arthur, if it's in your first year of your career, people are just going to shit on me and say that, who the fuck are you? I'm going to be the one. I want to take over the draft. And that happened. So that is a very big challenge to someone to be a coach. Yeah.
Okay, but that's kind of set up to you against... Like, that was a lack of foresight, because that's pretty obvious that would happen. No offense, right? But like, I get that. You come in, you propose like, guys, I really think this Adusa would be good against this anti-mage. It'd be great. I swear. And someone in the team's like, wait, this guy's a moron. Of course they're gonna go and attack you afterwards. That's putting you in a really difficult position, man. I'm really sorry.
I mean, I wouldn't blame him, though. I think that was very good practice for the future me at the end of the day.
Yeah, but shouldn't the CEO, when that happens, come by and be like, yo, guys, this is what we were doing? Like, he should admit the truth, right? Otherwise, he's screwing with your career a bit. I'm sorry. Am I breaking your conception of him? I'm sorry. I apologize. Arthur.
No. You're not. I've got full respect for that guy.
Okay. No, I'm glad. I'm
That's
just
funny.
saying.
That's something I was thinking about when Notail was doing a lot of casting. That I was thinking on how teams were having an outlook through drafts, and if they saw like a real clear counter pick, if they would go for something like, say, in a new patch, for an example, where they're like, we're conceptualizing this could be a decent counter after the changes. Like, fuck it, let's run it. Of course, they're not going to do it in tournament, but like from what Arthur's saying, like it's kind of something that they've considered before.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams do consider the idea of like not like using scripts to practice to a degree, right? I think some of the newer teams don't understand that. I'm always very like I always get a bit of secondhand embarrassment when one of the new teams that makes it to a big international LAN tells me privately, "Oh, we won all our scrims." I'm like, that's not good, dude.
Yeah.
You need to win the officials, not the scrims. That's not a good sign. Maybe you're not practicing them enough. So that was a great stomp, by the way, by KNP. On point.
So it seems like MY are rolling over this game.
Well, it's only the early, right? I'm waiting to see what happens when PA gets online. Well,
It's still just a 1k goal lead though.
Yeah. PA is pretty poor, though. PA is pretty poor.
Do you like the Overlord build, even if your position will like it? I'm not
Yes.
sure what it usually is. Okay.
I think this is the best build, no matter what I like.
Good.
Have you know, a while back I was watching this guy on, because now you're part of the EU area, so you get to talk about this now.
Yes, let's go.
I was watching a Smiling Knight, which used to be the carry for Empire, right?
Yeah.
That was last year's season. And he's a Lycan spammer, also in carry. And he came up with this build, which was essentially Armlet Echo Saber on carry Lycan, before the Helm build started becoming popular. And I tried it out, it's like really good. But then you play Helm of the Overlord, you go, why would I ever do anything but this beautiful monstrosity? The power spike is so hard that like any other item you build in the early just feels lackluster compared to this item. It's just too good. So I think
Especially, I feel like especially in a competitive settings, right? It's just if you know how to abuse it, if you have all 4 teammates to help you go around it and play together. If you look at KMP right now, he's actually soloing Roche. And then he realized that he couldn't do it.
Oh my god, dude! I love watching these plays because you realize competitive. You know, they're human, right? Like they make these dumb plays. Like, can I Roche now? Oh, probably not. That's dumb. That's dumb. It is an open qualifier that decides if you get to DPC or not, and they're still making these plays. Oh, they caught him. What is he doing? He's just walking around.
Oh.
He got confused, man. He's like, okay, shit, guys. I actually can't solo, so I'm gonna join you guys. And then he took a long route, and he got cut off there.
Oh my god, you read his mind. He had the classic thing where you make a play that you're not supposed to, and you go, oh shit, I need to be useful now. Fuck, run to my teammates, be useful.
Exactly.
Poor guy.
You know how in competitive, like, people always do this mistake, and then they need to salvage it, and then they go for the next quickest move to salvage it, and then that's it actually turned out even worse. So their game just got ruined there.
Yes. I think natural talent is those players that make these moves and then naturally correct themselves and do the right play afterwards, and not what this happened. This is the most normal thing. But there are some players that after doing this, like Thompson's like that. Thompson will sometimes do plays that you're like, what the fuck are you doing? And he knows, and then afterwards he corrects himself automatically without thinking, and he does the right play. And that's very impressive. It's really difficult to realize that what you're doing is wrong and then immediately correct yourself. Chris Luck does the same thing as well from Beast.
I know you guys were speaking about the ag shot on Sand King earlier. Are you?
What are your thoughts?
I think it's dope. With how 33 was playing it, you get so much farm across the map, and that was always the issue with the hero, is that you had to use either Burrow and Sandstorm to farm a creep wave, or you had to use Sandstorm and plus to hit the creep wave multiple times, and that's an issue in competitive. That is a huge issue when you're showing for 3-4 seconds instead of not even showing in Sandstorm because they don't see you.
Yeah.
So naturally you're going to progress, because before you really struggle to pick up farm, and like you said, your damage in team fights is ridiculous. I think it's 100% you always get at 15 minutes.
We didn't really talk about the aspect of farming, but I think it's a good point actually.
Yeah, I think I haven't seen that before, but I definitely think it's a good point. Because if you look at Necro, right, I feel like 15-minute shot is the same thing. If I'm so fast,
A Necrophos, you mean?
yeah, Necro first.
Yeah.
It's fast. If I'm so fast with that, so I think a lot of times the shot gives you a lot more value if you can use that to scale.
Well,
Yeah.
so 33 was going double null blink shard into boots of travel, and I have to imagine the bots is just for that aspect. One, to be able to always fight,
Yeah.
but also shoving out lanes. So, and the double null was really interesting. He was always out on the map with the mana loss. And something that NoTail was always saying is like, if you're gonna follow anyone, like 33 is the person to do it. Like this man is fucking wild. Every time they were panning over to him sitting, I could not stop laughing. This guy is just, oh, fucking love him.
I mean, yeah, he used
If
to
you
be
want to
an
learn
NP
heroes,
spammer,
it's
right?
him.
So he has a really
Yeah.
good understanding of the map and shit. Like I agree. I think NoTail's on point with that. I do
I think the
Sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I do think for Tundra at 9 and his like really space creator-y space style or play style allows for 33 to play like this though. I don't know if that would work in a team where like the win condition's also mid.
True.
Like,
Yeah.
Imagine honestly whatever team Zai goes to where he always has to play position 3-4, right? I mean right now it's secret. Sorry, liquid. Well, how do you make that work? How do you make it so that you don't get too greedy? Like your mid laner creates enough space so that this greedy build on bots on your off laner still works. I think that's just a Tundra special, honestly, which is great, but I don't think it would work on every single team. Like I'm glad he went for Vanguard. Vanguard is a much bigger space creator base build, I think. I would like to see a shard though. I don't know why he's going for Yules.
I think he hasn't snowboard. Now he needs a defensive item.
I mean,
which-
yeah, for silence, right? Oh, and he's getting crushed every time.
Oh my
Are
god.
they? I don't know if Yang gonna win. They're in a really bad position.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, this Tiny got online, Arthur. We were completely wrong. This Timbersaw did jack shit.
True.
to him, honestly.
I mean,
think
I haven't honestly. I haven't been paying focus, so I'm.
Arthur, what
I
a
mean,
terrible
series
cat.
8-1 and 8. 8-1 and 8. He got a really decent Spirit Vessel timing, even though Young
sorry.
PH went first item Yules. So,
You think the Yules was dispel the vessel?
has to be right, just so you don't fucking. Because Timber needs the snowball to make space for PA.
Yep.
And I think if he doesn't go first item Yules, then there's a potential to kill him. They killed him regardless, like once or twice, even without it.
Yep.
Because he just overplayed. So, I mean, yeah, this game's over.
Yeah, it's over.
Wow.
So there you go. That's your probably first seed. I not first seed, but like number one predicted team to make it is now getting eliminated first round. Like that's, dude, this is a bloodbath. This is ridiculous. There's
Two seasons in a row, man.
Yeah, I know. Like,
What an epi.
Oh, we are back. We're back.
holy.
I'll be honest though, I think after a while, even if Yangon are still good, I'm gonna stop putting them as my first seed in open qualifiers. They might have like a 10 in skill, but they have a 0 in luck. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like they're never gonna make it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like at one point, do you guys feel like DPC should have like maybe like a rework, like reshuffle the teams in, especially in the Division 2 sides? Because I feel like there is some of the teams that don't belong in the DPC.
Didn't see. Yeah. I
Wait,
agree.
are we? Look, I think everyone in Division 2 right now belong there. I don't know. I don't. So what do you think, Arthur? Like, what how would they redo it?
Yeah, I don't know. What are you suggesting, Arthur?
I'm really hoping to see like more slots. For example, like maybe we got only 2 slots right now, right? I was like really hoping to see DPC open to 10 teams in Division 2, so that we got a little bit more for Division 2 teams to come up.
Why not make it Division 3, man? Genuinely? With with a very small prize pool, maybe make it like a small like 5k cup or 10k cup or whatever, essentially. But like, why not? For some regions, not for everyone. Like, if you do a Division
Do that
3 in
for
NA,
NA.
you're gonna be you'll get everyone playing. Like, I can play, but I think in SCA particularly, I think SCA, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, I think those The SA also, honestly, they deserve a Division 3. It's like, what, 10k more a month? You know, I think I've spent that much on a compendium. Like, come on, Valve, use my money for the league, please. I don't think it's that big a deal, and some regions do deserve it. They're just bigger. SEA has more countries, man. One country not making it, like Myanmar, you're losing a whole representation. It's a big deal.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. No, the thing is, right, I feel that money is not that big of an issue. It's more like, if you're not in DPC, it just feels like you're disconnected with the Dota world. And especially for these tier 2 teams, right? What are you gonna do? Are they gonna just play pops for 3 months and then wait for another round of OQ just to get out in the first round? It's so brutal for them.
I agree. And because of the other, like, let's say semi-decent teams are in the Division 2, the smaller leagues can't be organized, right? So they don't really get an opportunity to train with those teams either. So at best, you're asking TOs to make leagues with people that didn't make it to DPC, which is just not a good proposition. Like, that's not a good... Oh, hey, sponsors, we have all the teams that aren't good enough to make it into DPC at all. You want to sponsor? Oh, why are you running? What's happened? It's tough. So I do think that an amateur league or semi-professional or whatever should be formed. I don't think it's that difficult, honestly.
Okay, so you could up it to 10 teams, and then instead of having first and second place go into Division 1, you have top 4 playoff, and like people are wanting anyway, because people want fucking best of 5s.
I do want playoffs, dude. I just want elimination. I want people to cry. I want to know when to cry for the team, right? I'm not having to take out my calculator before the tears come out.
Exactly. So like you have 10 teams in Division 2. Like you can argue about Division 1 how many teams afterwards, but do at least 10 teams Div 2, and then have top 4. They do this playoff section. Like it's just a double elim. You battle it out. You get a best of 5 because people want that, and it's high.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. And then make them 2 weeks so that we can have more tournaments in between and lines. And all of a sudden, did we just fix it? Oh, yeah. Aries, I'd like to offer you a job at Valve. Would you be interested?
Let's fucking go.
No, I do think there's some changes that can be done without like having to overhaul the DPC system, honestly. I do like your suggestions.
I think the issue is that I don't know if they can do it mid-season, so we just have to wait next year. And it's like, oh yes, just next year. Okay, we thought that was going to be a lot of changes this DPC, and now it didn't really happen. So now we're all in this, I don't want to say lull, but now we're all waiting another year for it to be reworked a little bit. I will also add, I think Southeast Asia Division 2 and like Tier 2, Tier 3 scene is by far the best in any other region, and the only region I would put really, really close, and Arva, you probably agree, is Eastern Europe. I think that Div 2 scene is really strong.
Yeah. I would disagree. Well, I wouldn't disagree that SEA is the strongest. I would say that definitely is up there. I think that both European scenes are pretty good, to be honest. Not just Eastern Europe, because now a lot of new countries are getting invested into DPC, and so now we get like Turkish teams, Iranian teams, and Western Europe for some reason includes half of MENA. So I think now that we're opening to more countries, Western Europe is also becoming more interesting. But I do agree in general, though. SCA is by far the most competitive in Div 2. I just think the cost of being able to make a team and being able to like reside in these countries in SCA is really nice. Like the price of the DPC is good enough to live in Malaysia, and Malaysia is probably one of the most expensive SCA countries, Singapore aside, right? So if you can live in Malaysia with a salary, you can 100% live in Philippines or Indonesia. So it makes for a really good opportunity.
Are they doing this as well? There's no way they come back from Megas. Like, dude, KMP? Oh.
No, I don't think so, though. I think MY is making it. Like, they did get Megas, so.
Oh, this would be a hell of a comeback in round 1. And probably just fucking your mind, not your mindset, but just your clarity going to the next rounds. If this goes like 60 plus minutes, I don't know. That's defending Megas for 35 minutes is fucking cooked.
I think after, like, if this match goes after 40 minutes, the team is just thinking who to kick next. Like, who is to blame for this match going this long? I'd like Team MY to make it. I think more Thai representation is good too. I think we only got Motivate, and I think Motivate is great, but I'd like to see some of the old guard making it. Like Lion X, man. This guy's been trying for forever. Give him a chance, man.
He did have a little chance on Motivate. A little, like tiny.
Very small one, yeah.
He's really good on MY. You do have some representation on talent as well, Savage and Q.
Yeah, that's true. Q, I would say, is much more part of the Thai scene. I don't think Savage is necessarily part of the Thai scene because he like fled immediately, right?
Yeah, 100. I get what you mean.
Yeah, I feel like Jabs, for example, is a better example of someone like who grew in the Thai scene and then became popular elsewhere.
Yeah, sure, that's true.
I remember watching Jabs Tinker mid, dude, when he was on Signature
Faceless?
Trust. No,
Oh,
before
Signature.
that.
Well, that's way back.
Yeah,
Holy
way
shit.
back, dude. Yeah. I remember I added him when he was like a nobody, right? I added him. He's like, hey, can you teach me to play Tinker? He goes, no. Yeah, okay, that's fair. that's okay, Jabs. I get it. I'm just a caster. But yeah, nice guy, honestly. Every interview I have done with Jabs has been a pleasure. That's why I'm very fond of the Thai scene. I think they have a lot of passion in that scene, and they were just stuck in Han for too long.
Wait, is Horn a big thing in Thai?
You didn't know? That's why they don't have Dota players, because everyone was still playing Han for a while. It's the last server to close. It's the biggest country in Han. It has been forever. Yeah.
Damn, I didn't know.
Yeah. So the country didn't make a transition fast enough, and a lot of players kind of got lost. I've seen interviews. I had to like do a translation with subtitles, so it's not entirely accurate. But I've seen interviews with Lakels, which you guys might know. Very prominent Thai player. I think he's a coaching.
Yeah. He's coach, right?
Yeah, he's a coach of Motivate. Yeah.
He's coaching now, but he used to be like a really big carry. I mean, the guy was an innovator like Miracle back then with Fernaga and stuff. Like, he was a big dude in the scene. And he has an interview where he talks about how frustrated he is that Thailand took so long to recognize Dota as like the bigger esport, because they had so many prominent players that never made the switch, just because they thought that Han was gonna go the distance. And then he laughs in the interview. He's like, Han was gonna go the distance. That's what they thought. Ha. And then he made a joke about something like, my government has more chances of making it further. And, if you know Thailand, that means a lot.
I can only hope for the same to not happen on Dota, man.
I don't think so. I think Dota still has a fair amount of time. Winter's been telling me Dota's going to die every year for the past 5 years. At this point, I think Dota's going to last forever. The other day, he actually texted me and he's like, I think I want to go back into
Hustling?
I think I want to go back into like analyzing. And I'm like, oh, really? You don't think Dota's gonna die anymore? He's like, no. After 3 years of saying it, I realized maybe Dota has a long time to go.
Did you work with him through South America? Did you do class with him?
No, because
he paneled a little bit.
He wants to do panels. Yeah, he doesn't like casting. He wants to do paneling.
Okay. But were you hosting the same time?
Yeah, I got to work a lot with him. Yeah, I worked with Winter a bunch. I've casted with him previously for a lot of ESLs and stuff. He's but now he's starting to make it again. It was really cool seeing him cast South America, because usually they only put him SCA, right? And I think the guy's just he's so good, dude. You'll get a panel, and he'll like. And in South America, it's very unique because most players like they text me jokes before and after the game, because they think it's funny to like annoy the casters. And so they'll do shit like, oh, we were thinking this, or oh, this player said this in the match, right? And sometimes I'll get a message after the match, and they'll be like, I don't know, Panda. He's like, oh, that Mago said this in the middle of a match. He got really tired, whatever. And then Winter is talking on the panel. He hasn't received this message, and he's describing the player's thought process, and it's exactly what they're telling me in a private message. And I'm like, how is this possible? How is Winter reading their mind like this? Holy fuck! And then I'm the host there. I'm like, I can confirm that's exactly what they told me with the same phrase you just said. Who are you, Winter? Why are you this smart? It's really impressive.
Big brain.
It's very big brain. Anyway, MY.
Arthur?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
What?
Are you talking about Crimson?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys want to go in? Or is it ended already?
Yeah,
I can't watch it. I can't go in.
Lobby
found.
Yeah, they're losing.
Who are they losing to?
Tiger God. They've lost. Oh
Oh
boy.
my god. Tiger God's already in the next one, man.
Dude, Yangon and Crimson both got eliminated already. What the fuck?
Crimson
What
is
that?
Death's team, for people I don't know about.
Yeah, Death's team, yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I don't know who these guys on Tiger God are, to be honest.
Oh shit.
I know of Tiger God.
Excuse me.
You guys want to watch? I don't know what other interesting ones are up now.
Excuse me.
There's
All right. It seems like UDV's game is looking pretty tough too, guys.
No, UDV already won.
playing?
Oh, they won already?
Yeah, they're in the next round. I was checking on equals.
Chubby Boys and Apex is decent, but There was.
There's Interactive Philippines versus Cookie, but who is Cookie?
I don't know. Apes are playing versus Renewal as well.
What's
Who's on Renewal?
what's Renewal?
Yeah, I'm checking now. I do not know. I don't know anyone from there.
Yeah, well, sadly, Ohio's team lost as well.
What the Yamate is never gonna make it. I feel so fucking bad for the guy.
What to do, man? Dota 2 is a hard game. Oof.
So there's Apes versus Renewal, which is,
Oh shit!
I don't
Oh,
know.
Slacks rated me. Oh, thank you, Slacks. I'm sorry, I didn't notice that. We were too busy talking about the game. I'm sorry. I appreciate the raid. I'm a very bad streamer.
Tubby Boys and Apex could be decent.
What? Which one? Tubby Boys versus Apex? Oh,
Tubby-
I'm done.
Yeah.
Tubby Boys, Apex, yeah.
Bonbon.
Versus Hang Hang. Oh my god, this is the Vietnam Derby, guys.
There's what?
This is the Vietnam Derby.
Oh yeah, it is. That BB Hung Hung. Oh my god, I thought they were they were kicked from TNC or not TNC 496, man. And 496 was like, we're Vietnamese org, but we're gonna hire non-Vietnamese players. Fuck yeah, Apex, let's go. They're already eliminated. Let's go, Apex. Show Vietnam. That's exciting. That BB is so good. I remember watching these guys, or like properly watching them like grow in that tournament that we did, WSG, man. Do you remember Arthur?
Yeah.
Oh, that was actually one of the best performances I've seen by them in a long time. And they were starting to like grow properly. That's where I realized Arthur was going to be that next big thing. I was like, oh, Arthur,
Whoa.
you casted one game. You're so good.
A little bit exaggerating, but I appreciate that.
That is literally what I told you, though.
Yeah, I know.
He did one game. He comes off the panel. I'm like, Arthur, I need to work with you again. You're so good. I never knew you before. Hello, my name's Alvo. Nice to meet you. Please work with me again.
Wait, what? MY just got a walkover win as well, so they're already in. Are they only playing one game today?
How the fuck
Wait,
did they get a
hang on.
walkover over KDO Vulture?
I don't know.
Wait, who?
That's
Sorry?
a great question.
COD Vulture. I mean, these guys are like somewhat known, no? I always see
Wait,
them
who
in
are
the
they?
opens.
MY
Huh.
got a walkover. Yeah,
What
with
if they
Vulture.
wait? Because sometimes, right, you do have this bug where there's like there's this lobby bug. Because I had that before, so maybe that is one of them.
Maybe. I mean, it's just a bit weird.
But anyway, do you guys want to hop into Apex?
I am watching Apex as a Chubby Boys, yeah. I want to
Okay.
see my boy Xiao Yu. I was excited to see a new Malaysian, and honestly, his performance was lackluster. Redeem yourself, Xiao Yu.
And we don't have to
I-
wait. Okay, we're already halfway in the draft. Cool.
Let's go. Dude, they picked a freaking puck. Avo, you gonna rage them? I heard a bit of a puck spill before.
I just don't think Puck is fucking good, man. Fucking Puck, people. No, I just think he's a remnant of the past. You know, he's a relic. He's for the oldies, dude. I know that you're a mid laner, but just pick a spirit, bro. Also, I think it's criminal that you pick Puck with Ember in the pool. It's just criminal, dude. Ember's broken right now. Pick Ember. It's Puck, but better. Also, is
What do
Chubby Boys
you-
just picking 3 mid laners? Is this the plan? This is the SEA draft?
That's the go.
And they have the last pick. So, this is gonna be a lot of flex.
Chubby Boys played a tournament, Kagura Champions. I am not sure. I don't know about Kagura Champions.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Is that a fair tournament? Is that a real tournament? Oh yeah, it's mostly. Okay.
From what Denog said, anyone on Liquipedia is fair, so I'm going off that.
Okay.
So yes.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
What do you
Sorry,
mean?
guys.
So, as long as it's on Wikipedia?
That's what Denog said, but I don't know if he was
Okay.
trolling. Like I have no idea. I can't tell sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a Moon Studio one.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah.
It is. All right. Cool.
Sometimes I rather not know.
It sucks sometimes, man, because it's not like SEA just gets a lot of these, right? And I just think it makes it difficult to follow the scene. I remember talking to a lot of the teams that are like tier 2, and sometimes they participate in tournaments that are 3-2, and they know it's 3-2, but they just want to be able to play. So they just do it anyway. Like, they're not the ones doing it, so it's like, whatever. We'll play real games. But it sucks to be in that position. Yeah.
Yeah, because people might see you as a 3-2 team, right? Because you are just there to play Dota. It has happened exactly to us back in Team D.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just really shitty, man. Because what are your options? Like you either don't play at all, or you play in a tournament that's like not entirely fair. But it's not up to you. I don't know. It makes it tough to follow the up and coming teams.
All right. Anyway, draft is done.
Oh, so they're not playing with Yassi.
Who? Tell you boys? Or
Apex.
No.
Apex.
It's
They put
Riot.
QWE in instead. I don't know, man.
Who? Where does QWE? Yeah, Bryant is is Malaysian, right? I didn't know this guy was still playing. Holy fuck.
Yeah. So interesting thing is for Brian, he I think he quit Dota like a year ago. He went
thought
went,
so.
went into Valorant. So he was trying to go pro in Valorant, but then yeah, he still got offered back to Dota, so he took that. You just can't. Sometimes you just can't move on from Dota, man.
That's better. You should never move on from Dota. What is Valorant? Never heard of that game.
Sure. This draft though.
I frankly do not know the positions, tell you boys. I only know Xiao Yu is their offlaner, right? But I don't know the rest of the positions. So,
Sillans, they're 2. Bombi, there's their 5, or Ja Bonbon.
yeah,
So
Bombi's their
Disruptor
5. Yeah, I
5,
understand that. I mean, their cores.
DP4.
Okay.
And it's a Puck 2 and Conquer 1.
Okay.
I think this might be a disruptor 4 though, because I think very recently Bombi switched to 4.
Okay.
Wait,
Yep,
Xiao
yep.
Bonbon is Bombi?
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Oh, Xiao Yu Brewmaster is actually kind of hype. He's really good on this hero. Though in DPC he did not look really good on this hero.
You know, he just played in OEDC and he changed his name and he didn't want anyone to know it was Xiao Yu. I don't know what was going on. I don't know. Like, I'm speculating, so speculation cap 1, but I think he was a little bit, he lost his confidence after getting kicked from TNC, changed his name for a little bit, played from just another roster, get some games in, and now we got an offer for Chubby Boys and he's back to Xiao Yu. So
I heard from some sources that Xiao Yu, when he got offered a couple of big offers in the beginning, he was pretty vocally proud of them. I think that's the nicest way to say it to a lot of players. And he was humbled in the DPC, and he proceeded to get a lot of flack as a result. And I think that might have been why he was not playing under his real name.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really, it was... Because do you guys remember that interview when he stood in for Vici?
Yeah.
Dude, he was the nicest guy. Like, he was the panel was just making him actually this cute little fucking this guy standing in, like, awesome interview. So I wouldn't expect that at all from him.
Yeah, apparently to the players individually, he wasn't that like that when he wasn't Vici. But you know, as long as he's young, right? Isn't he like 19 still now?
Yeah, he's probably like 20 or 21 right now. Super young.
Dude, if I was in a pro team at the age of 19, I'd also be a arrogant asshole. Like, I would.
I mean, just
would
look.
be one.
Yeah, just look at Amar, right?
I don't know what came first there, though. I've been watching that guy since he was on Creep Wave, my guy, and I don't think it's because of the OG effect. I think he's always been like that.
When you're young and good, it happens, man.
It is. That's the problem. You really can't be like, if you guys ever have kids, right? You're gonna have to choose between making your kids talented and making your kids nice people. And I really do suggest that you guys make them bad, like stupid at everything. They will be so humble when they grow up. It's gonna be great. Like if they're like good at drawing, for example, take their colors away. Don't let them draw. You know, don't let them become anything useful in life. At least they'll be nice.
What the fuck? You can do both, man. You can do both.
Yeah, you have to choose humility. Oh, unless if your kid's handsome, then oof, you fucked. You done goofed. You better not talk to him while he's 13. That is gonna be the most insufferable point of your life, my friend. Anyway, that's my fatherly advice for the day.
Oh my god.
Yeah, by the way, Dano wants to hop on, guys. I'm gonna invite him.
Oh, sure. we need more hot takes.
Dude, he can't get away from me.
I think he has an auto. He set it automatically, so whenever you start casting anything, it notifies him. I think that might be why.
Bastard, Lockie. How dare you?
Dude, I haven't done anything. What are you saying?
Just behind my back every chance you get.
Dude, hang on. Fuck you. You cast with Arthur on the weekend.
Yeah,
That's
nice,
great.
man.
That's true. What is that? Was nice. You sound like the lover, Arthur. That was you played into that a bit too early.
Who did
I have
play
that
by
effect
play?
on people. Arthur, did you think I could speak quickly? I could barely talk at a normal pace.
Alright, oh yeah, we're watching Chubby Boys versus Apex, Matt. Have you seen the bracket?
I can. I saw Yangon's out already. I'm so sad.
Yeah, and fucking Crimson. Dude,
Yeah,
Death and
just that,
Playhard
dude.
already they got eliminated. Dude, shit's gone wild.
SEA, man, SEA. At this point, expect
I
it.
really want to
Expect
see
it.
Yang on there. Like, I feel like, sure, their worst might not be that great, but their best is certainly capable of taking games off people.
They're never gonna make it, Deadlock. At this point, I think we want to start accepting it. They're gonna be perpetually in open qualifiers, and they'll get the best team in the first or second round all the time.
I'm huffing the copium, man. I mean, if MY is able to make it through, then I'll be fine with it. And even UDV, I feel like they'd be a reasonable
Yeah.
representative.
You know, if I can be honest and have a Danok take for a second, I watched the Udvesuwane 3 months
Hey,
ago.
what's
or
a
so.
Danok take?
Well, you'll see what I say.
I'm not shy.
I watched those guys like 3 months ago, and genuinely they were looking like awful. They were not a good team at all. And I watch them now, and it's like, holy shit, the improvement they made is really impressive. So frankly, I think Udvesuwane is a top promising team. It says a lot about a team that can improve in so little time, right? So I think they're hyped too.
And I think, like, the Ken and JG switching roles, I think that was the real catalyst for all of that, right?
Yep.
I mean, at the end of the day, JG, he really does want to play position 2. I think they switched before, and then it didn't work out, and then the team Emmer still wasn't too good. So they made this switch, and then it became very much better after that.
Yeah. And now they can. I mean, I don't think they're gonna be top of tier 2 or division 2, but they can hold their own like that.
Yeah. I mean, the
Something-
worst is really gonna be if if they eliminate YG and then they lost afterwards. That's gonna be the worst, man.
I mean,
Better not.
better not. Now they have the dead Yangoon on their shoulders, right? They have to win for them
Yeah.
as well.
What happened to the KOD Vulture players? Like, they just didn't show up for their match against MY or something?
That's what's so weird, because they got 2 buy rounds right beforehand, so they showed up to the other matches, and then when they actually had to play, they decided not to show up. Arthur says it might have been a bug.
Yeah, it happens
Maybe.
sometimes, so but not really know. Don't really know about it.
Well, it's
But then-
UDV probably against MY next, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
We've got the replay of last night in that previous
True.
round, Arthur, and we know how that turned out. Oh, that was rough.
Oh, you're right. Isn't the bottom side of the bracket like so much more stacked?
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, Apex is okay. Chubby Boys is okay. I mean, this is the match to watch right now, pretty much.
Oh, I can't say anything as I work for Repos, but I'm just gonna point out that this bracket might not be the best.
I mean, well, no, on the top half, you've got, like, Kobolds and Spawn 496, so...
No, you haven't seen that Spawn 496 roster.
I don't
It's
think
yeah, it's completely different.
that's the word I
I
use too.
wouldn't
Different. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, true. It's not like the Zillion one, is it?
Nope.
no, because Zillan's in Chubby
In
Boys
this game.
Yeah, by the way, guys, are you guys reading the chat?
What your
I'm
I'm
going
seeing
back
Ares
and
and
forth.
Nada have a little bit of a hissy fit.
Oh no! I mean,
So-
in-game chat. In-game chat.
Oh, in-game chat.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
I think there
I
must
think-
be. Maybe there's some sort of issue, and the admin has to contact them.
Grey Burger.
Yeah, I actually think that Amina has to contact them.
Okay, Aries.
I'm not
You
sure.
know-
We are far
Are you a
beyond.
close personal friend of Greyburger, Avo?
I we chat every weekend, you know. His Miss Greyburger is super sweet, dog. She makes the best copy. No, I don't know. I have no fucking clue who this guy is, to be honest with you, and it feels bad, but like we have a lot of admins. But I hope it's nothing too major. Actually, you know what? After
No.
NA, I think anything is fine at this point. I think we're okay with a lot.
I mean, people are playing at, 3 p.m. instead of 1 a.m. That's already a plus, you know?
Right, so you tell me that I shouldn't start my games at like 1 a.m. for people? Because that seems like the prime time to play Dota, Dano.
That seems like the pro. I mean, Aries and I know about starting series quite late into the evening. You know.
You know, it's so freaking late for Richie and I when we were doing those that we would actually go into the next. It was like we would end at like 5 p.m. and would go throughout the whole night because of the ridiculous times. That was crazy. I would finish casting and instead of going to sleep after 14 hours, I would get lunch. That was so weird.
All right.
Just DJ
I wish
hours.
there was. I wish there was an easy way to like I know Pimuncle does it with like Lay Earth and all that, but where you can actually see the differentiation between how much neutral gold you've gotten versus creeps and heroes, just very easily in game. Because that would really that would make my justification for Aries knows
Small
this.
camp.
Now Arthur knows this. That fucking small camp. You've got an Ember Spirit and you've got a Puck. Block the fucking camp, man. Like, they both want to take it.
People have stopped doing that. I've noticed that. I mean, at least in Tier 2 Dota. Like, people have just forgotten it's a thing. And Ember's back in the meta. And they're like, nah, he can just farm it. He's free. It's okay. Let him get his Desolator minute 20. Or, sorry, minute 12.
And the thing is, like, they don't do it against a Kunkka. And it's like, you know, maybe there's some sort of thing justifying not wanting to have it for, like, a mana user, you know, because you need the mana for lane. But Kunkka's got fucking Tidebringer, man. Like, he will just go and take it for free. Oh, I love being able to say what I really think when I'm not getting paid.
Well, you mean you're not completely honest on the stream? Then like, I'm afraid of what you want to say.
I mean,
I
feel like I sugarcoat things a little bit.
Right, yeah. I get when you're on the panel with like Natty and Sheepstick, you can't just go, well, you know what, you could go hard maybe. Sheepo likes going hard sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, Nat does as well, man. Have you met Nat?
I have not personally. I've just seen her.
Oh, she's great. She's a riot.
I bet. Most Aussies I've met through Dota, which is like half the scene at this point, are pretty great.
I don't want to say. It feels like, I don't know what the right word is. Is it sexist to be like she feels like one of the boys, you know? Like she's just got that really laid back style of. That does sound kind of incel-y.
I don't think it's sexist to say when, like, I mean, if you're implying she's one of the boys, as in like, no, she's like chatting up women in her free time. That's one thing. No. But you're saying more like she's part of the community already, right? Because she's coming from a different game, so I think that's fair. No.
Yeah, I mean, she is a Dota player, but she's like,
but not to the degree
Dota doesn't exist here, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
So no, she's not a league player. She's a league host. Very clear difference here. There's probably like the one thing other than maybe Halo that's like kind of supported here, and CS to the lesser extent, I guess.
Sure.
So, how do you think that DM from Greyburger's been turning out?
It's a good question. I'm paused, so you know.
Hopefully, have you experienced any of the complete game drops so far, Arthur, that we were experiencing yesterday?
Oh, today? No, not yet. Not yet. I don't know if it's fixed or is it just happening in different times? Because I just played 2 games this morning and it did happen to me.
I was about to call you out on that. I saw you've gotten into the 3-digit ranks, but what hero have you been doing it with, Arthur?
I've been just getting this dirty wins with Weaver, man. I got 9 winning streak now with this hero.
I know you do, you piece of shit.
I think that's fantastic. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I took Alvo's tips. You know, I saw Alvo posted that in his Twitter.
Yeah, well, Weaver is filthy, and I don't care. Let me bathe in the mud, dude. Oh, playing Weaver feels so good. Me not anymore. Look, Deadlock. You have to do what you have to do to win in the MMR. You gotta play Weaver. You gotta play the Venomancer. It doesn't fucking matter. It's a battlefield out there.
Okay, I've only played 1 recent game of Venomancer, so let's set the record straight there. Let me have a look.
I think he's fine. I would spam Venomancer. Recently, I played Enchantress. I played Venomancer. I'm disgusting. I don't care.
I mean, I'm all about the Wyvern spam still. That Wyvern.
I mean, that's why you're
Wyvern,
not gonna make an
Ogre.
MMR ever anytime soon.
Bruh!
Guys, if we
Ogre,
just don't
Clockwork,
lose,
Wyvern. They're my big three.
if we don't lose our lane by like, minute 10, I think we're good. I think we're good.
Fine.
Just so we know, Mameng Dai is playing a Snapfire mid, and they're down 4,000 gold at 11 minutes in. So it's
Sounds
not looking
about
good
right.
for Apes as well.
That is classic Mamandaya. Oh, I think this team is easy. I'll pick the hero that I don't usually play.
Fuck. What was? They played a recent series in something. Was
What,
it like the qualifiers for? Yeah, Apes. It was the qualifiers for something. Was
Is
it
it QH?
It might be.
It might be. The only other open qualifiers around is probably for QH.
No, they didn't even get to top 4. I just remember seeing like an Apes game that they played recently, and they played like against a TA, and he picked some fucking stupid hero when Ember Spirit was like in the pool, like something that's very doable. And it's just that Among Daya doesn't play Ember Spirit or any of the spirits really to the level that obviously he feels comfortable with. So yeah, he just got bodied basically.
His Void is fine. His Void's okay. I think his Void is his best spirit.
Yeah, but Void also is not that great
not
right now.
against TA. Yeah, I know, but you're right. I mean, if you don't play Ember now as a mid laner, you just it's not a liability. The hero's too good. You should always learn to play Ember.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, Greyburger is in my chat, and he says that the game should be resuming very soon.
Oh, okay. I got the end.
Dude, we got
Yeah, you got a DM, right, Abo, from Nena?
Oh.
Where are you? Oh.
So yeah, you can't speak it, but you could paste it
Right.
in our chat so that we can read
Let's
it.
go. Give me the fucking
so excited.
information.
I just want to point out, good friend admin, you should never do this to the Spaniard, dude. We are notorious for not being able to keep our mouth shut. You're lucky. You are lucky to just read this on the stream by accident.
I mean, if you have any secrets, please tell me, because I will have forgotten by the time you finish the sentence. So your secret is safe with me.
Oh wow, why is that?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good at all.
Short-term memory loss, or
Oh, yeah, I've
Do
just
not
got
listen.
Wyvern games to play, you know? I got more important things on my mind.
interesting. So your mind is just full with how to play Winter Wyvern properly.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Very few people can do it right.
That's very useless information to have, man. I mean, you could have gotten a degree in literature with all that empty space, you know. And that'd be
I've got a
equally useless.
master's.
What, really? Are you kidding me?
I've got not in literature.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to blame you there for free. I was joking. I was scared there for a second. What's your master's
guys-
in? I didn't know you had a career.
Genetics.
Genetics? Whoa.
That's pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
That's quite the stretch. I didn't imagine a genetics. Does that give you jobs? Is that easy to find jobs in? Do you work in like labs and stuff?
So I was like clinical as opposed to research. So I would speak with people and like convey results to them in a manner that they're able to understand. So it's basically like deciphering Dota into ordinary English. So it's kind of like a little bit of crossover, you know?
That doesn't feel that bad, actually. That seems like a pretty decent job. I mean, until you have to communicate bad news.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, and my specialty is cancer as well. So it's like, ugh, you know?
I had a friend who also did something similar and ended up working in a lab for the government where he had to test drunk people. That was his job. Like you would send him the samples for like drunk drivers, right? And that was his job. And he's been doing it for the past 3 years. Recently, they got a prize because they found a person with every single drug known to man in the system, and that was like a new record. He made the news.
So they got the bingo basically.
They got the bingo. It's like, this man should not be driving whatsoever. He has absolutely
be alive.
everything. Yeah, he shouldn't be alive. Exactly.
Speaking of that sort of thing, Lockie, do you use Instagram at all or anything like that?
I'm off it at the moment. I've been
Okay,
off it for a
well-
while, but I can get on. What's up?
No, it's nothing
I gotta look
specific.
up.
But like, I was just on it recently, and you know, like those ads that you get sometimes where it's like, you know, need healthy young individuals for this clinical trial of something.
I'd never get
Yeah,
those
yeah.
ads down. Like, what the fuck are you signed up
Are
to?
you healthy? Are you young?
I guess,
I'm
I
not.
guess not.
I mean, 1 out of 2 for me. Actually, no, 0 out of 2. But I saw one that came up and it was like we're trialing the effects of microdosing ketamine on people. And it's like, what? You're
Sign
going to
me
give
up.
people yeah, they're just gonna give people horse tranquilizers and see what happens.
What? So what? So what did they say when you signed up?
I didn't sign up just yet.
Okay.
Yet. But I would be more inclined to do these things if it was just like, go in, take the pill, bada bing, bada boom, come back for 2 weeks. But they actually want you to like stay there and be monitored for like a week. And I just, I like my PC set up at home,
That sounds awful, dude. Yeah, I thought drug trials were like exactly what you described.
Yeah, but they pay you reasonably well, so.
That's a rarity here. I have seen those
Nada
in Malaysia.
gets the hair loss one.
I've seen the ones in Malaysia here, and the pay is honestly kind of insulting. I've seen like the ads sometimes, and it's always like less than an hour worth pay here. It's really not. It's really not worthwhile.
Yeah, the professionals are not paid very well in Malaysia, I would say.
That's why Arthur became a caster. He was like, if I'm gonna be poor anyway, I might as well do it.
That's true. That's kind of true.
I mean, if you're a skilled worker in Malaysia, I think you make a good salary. It's the unskilled workers that there's a massive drop off, unfortunately. And I use that as the term, not because I believe they're actually unskilled, but just because the generic term for it. Making a coffee is hard. I can't make a coffee.
Yeah, by the way, do you guys see John's tweet?
I'm just looking at it now.
Which one?
Yeah, take a look, guys. Take a look.
Have a look.
Is this something we can share on stream?
Yo!
Yeah.
What?
It is. It is the way how UDB won their game.
Oh, it's the base, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
What a
Oh,
way to
man.
win a game, man. I'm gonna
Who
show
are
you
they
on
playing?
stream.
Is that Scorpion?
Summit.
No, that's
No, that's Summit. Yeah.
Summit.
Summit's
They,
not a
have, they have
horrible
the
team.
BTS logo, by the way, as their logo.
You love to see it.
I just blatantly stole the BTS logo.
Was it what was I saying?
Oh, Greyburger
Was it
is now in
Scorpion that had a bit of questions behind them, Lockie, when we were doing Oceanic?
What are the questions?
I don't know.
By one of the more
Scorpion-
experienced teams, under like saying, how did we what's the right word? How did we lose one game against this team or whatever?
Oh no! Oh, all right.
I think it was Scorpion, right? Or was it Apex?
Like they said that to you?
I'm trying to be as cryptic
I
as
don't want to. Yeah, no, I
possible.
know who you're speaking about. I don't want to name the team that was questioning who it was. I don't remember if they questioned Scorpion or not, though. I know exactly what you're saying. I don't. Was it Scorpion?
I think it was.
I mean, Scorpion I you, so I don't know if that's
Okay.
that doesn't mean anything, I guess, nowadays.
I don't think it ever meant anything, to be honest with you. He was a promising player, but he still hasn't made it. I mean, he's young, though. So he has a career ahead
I
of
put
him.
it in the Discord chat, Arvo, if you really want to read it.
Wait, hang on.
That's
Dude,
what they
this-
said. That's what
That's
they
new
said.
information to
Oh
me.
my God.
Yep. I've never
What?
heard that as well.
That's wild. I didn't know that.
Dude,
Yeah, it
Nada,
was
shut
definitely-
the freak up. Alright.
That's the that's what I got.
That's
So
wild.
that's a
That is
screenshot, by the way. That's not me
absolutely
typing.
wild.
But I think it was just a case of them not being able to handle losing against a team that they probably should. I think that's a
Okay.
common occurrence.
I agree with the last comment, Arthur. Some things are better not known.
Mm-hmm.
I liked
Is the
Dota
game still
more
paused?
when I was just a viewer. I hated the more I got into the scene.
Exactly, dude.
the more I
Exactly.
dislike the game.
Yeah.
When you were
Don't
just
g-
on the yellow brick road and you didn't have to peer behind the curtain at the end of it all.
Yeah, I thought tournaments were magic. You know, I got the only people that I ever hated were casters, right? Because they don't start the game. But besides that,
Why are you guys taking all the airtime, man?
Or fucking
I mean,
classes.
why is the game still paused? Like, we could very easily just restart the game here.
Actually, yeah, this is on Danog entirely. That's why he has all the privileged information. Oh, look at this. Thank you,
Yeah.
Danog. Fucking finally.
No worries.
Was the
You
game
know,
on
I just get
pause?
to bring it up.
Oh,
Yeah, it is. Looks like all's
back.
well and good in the universe.
I didn't notice, by the way, but this game is like pretty heavy one-sided for now, right? Maybe if they didn't have a garbage here in the mid lane like a puck, this game would be easier for them.
And this is to make it worse, this is Ember Spirit versus Puck, so
Dude, just
not fun.
they picked puck while Ember was in the pool. That's just sacrilege. I don't understand why you would ever do that right now.
Dylan was ex-Phoenix, yeah?
Who?
Did you ever stint there? Was Dylan ex-Phoenix as well for a short stint?
Really? I'm not sure.
What? No, it's a question. I'm not sure.
I don't think XLM played in a Chinese team before. You're talking about XLM, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you actually pronounce his name? Because I always call him XLM.
I call him just Zilone.
Sealer?
Yeah, I say, but you might have a. I trust you.
I think it's Zilone. I think that's how Ponlo pronounces it. So I'll trust you.
Okay. I'll follow Ponlo.
Isn't it XSI,
Oh, God.
like the coding, referring to the coding language and learn?
That's nerd talk. I don't know.
Sure.
You know more than me.
Actually, I'm just
Sorry,
gonna
yeah.
ask the chat.
I
'cause,
forgot we're casting video games, Aries. That's a very pro thing to do.
Yeah, come on,
But
man.
Chad Dota casters, we don't know about that nerd shit.
Yeah,
my
Dylan. He did play on Phoenix for a little bit. Not Phoenix,
Oh.
sorry, 496. 496.
Yeah,
If I say
496.
I mean,
that's
apologies.
quite downgrade. Recent 496
That's a little bit of a
as well.
difference there.
Well, they have a Phoenix in their logo, man. Sorry, I just.
That is true.
That's my excuse.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I understand. I like that they made their name Spawn so that their current iteration would never be associated to the good 496, because they haven't had anything good since then. I actually really want Apex to make it so that we can get a Vietnamese team again. It's crazy that they would kick that BB. I don't understand why you would ever kick this guy from your team, honestly.
Wait, is it kicked
He's
or
really
did
good.
he live?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's true. I don't know if it was kicked, but I knew the org just couldn't. Like, there wasn't like the org didn't want to play with the players anymore, or that like a mutual understanding, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's why they reformed it to complete not Vietnamese squad, and that's why everyone left at the same time.
Because back in the days, if you remember the one esports days where we had the LAN, the qualifier LAN in Malaysia,
Yeah.
I talked to the manager back then and he said that they didn't have sponsor to pay the players back
That's
then.
what I thought happened as well. They didn't have they couldn't play them a salary. That's what I thought.
Yeah, but I don't know if things changed right now with the new sponsor spawn.
It's rough. COVID, in case you guys don't know, because you're not from the country, COVID didn't hit Vietnam particularly hard, but the regulations of Vietnam completely stopped that. They were in full lockdown. The government would have to bring you food to your door, literally. Yeah, you couldn't do anything. So it was a bit of a rough situation for a while. That might have been why 496 took a dive, honestly.
True.
There's no way you find sponsors when nobody can leave their house for like months.
Yeah, no, they were really good for compliance for like mask wearing. I knew that much about Vietnam.
I mean, the compliance is
People like
amazing, and they
Taiwan
dealt
and
with
all that.
COVID well, right? But it was also like so extreme that, especially like a lot of small businesses and stuff like that would suffer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was rough. It was rough.
It's kind of a similar thing here, I guess, where like our government was kind of good where how if we were in complete lockdown like we were for about what 4 months total, Lucky? Over
5 years.
Multiple,
Yeah. Sorry.
multiple lockdowns. But this is complete lockdown, like only able to leave to get groceries, basically.
Yeah.
The government actually like paid people their wage so that they could, live. But once they started being able to go back to work, even if it was under heavy restrictions, like, only one person per 4 square meters or only outside dining, suddenly all of those government benefits got cut off. And so for the business owners, especially the ones in the city, since a lot of people were still working from home, they like had to open up because they weren't getting money if they weren't.
Sure.
But it's like no one was coming, right? So they actually preferred complete lockdown or complete openness, So it's
Right.
it's
I
rough.
see. That is that awkward middle ground where you're not getting the benefits, but also not the negatives either.
Yeah.
I know, but Apex are doing it.
Yeah, kind of surprised with how. I mean,
They're the better team, dude. They're
Yeah.
by far the better team.
I'm a little surprised with how well this Mars is doing, to be honest. I mean, it's DPC. He's very good, right? But you're against a Kunkka, probably one of the better POS ones to deal with a Mars.
Yeah. I mean, you don't kill him in lane necessarily, but I don't think the Kunkka completely kicks you out of lane either.
I don't think it kicks you up, but it like, at least until you get the Helm of Iron Will, it makes things a whole lot harder. I mean, kills like that certainly help the cause.
Yeah.
I think they did a very good job abusing the DP on the lane.
That's true.
They got Brian got 2 kills already on DP, so that gave a lot of XP away. But I would be surprised though if this is a Storm, because Chubby Boy they looked pretty decent yesterday in the tournament that we casted together. They're not.
Yeah, they
The
got
Roy
third,
Jelly
I
one.
think?
I mean, we didn't cast their games, but they were playing the 3rd and 4th place decider game. Yeah.
I mean, Apex, just by the names alone, is strong fucking team, right?
That's true. It's a scary name.
No, I don't mean the name of Apex. I mean like literally the people on the team. Right? I just think it's like.
Oh, okay.
Like I look at a team with DPC, with Bryant. I mean, I know he recently came back from Valorant, but he was good in Valorant too, honestly. I think this team is like powerful. I would give this team an edge. This is essentially the old 496 with like small changes, but Hung is also really good.
Well, Hung can be very good. I've been told by many a person that he is an absolute animal in pubs.
Yeah, he is.
Well, I didn't say as a person, right? I just meant as a player. I think he's solid.
Oh no, that's what I meant as well.
Oh, okay.
Again, not my opinion. This is what other people are saying.
I'm sorry, I forgot. I couldn't praise players in front of you, Dad. I apologize for making this transgression.
I was personally offended by the fact that you tried to do that.
Is Seal X496 as well?
Yeah. He is.
Dude, what the fuck is this? This is
I mean,
like
most
7X.
most of the Vietnamese are X496.
Of course, dude. That was the Vietnamese.
That's the only orc. Yeah, the only orc.
That's why I was so surprised when they made a non-Vietnamese team, dude. Like, it was just very surprising that they went international. I mean, I guess they were forced to, but still. Oof, this build on Xiao Yu. Midas on the brew.
Radiance! Oh boy.
No, he's not actually thinking of going the Radiance, is he?
I don't know, Zhao, you might.
Yeah, he might.
Oh, what up?
This is where you know he's fed up with the team, guys. He's just gonna take this by himself.
Honestly, right? Like, you can tell when a player thinks he's better than his teammates. I think this is a good example of when he thinks that.
JJ, surely not. Oh no. You would hate to pop a Bruce split and then die.
Arrow? Oh.
I think he is dead.
And kudos to Pipmunkle though for being able to transition into the competitive scene then on the Wraith King.
Alright. Today people were like, oh, I'm gonna miss you not casting with Richie, but I have him right here. That's the kind of joke he would make in a broadcast time.
It actually took a while to understand that.
Yeah, sorry. I live with a guy, I live, breathe that guy, right? So people not understanding who he is, it shocks me. He's like half my life, the other half being my girlfriend.
Richie's great.
Yeah.
That's why I used to live with him.
Used to.
Yeah, now I live with my girlfriend. Richie's great, but you know, there are limits to
I don't know. You got to make, the correct decisions for the long term.
We did ask him to move with us a while back, and he said no.
Couple.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was not a fan of that.
Maybe she secretly found a girlfriend that you don't know.
No, I check. I have I've cloned his phone just in case, so I can keep tabs on him. Otherwise, I get nervous about it.
Well, speaking about girlfriends, mine is over, so I'm gonna go spend time
Oh.
with her.
Oh, that's sweet.
I appreciate the call.
So another
lads.
person that you're ditching me for, I see, okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Sorry, husband. I must leave you.
Have a good time, man.
Catch you later.
Okay,
Have
you
fun.
too. Bye, guys. Enjoy your day.
Yeah, bye.
Fucking hate that.
That's why you cast with him all the time, right?
Exactly. Keep your enemies close.
Oh, that was a really hopeful TP. This was the kind of animal plays that you're talking about.
I mean, it's hard to like. Who do you think is actually making the calls on this team right now?
Nobody. Do you think a team like this has calls, like genuinely, and not just a bunch of people talking? I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
Probably.
It's like there's a new stack, right? So it's I don't know. I don't think they've established that too much.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of time I think we can be surprised how disorganized a lot of teams are.
Yes, 100%. You can't imagine how many conversations I've had when like I meet like a professional team, like top tier. I'm talking like tier 1.5 or 1, and I meet them for the first time, and the first thing they do is laugh at a cast I had of them, where I pointed out I was like, "Oh, these guys they calculated this precisely," and they're like, "Oh, we never calculate shit, you idiot. You think so highly of us? We are morons." And they have like the clip saved because they love it. They love when casters assume that they're better than they are. I think it's weird.
Yeah, but then when casters don't think that, then people suddenly think we're idiots, you know, as well. So there's just no win.
True, that is true, yeah.
It's because it's not the same kind of players that are saying that, right? I don't think Seb would ever congratulate you for thinking higher of him, right? I think in many cases when those comments come out, people think that all pros assume that of casters, and for the most part, I think that most pros have had a pretty positive relationship with me. I've not gotten many pros to be angry at my casting. Most of the people are like, you know, pretty happy when we talk about them, and even if I'm critical of them, they're not angry about it at all. In my experience, at least, I've never gotten an angry message.
I get it. I haven't either. I'm just talking about in general.
Yeah, I know that's a sentiment in general community, but like pros and casters get along much more than people let on. Because we're both part of the scene to a degree, right? We both want Dota to succeed.
Yeah.
This is a big ass stack that the Kunkai is taking.
Yeah, but it's late though.
Yeah.
To be doing this shit. Also, oh, I'm gonna be stolen by Hong Hong. One steal. Oh, that's a ghost ship.
Oh, he's using the boat for it.
Oh, you got it with a Tidebringer. Not bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why Pucha travel second though on the Konka? I'm surprised by that pickup.
Maybe just realizing, okay, we're so far behind that we gotta try some kind of rat split push sort of thing.
Right.
Just try and stall the game, get... I mean, I was about to say double ags on... Okay, it looks like Xiao Yu, even though he's got the Radiant still queued up, he's going for the ags.
Guys, we're so far behind. What do we need? Radiance on Panda. Yeah, that's it. That's it, Xiao Yu. You got this.
You know what? That is just a sign, guys. It's a sign to his teammates. If you guys, you know, don't buckle up, I'm gonna go for this Radiance.
It's a threat.
Yeah, it's a threat.
Yeah, see, Kuka's fucked. He has no stats, so he can't survive in the fights. I mean, like, if you're gonna go for travel, it's fine, right? But don't take fights. Well.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. You don't want to get fired at all. Oh.
I mean, well, okay, that kill changes things up a little bit. But I was about to say, like, honestly, if you got a Wraith King and an Ember Spirit for a Conquer and a Brewmaster, you're probably happy about that trade, but not with Puck dying as well. Right. Oh, okay.
When those things happen, sometimes I think, like, the trade ended up well because they played properly. But I think if Konka had gone for not boots or travel, then that fight would have gone better, right? So if you're going to commit to the travel boots, at least play the style you're committing to. Like, try to avoid fights then.
Yep.
That's the thing I'd always, like... Whenever I see someone that buys, you know, a Blink Dagger and then continues to jungle, and it's like, what did you just spend the last 5 minutes doing? You know, like, honestly.
I've noticed those are my favorite rants by you because I completely agree with that notion. I don't think it's fair to request as a player for like them deciding on a playstyle because it's up to them, right? Like at the end of the day, they have the information, they know what they're comfortable with. But if you choose on a playstyle and you don't execute on it, then that's a problem, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I think there was one of those yesterday, wasn't there, Arthur? Where like,
yeah,
I
the Morphling one that went for Lincoln's first.
Yeah, that's I really didn't like that.
Yeah, same.
I mean, also, why would you play Morphling right now? I feel like you're doing yourself.
True, I know, right? It feels like this hero has no place, or maybe we just haven't got enough time to figure out.
I mean, I think stats Morphling is okay, but like he's not very good for the meta. So,
I think if you want to play Morph, you have to play mid Morph.
You think so? And how do you build him?
I mean, just build for the classic Dragon Lance into fighting items, right? Because you can now play around higher levels, and then you have your Morph to maybe make some plays. I think the one guy you want to look at on Morph development is probably Thompson. I think Thompson has a very good idea on how to play the hero to really maximize the pressure that you can bring with this hero.
I'm interested
later,
if there's
Brian.
some games where mid-morph would actually buy an E-Blade, it would still be good. Because you still have magic damage burst, and you can still use E-Blade against the enemy, depending on what heroes they have.
To me, the right kind of Morphling game is one where A, you've got a good hero-to-hero matchup for the carry, and B, you've got a mid player that likes to build E-Blade for you. And then I feel like it's still good.
Yeah, that's fair. I actually like that idea, because a lot of mid heroes can now build E-Blade, right? So
Yeah.
I actually think it's a really good item on DP right now. I think that's why she's getting played a lot. Honestly, like a third, fourth item E-Blade is almost always good for DP.
Even Lashrak as well.
4 DP or?
No, like a mid DP.
Mid DP.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like a part of that is a bit of a TA response as well, though, right? Like Spirit Siphon, very good against that.
That's true. Like if there's a TA carry, like DP between Exo, Spirit Siphon, and the E-Blade, you just destroy the hero. But I just feel like the item is actually generally pretty good on casters, honestly. Especially those that are like slightly tankier. Except Puck. Just don't play Puck. I think that's the answer.
I mean, it's a good Void Spirit item, for example.
It is a very good Void Spirit item. Thompson used to do that back with the old E-Blade. Remember there was that time where Thompson was... first he spammed 5 Crystallus on Void Spirit. Then he decided to spam E-Blade first item on Void Spirit. And you're like...
On every hero.
Well, on every hero, that's true, yeah. Stepfire, Grimstroke.
At one point, the Echo Saber as well, if you guys remember. Echo Saber Pango. Echo Saber Void Spirit.
That was really good, though, the Echo Saber Pango. That was my favorite Pango, dude. Oh, my volume is low. Sorry, I'll raise it a bit.
Can I hear your thoughts on what do you guys think about Furion as a position 4 or 5? Like with the early Aghanim Rush?
As a 5, I really like it. I really like it as a 5. You
too.
just almost entirely ignore team fights if you've got at least one lane in a good position, and then you just TP to it and just constant rat all throughout the game. You've got good attack animation for harass in lane. I feel like it's really good.
Same. I feel like no team will play it if he's still playing, but I don't know if who else is like a position 5 Furion player though.
Jabs was, man. We lost him.
Oh yeah,
Jabs was top tier Furion player.
Like Puppy could make it work.
Yeah.
Not true.
I don't think that hero's that hard to play. No offense. Like I know you need to learn the body blocks, the chains and stuff like that. But as long as like as 5, the most important part is map sense more than the can you body block properly. That's just a bit of an experience, right? Like at that level, you can learn that relatively easy.
Yeah. Honestly, like I have 0 micro skills, so things like the body block, like while it might not be hard, I just cannot do it.
Really?
So if there was one hero that I really wish I could play, it's Nature's Prophet.
Have you ever played Warcraft 3 Dota?
Yeah, I wasn't good, but I've done it.
No, fair enough. I'm asking because like you play Warcraft 3, I think it's a great game to practice your micro if you ever actually want to. Like you play a couple of those games, and because micro Warcraft 3 is both slow, like in Dota, right? Like it's not like StarCraft style of micro, but it's also like quite more intuitive. The hotkeys and everything are easier to run, and everything like that's a really good way to micro. I think micro is more daunting than it is. Like I genuinely thought I couldn't micro for a while, and then you start playing some of the harder heroes like Arcward and Lone Druid, and you realize it's not that difficult once you just get used to it. Your fingers hurt after a while, though, depending on what hero you play, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, I guess it's just the adjustment period that's so hard. I tried playing some micro hero as well. And same as you, Daniel, I couldn't play any micro hero. So whenever I have to, my entire focus will be on that. Into clicking button correctly, and I'll just lose track of whatever that's happening on the game.
The first step when you're picking micro heroes, I really do recommend like people watch this. Like watch a top tier micro, or like I don't know, Quakevan is Lone Druid, for example, and watch him in player perspective and realize how many mistakes he makes. And I don't mean like as a flame. I mean like it's just impossible to play micro and play as perfectly as you think. You play a Wraith King and you make a positioning mistake, you feel stupid because you're like, I'm fucking playing Wraith King. But on Lone Druid, it's much more forgivable. And even top pros make mistakes all the time on those heroes, and it's fine. Because like micro is hard. It's inherently part of that hero. So I think it really opens up the idea that you don't have to be as perfect, and you can concentrate more on the macro game than on, you know, did I hit the creep at the right time, specifically with my bear at this? Who cares? It doesn't matter as much in the long run.
Yeah, early on into Dota 2, I went back and I played Dota 1 a little bit. And the thing that annoyed me the most about it is that you had to physically select your hero every single time. you couldn't like if you were looking at something else, you couldn't just like right click on the ground to move, and it would just reselect your hero and issue the move command. That's the thing that annoyed me the most because I do that a lot.
Oh, see, I because I played so much Dota 1, I have it ingrained in my memory that I can't do that. So I always select my hero in like unconsciously before actually moving. I think if you play Dota 1, actually a lot of your reflexes are fucked as a result. You do a lot of unnecessary movements because you were so used to the clunkier UI.
I played Han for probably more than I played Dota, so...
Oh, interesting.
I never got to play Han.
Yeah, same. I never got to.
I was just Dota 1 directly into Dota 2. I played one game of League in between. I thought this was garbage. And that's what League was good, because League actually used to be pretty decent in the beginning. So it was actually a pretty hard game and everything. But
What changed though? Is there any changes?
they removed a lot of they used to have like actives on items like Dota. It was just very similar to Dota, honestly. The heroes were more diverse, and they homogenized the heroes. They removed any sort of complexity from the game. I don't know. They just kind of streamlined it a lot.
I see.
I wouldn't say it's fun now, personally. I don't even hate on it. It's just like, it's just not a very fun game. It feels more like you're playing a fighting game right now if you play League.
I am interested in the Riot fighting game though, to see what it's going to turn out to be like.
Yeah,
I think
it's exciting.
Like Project L, is that what it's called?
Yeah, Project L. I would love a Dota fighting game. I would love it, man.
I mean, even just more stuff like Silkbreaker and Agslab. It's fun.
I think a Dota roguelike would actually be a really good game. I think a lot of people that play Dota play roguelikes. It's surprising how many people in the scene play roguelike. Roguelikes are perfect with Dota because you're obsessed with Dota and you know that's never going to change. So when someone goes and says, "Oh, have you played Witcher 3?" Bitch, you think I have time to play Witcher 3? I'm playing 8 pubs a day. What are you talking about? But something like Binding of Isaac, it's only 40 minutes a day, right? So it's much easier to play. So it goes really well with Dota players. But Valve hasn't really tapped that market yet.
Isn't I saw Blizzard announcing a new mobile? Is it a mobile game? I think they're announcing a mobile game.
What, Blizzard?
Soonish. Yeah.
Yeah, they want a Warcraft
they
3
released
mobile
a
game.
timeline or something like that.
Yeah,
Warcraft 3 mobile game.
Yeah, they have a
Wow.
Warcraft 3 related mobile game, but they didn't specify what it was. But frankly,
Did they actually say it was a Warcraft 3?
Yeah, that's what they said in the announcement. They said Warcraft and said, but not World of Warcraft, right? So it's implied that it's related to Warcraft 3. Might not be the RTS necessarily, but it's not the WoW. But frankly, every time Blizzard says something, I just, come on. I went through Reforged, okay? I don't need more disappointments in my life.
Ever since everything happened recently with Blizzard, I literally have not opened the Battle.net launcher. Like my subscription to Classic WoW ran out, and I was like, you know what? Don't need to play this anymore.
Yeah, it's pretty trash company. I'll admit though, I play a lot of Battlegrounds. I think it's a pretty fun mode. But I don't spend any money on that.
I used to play Hearthstone at the very beginning.
Hearthstone's bad, but
I used to play HOTS,
Battlegrounds
actually.
Battlegrounds is very fun. Battlegrounds is very, very good.
You guys play a lot of games, huh?
Yeah, not
really.
really, man. It's just like between games, I need something to do, and you need like short games. Battlegrounds is perfect; it's like 20 minutes. Roguelikes are perfect; it's like 20, 30 minutes. I don't play anything else.
Oh my god! I mean, while I was waiting for this patch, I
played Weaver. Yeah.
Final Fantasy. I played.
You still play Into Wyvern?
Yeah, right. Final Fantasy. I played. I downloaded Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, but people are too good at that game, and it makes you feel bad immediately.
I literally got turn 1 in my first ever online game against another person. Highest Murph. And I'm just like, what? Hello?
Yeah. I do like card games, though, but unfortunately, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is far past me.
I was regional champion back in 2006.
For what? For
One of my game?
Of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah.
Damn.
Wow. That sounded impressive when you said regional champion. And then
In
you
my
just said
Chaos
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Control deck, bro.
I don't know what that means, mate.
It means I'm a beast.
It's good to know, Danok. I have immense respect for you today. After
Good,
you
good.
told me that you play Yu-Gi-Oh! And you played in the regional champions. Why are you a caster,
over.
not a player?
Exactly. Everyone knows that players are the real glamour people when it comes to esports.
What is a glamour people? Sorry, that might be too Australian for me.
I mean, just like that's the glamorous lifestyle, you know.
That's true. That's true. Playing from a PC bang, trying to qualify
Yeah.
so you can eat every month. Oof. The truth.
Same thing with like the tournament organizers, just raking in the funds for running every single tournament that they put on, you know.
That's true. When I went to LA, I don't know if you went into this room, Danog, but there was this room just labeled gold, and it was just like it was a picture of LD like dressed as a king, and everything was made of gold in that room. It was just a bunch of lingots and money. Parker would occasionally go in there and he would scream. I don't know what was happening there.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's just all the money they make from all the Pro Series, right? Because those rake a lot of cash in.
Did they have a money pit? Is that still there?
I didn't see it when I was there. I think it was under construction because they were obviously getting the DPC funds in. Yeah.
Of course, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, thankfully we have good Samaritans like Gork, you know, just helping to really support the scene with their
I'm not gonna
casting of.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not picking that fight. You can you can go on Reddit solo there, Danog. I'll pick my silence here.
I almost got you.
Yeah, this game is a lot. This game is a lot closer, guys. What the fuck?
Yeah, Arthur went quiet because he heard this. He's afraid that his stream is gonna get clipped and now forever flamed by Gork.
No, it's just that I don't know. I don't really understand 75% of that, so I just kept quiet to listen to you guys.
That's why you're a good caster, man, because you don't go into the drama. And you don't read Reddit. That's also good. I think that makes you a better caster.
That is
true
a
too.
big positive.
That's true too. Yeah.
It is pretty close though. I mean, I still think that Chayo Boys lost their timing, but I guess at this point, fuck it, go Radiance, dude. Like I'm up for it. Let's go show you. I'm down.
See, okay, he's close to his refresher though, I guess.
He went
And
for
he's
the
just
real
keep going
build. He went for
Yo,
a real
he
person.
kept having this Radiance queued up, man. He kept having this Radiance queued up.
You gotta keep the threat there, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's working. They're clinging on.
True.
What's the win prob? Ooh, 10%. You don't like to see that.
Oh yeah, I remember. There was I remember Amar when he used to play on Creepwave. I don't know if he still does it in OG because I don't check his perspective as much. But he used to always queue up a Divine Rapier every single time at the beginning of the game. He used to queue up a Divine, like 3 Divine Rapiers for the casters. And instead of the TP scroll on his quick buy, he had a Divine Rapier there.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
Anyone else has that? I know a few players have Divine Rapiers as their quick buy.
I just love trolling casters, man.
Mm-hmm.
Amar is definitely the kind of person who listens back to his own casts, 100%.
All right. Is it now time for the Radiance to start to be purchased?
I think so. You got the 20 talent.
That
That's
earn's
the big
doing
one.
nothing.
It's not a great earn game, to be honest.
Yeah, no. Not at this stage. I was about to say, like, maybe for popping a Cinder Brew, but that's about it.
Yeah, right. That's the only thing. Like, it's okay. You always buy earn on brew, but like,
Yeah.
it's not a game where you upgrade to vessel or anything like that.
Okay.
Also, he's the most farm
mean-
person on his team, by the way. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign. That's not a good off-laner move.
That's a bad sign. Whenever you've got, like, when you've got a Boots of Travel Conquer, you know?
Yep. I agree. Yeah, this Gunka's pretty much just off-lane, honestly. They just gotta swap positions.
Then again, though, they have no real carry, so man,
Yeah.
this Puck, man, is pretty irrelevant right now. I think.
I mean, they are still just continuing to push, but I mean, eventually it's going to get to the stage where they're going to be able to go onto your high ground. That wouldn't surprise me if Apex just chilled out for a little bit more, waited for the next Aegis, and then went with that once you've got level 25 on Wraith King.
I think you should buy Yols, by the way, on Apex. They could really punish this Conka X bullshit. Oh, they do have a Yols on Mirana. You just need to be nearby, Brian.
What do you guys think about this Aghanim's on Mirana?
Why do you think everyone's buying it? Because I don't really get it, to be honest.
Same.
You
I
know,
don't. I don't get it too.
I mean, it's fine, right? Like, what else do you buy at Mirana?
I mean, you could go for something like a dagger to set up for a team a little
Yeah,
bit
right,
easier.
like it's auras and like initiation, right? I don't think it's
Yeah.
like if you don't need either, it's why not?
What about, like, I don't know, a Wind Waker? You're up against a Conquer boat combination. You're up against
Disruptor?
Green Coil.
Yeah.
You got up against Disruptor. I feel like it's a great Wind Waker game.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Windmaker's nice. Hell, I wouldn't even mind Mirana going for genuinely like a pipe or something like that. There is a lot of magic damage in the team, and your offlaner's not going to buy pipe, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, even I was about to say even Greaves. It's not a bad Greaves game, but I just feel like Greaves kind of sucks.
I agree. Unless you have something to dispel.
I feel like sometimes if you look at itemization, you are able to tell someone's personality. I don't know if you guys feel that, but
He's queued up the Wind Waker. Let's go!
Nice,
it's so far away right now, though.
I know, right? Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
See, that's what they're using this Aghanim Scepter for, right? Just pushing.
Yeah, but everyone's already doing that. I feel like his personality is I come from pubs, right? And in pubs, if you're playing 4, yeah, I'll build Ags 100%. Like you want to carry your team, right? In pubs, it's just that now you're playing with 4 players that are equally or better than you.
Yeah. Yeah, if I feel like Brian, maybe at least to me, is showing me that he wants to have a big impact in this game, and to show that whoever they're watching this, that he is just better. You know, I don't know how to put it.
What, like you think
Never mind.
he's searching for his next team already? Is that what you're saying?
He's definitely looking to open up the opportunity, right? I think a lot of tier 2 players in Southeast Asia are just like that. It's just the nature of being tier 2, I feel. Especially most probably you are not having an organization.
I mean,
Sure, but I feel like if you're playing together and winning tournaments and getting to a higher stage, then that's what's actually going to get you the attention.
he has a point though. In SCA, there's so many orgs that like, the chance of you getting picked up if you perform like decently well is pretty high. Honestly, it's not crazy to think that actually. That you're trying to make yourself look good in opens above everything else.
Yeah. No, that's the thing
Absolutely.
about playing. That's the thing about playing support, right? Because a lot of time, even if your team is doing
Oh
well,
my god. Well, rip.
oh,
Yeah,
I mean, it's hard for people to recognize how good you are as a support. For someone Rogi, right? I think that guy is insanely good. I still got kicked from SMG, and I have no idea why. And I don't think people have enough respect for him.
He played Bloodseeker 5-1 too many times. They're like, fuck you, Roger. We're never letting you draft again.
So yeah, what do you guys think about SMG though, kicking Rogi and getting Ninja Boogie?
I love Ninja Boogie, so I can't really say anything against him. I think he's a great player. But I don't think Raji was a problem at all, honestly.
Yeah, that's my
Who
feeling.
do you
too.
think was the problem, Arvo?
I don't think there was a problem in SMG. Well, I don't think there was a problem I'd like to comment on SMG. How's that? Is
Just
that
wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
okay? Are you there too, Danog?
I'm on the page.
Okay.
I wrote the book.
Okay.
They are out of brew splits. Never mind, refresher. But good luck defending against this. Oh, actually, are they going to get the kill? All right.
That's Static Storm for the second life, and with the Axe, yeah, he's fucked. Unless they don't have a carry, because the Brew's the real carry. You know, if you
All
had-
right, they killed Ember.
That's pretty good.
Bars, he doesn't have... Oh, he's got Satanic, though. Oh, he's silenced. Ooh, you got a bash. Nope. Hung. The animal diving deep.
Is that,
Oh,
He's
this is
out
the
of rune.
this is a classic Hang, man.
This is the
Oh
dieback.
my.
What did I say?
This
Sorry,
is-
what did the other people say that played his pose?
right, right, yeah, exactly. Change
Not
the
me,
tune,
not
no,
me.
not you, no. I mean, they actually did bring us back. That's
Are
almost
they going
enough
to win
gold.
this game?
If they win this game,
He doesn't have buyback on Wraith King, man.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
he
fine.
should be
no, no.
fine. No basher.
Not
Still,
Mike.
though.
They're gonna get Radiance, dude.
Oh, true. Still a fair bit away. It's bad. But they're going to get a tier 1 mid tower. They will get that.
You know what? I actually,
These good neutral items they could get.
I'm kind of
Like,
sold on the Radiance, though. I think it's actually kind of good, though.
Which one?
Yeah.
I think it's gonna become
Evasion.
Kind of good. Yeah, just the evasion alone, but also like you were pretty much dominating that fight as Xiao Yu, dude. Holy fuck, you did so much that fight.
I mean, yeah, you got 4 splits, right? You're just going to constantly have that damage burning through. I feel like they still are lacking in damage, but now that you've got really low BKBs on Radiant's side, then it's obviously not as much of an issue.
Yep.
Yo guys, by the way, is this 25 talent new for Brewmaster? It applies fear now?
Yes, that's new. It's actually one of the strongest talents that they got.
Damn.
Sorry, the
any
strongest
fear talent is strong, man. He's
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
go out straight though, okay.
Oh, okay, you know.
1.5
Alright.
seconds.
Zhao Yu was like, shit, I really remember how it was to play on TNC now.
Zombie. Oh.
Why would
know, I
he be
watched,
pushing tower, man? What the fuck?
I don't know.
That was wild.
You know what I watched again last night that I haven't watched in a long time? The Fnatic and EG True Sight that they had around like Boston major qualifiers.
What
And
do
that
you-
was with like
Is it the Mushi one?
and yeah.
Why'd you watch that again last night? Well, why is this something that you regularly watch, then, dog?
No, I just it popped up on my feed and I was like, oh, all
No,
right.
okay, interesting. Yeah, fair enough.
It was a very clearly different team dynamics between the two. You know, EG seemed like they were brothers. You know, they had their little squabbles. Like Artur wanted Crit's sorbet and he wouldn't let him have it. Oh, see you later, Seal. And it just felt like no one liked each other on Fnatic at the time.
Yeah, I've noticed that from a couple of SEA teams, honestly. I think there's a lot more, like, I know we like to sell the story of, like, everyone here is friends, and some teams are, certainly, but I've noticed a lot of teams in this region now just like, yeah, we're playing together because, like, they're the best we can find for now, kind of situation. It's not uncommon. I would say that SEA players, even though they might not play or act that way, I would say they're actually among the more professional players, though.
Southeast Asia?
Yeah, I mean, like, in the sense that, like, in my experience, a lot of these players, even the young ones, take this as a job. More so than most other regions. Like,
Well, I feel like that's because most other regions have... Well, I mean, how is it with SA, in your opinion, of it?
it's like daycare.
Okay.
That's-
I was just going to say, like, just comparing it to someone that's from, you know, let's say Europe, right?
Yep.
If they don't make it in Dota, they can go and get a decent career for themselves and make some good money and the government supports them, for the most part.
True.
For Southeast Asia, like, this is a truly legitimate opportunity for have a much better life than what they would otherwise have. And I wonder if, like, I was wondering if South America might be the similar sort of mentality.
It's starting to be like that now. I agree with you. I wouldn't say that that's true in Europe, though. The government won't support you if you go into a gaming career. You're kind of sacrificing your life for it, to be honest.
Some places do, don't they? Like, the Scandinavian ones and maybe Germany.
No, Germany, not really. Like, so they support you as long as you're doing something profitable, right? That's the problem. So, like, if you go and say to the government, hey, I'm playing games for a living, they're like, okay, well, screw you. Like, you're not making money.
Yeah.
So, you know, a lot of players, like, I don't know, the story, for example, Fata, you know,
Yeah.
like, super successful guy, right? And he was successful. I know people got to know him maybe if you're new to Dota with Tundra or whatever, but Fata has been successful for a really long time. He's been to many
Oh, yeah.
TIs. Yeah. He was a great mid laner. He was known as the best puck in the world for a while. Puck and Beastmaster. But even during that time, TA 3, TA 4 times, I remember because I was with him. I did a lot of tournaments where he was in, and I got to know him a little bit. He was working at a supermarket part time on top of this Dota thing, and he was at TI.
Damn.
You know, he would be like at TI 3 and then come home and work part time at a supermarket, man. I remember the moment he could actually like leave the supermarket job. He was so happy he could actually practice Dota full time. So, because the issue is that the cost of living in Europe is just so high that, especially if you're from Central Europe or Northern Europe, most times the subsidies aren't enough to like allow you to live.
Well, Apex have done it. 42 minutes. Able to take it. Looks like the Mirana Agam Scepter was the right choice. End of the day.
Yeah, that definitely won him the game. Had nothing to do with Xiao Yu's just committing suicide in the middle lane.
For sure.
You guys want to watch Atlantis vs. Udves 1?
Sure.
It's gonna be a storm, I think, because they stormed them yesterday in grand finals 3-0.
I mean, it's... How the...
Wait, it is closer than. Oh, it's very close though. Today seems like.
I mean, on the right, it's close. But if
Yeah.
you have a look on the left, on the actual, like, menu where you click the game, looks like... I won't say anything. Let's just watch the game.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no clue what you just meant.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Be right back in a bit, guys. Gonna go toilet.
Oh, okay. The way to give yourself
Okay.
spoilers is what you mean, Danog?
Hmm?
I don't know. I'm not very.
I'm the
well-versed.
connected one, right? Like, I get to know everything about anything.
What do you mean you're
I
the
just
connected
ask,
one?
and then Gabens just says, hey, this is what it is live, even though it's on delay, you know?
Oh wow! Holy shit! That's the power level.
Yeah, close personal friend of mine.
Oh my god. That's the equivalent of Dad works in Nintendo, but next level.
Yeah.
If you guys don't see Danog at TI, it's because he chooses not to, actually.
I chosen never to get to a major or TI.
he actually gives the opportunity to other people. It's thanks to Danog that I have the job. Otherwise, he was going to take my hosting.
Exactly.
They offered him exit interviews. He's like, you know what? Maybe I'll wait another year.
I'll let Arvo take that prestigious position.
Right.
Out of curiosity, did you like... I mean, it's hard to like prepare for losers interviews, right? But did you... was it kind of thrust upon you at the time and you had to go in with very minimal prep, or what was the situation like?
So I volunteered myself because they were going to give it to Sunsfan. I thought, poor guy. I don't think he was the best suited for that. No, not because I don't think he could be able to do it, right? But because, sometimes personality is just not that. And I didn't want to tarnish him. And I also thought I could do it. But my mistake was that when I did the prep, I only looked at the good ones. That was the mistake. Like, when people always gave me a lot of feedback, they sent me all the good ones Machine did, right? And, like, those are... Like, people underestimate how much the player influence has, right? People forget a lot of the bad ones. And it's not really Machine's fault that they were bad. It's just that the players just were destroyed, right? And when after the first day, I went back and looked at the mad ones that Machine did. And I was like, so this is how you're supposed to do a loser's interview when it sucks. And that was my mistake. I sure enough just looked at the good examples.
Like the RTK for Elephant and that sort of thing?
Yeah, when I was doing that, I was like, I don't know what the fuck to do, Like, I just picked this guy up from the floor crying, literally.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, he was planking on the floor crying. And I was like, well, what do I do?
Damn.
How do I salvage
What did I miss, guys? Or I guess on.
He just asked me to prep for exit interviews when we were doing at TI. Yeah.
I was talking about how Gaben's a close personal friend of mine.
that's my dad. If he has ever invited to a tournament, it's entirely his choice. He's the true TO that we all have to please.
Yeah. I am the head of the caster cabal.
That's it. That's the word I was looking for. Fucking Kyle is nothing compared to Danog.
Yeah. Who was it? Oh God, what's that video creator's name? Let me find it.
He's a Dota video creator?
Yeah.
What does he do?
He made a video recently. Wait. Well, Dota. I'm sure it's here.
Is it the guy who made the joke video about the Casters Cabal?
Yeah.
Oh, that guy's fantastic. That was really funny. That was like fantastic.
God, I know it. I subscribe to him as well. Why don't I not find it? Oh, I can't find it. Is it like something squirrel? Something?
I don't remember. I know who you're talking about, though.
God, this is going to be frustrating me. All right, I'm going to look at subscribe.
It's okay. Let Danog do his search here. Is Vesuwan going to be beaten by fucking Atlantis of all teams, dude?
Man, they stomped them yesterday.
I don't understand. I mean, no offense to Atlantis, but they're kind of a new team, whereas Vesuwan has been playing for a while at this level.
I mean, literally yesterday they just stormed them 3-0, so not sure what happened here. But UDV, they are not particularly good in OQ, I would say.
I mean, I guess partially what happened is you picked Slark for some fucking reason.
True. I was talking to JG yesterday, and then he told me that he hoped they don't choke because they choked in the first season.
Yeah. There's a lot of pressure, dude, on open qualifiers. Like
Mr. Chicken Nuggets, that's his name.
That's it.
It's a lot more pressure, especially when you are backed by an org. Because if you don't get into the division, then you might lose the sponsor. They might disband the team,
Oh, dude, it was. I remember. Remember when the major minor system was going on?
Yeah.
The Thunder Predator
50 events of the year.
Yeah, the 50 events of the year. Back then, it was like you either get in through the open qualifiers or you're fucked for the season, right? So it was like a very big deal. I remember Thunder Predator, who was a big team. That was the older one. They're Lava now or whatever. And they were like back then they were like Beast Coast level. They were not like the second team or looking bad like a TI. And all of a sudden, they messed up in one open qualifier and they got beaten in the second round. And I remember them contacting me before the second open qualifier. The patch just dropped. And they talked to me and go, Avo, if we lose these open qualifiers, qualifiers, we lose our sponsorship, like we lose everything, that we might need to disband the team. You need to help us. Like, we're asking everyone to help us analyze this. We'll pay you whatever you need. I was like, holy shit, that is inspiration. They ended up losing, by the way. It was again because they just got hit by they got brooted in one game. I'm like, mate, in a best of one. And it happens. It just got last pick brooted. They didn't consider it. You know, they forgot about the pick. Whatever happens, you're like, it's just so rough for a team that's like this good to be stopped because the system is just a bit difficult to get through. Best of ones are brutal, man.
Yeah, sure.
And they did lose their sponsorship. The reason why they're now Thunder Awaken partially came from those times. They signed a really bad sponsorship as a result. Now I can reveal it. The Predator fucked them over because they were getting no results, and they played on that for a year. And then when they won the major, they're like, "Ha! We just won the major with a sponsor that's barely paying us anything." And so that's why the Thunder Awaken right now.
Do you reckon that's do you reckon Predator's like the global aspect, or is it very regional based? Because like TNC haven't exactly been getting. I guess they've got the credits in the bank behind them, where they might be able to say, okay, we'll come good, you know. But do you feel like it's the global entity that's making those decisions, or is it more of a regional thing?
It's the local. Have you ever talked to teams about when they negotiate these kind of sponsorships, particularly SCA and SA?
Not really, not into the business side.
So when I've recently got to a couple of talks, like especially Bisco and stuff like that. And so what companies will do, which I also think is very scummy, is that they'll get the local brands, or so the local representative or the local branch, to talk to the team, right? And so, for example, TNC Predator, right? They're technically Predator, but I'm presuming, I don't know about them, I know for Thunder was this case, they get the rate as if they were an SCA team, right? So all of a sudden TNC goes to a goddamn major, you're not just getting SCA exposure, you're getting exposure for the whole world. But because they're negotiating with a local branch, all they care is the local numbers, which allows you to put a much, much lower number on the table. And so they will say things like, well, but we care for the SCA league numbers. You're like, mate, these guys are going to a major. That's not our jurisdiction, because we can't guarantee those are SCA fans. Oh, that's bullshit. And they get some really low offers. Like Thunder Predator, when they were playing in the major, dude, their offer was, like, it wasn't even paying for a full player salary. That's how low the offer was. Because it was just a local South American Dota. So it's pretty scummy. I don't like brands that do that, but it's very common in esports, particularly.
Yeah.
As a team, what are you going to do? Say no to the sponsorship? Don't play your players? Like, there's not really much of an option you have.
Yeah.
This is the way that Chubby Boys should have been playing, what UDV are doing right now. Just constantly keeping lanes shoved, staying out on the map so that even if you kill someone, you're not next to the objectives that you actually want to take.
Yeah, yeah.
Ken, though, in a bit of trouble with this conquer.
He's doing a pretty decent job, honestly, on the Slark. He still has BKB.
Still got BKB that he'll need to use. Okay. Ooh, is it going to run out?
What?
What?
Why?
Oh, no, not like this, Ken.
Is it because Shiva's vision? So you presumed that the BKB would go out at the same time as they would hit him with X, probably?
He quite see it, but he was very late on using the TP. He's going to be able to maybe get to safety.
Yeah, should be fine.
I was impressive by Cam, though. Kudos, you know.
Yeah. Puck's still, cutting waves. Able to pick up Lincolns now, level 20. Doing a good job. Shrinking, even if it's slightly, the net worth lead. Hey, look at the win prop. It's going down.
Look at this, Danok. He's going back to his professional casting demeanor.
All right, I can flame some teams. Who do you want me to target?
That's not what I was going for, but okay. I love that the only two modes you have is either professional or flame. Have you ever done any podcasts, Danok? Have you ever been involved in anything like that?
Not really. I think I'm getting interviewed by one in a couple of days that have done.
Pray tell. Can you say which it is? Which one it is?
I don't even. Let me look up the name again.
Oh, don't do it. You're doing them a disservice for that.
Bruh.
Come on.
I don't even know if it's a podcast. I think it's just a video interview. Pedro Romero?
I don't know. You know me. I'm not being the
I'm asking you. He says he's interviewed Bryle, Yawa, Slacks, Sammy
what's the
Boy,
name again?
Barbecue, Nomad, Bloody Nine, Pedro Romero.
Oh, he has a very small channel. He's a guy with glasses.
Yeah.
Right, I know who he is.
So yeah, those are the heights that I'm reaching at the moment. But it'll be good.
The guy is actually a surprisingly good interviewer. I've watched most of his interviews. Some of those interviews have like half the views are mine.
Nice.
Because he doesn't get many views, unfortunately, the guy, but I think he's pretty good. I like his interviews a fair amount. He works on his questions. He's not a native English speaker, which is a good thing when it comes to interviewers, because that usually makes you more forceful as an interviewer. Because like when they deviate, you're less willing to do so, and you keep the line very well. A very famous interviewer, if you guys ever want to like genuinely learn about this, there's a really good interviewer for it's a British I think it's Hardline it's called. It's a British program, and he's German, and he is mostly politics and stuff, but like he keeps people in check because he doesn't let them go anywhere. He just goes like, no, I'm asking you this question, you fucking answer this question. I like that. I like those interviews. I think those are
German
very
efficiency. I love it.
yeah. He embarrassed my foreign minister. He like literally embarrassed him in the interview and forced him to leave, and I was like, fuck yeah, let's go more, give me more blood. So I'm a big fan. So
Yo,
yeah,
by the way,
shout out to Pedro Romero. Pedro
yo, by the way,
Romero.
Daniel. Are you seeing the Brewmaster?
What am I seeing on the Brewmaster? What's he going?
Are you seeing it on disc?
Oh,
Do you remember yesterday?
Was it?
Yes, it was him. It was him.
What is he going for? What is special about this?
No, so he hasn't assembled Eon Disc, right? So he wants to use it in the middle of the fight.
Yeah,
so
of
this
course.
happened yesterday, and he didn't get the
Twice.
disassemble off, and he just died without using it.
Twice.
What do you mean he didn't get it disassembled off? What does that mean?
I mean,
He
did assemble. Sorry,
He didn't assemble the
yeah,
air
he
disc.
didn't assemble.
How?
But
But
you-
you can even do it while stunned, right?
Yeah,
He just didn't do it.
Yeah.
That's a yikes.
Oh no. He just got baited in by that double damage. He was like, I can 1v5 this game. Nope.
Someone asking my chat, Talon is in Div 2 still. They weren't
Yes.
delegated. I mean, they've changed players, but they're still in Div 2.
When you were talking about all that stuff with Thunder Predator at the time, I was like, oh, that's how I was feeling about Talon. You know, big organization comes into Dota. They barely stay in Division 2. And, I mean, they've picked up some very good players for sure. So they're not sparing any expense when it comes to, you know, being able to put the results on the board. But, I mean, again, Div 2C is stacked.
Yeah, but Thunder's very different. They're not a big org at all.
Wait, who?
Thunder Predator? They're not.
Oh,
Thunder
yeah.
Awaken? They're not a big org at all.
Yeah, talent is
Yeah,
really
but
big.
just the sentiment, you know, of you know, org being able to potentially pull wave funding.
Right, that's true. I guess in SA they would still be considered big, even if they're poor, objectively speaking.
But yeah, like, I love Motivate. I don't think they're going back up.
Nope.
Nope.
I
loss of Jackie
don't
was
know
stupid.
about TNC. They looked a lot more impressive towards the end of the season, and I feel like Bok and
BTZ?
yeah, BDZ. I'm trying to remember. He replaced Playhard.
BDC play hard is okay. I don't think it's fine. I know a lot of people flame play hard pretty hard, particularly I say Sice, but I don't think he's bad at all.
Wait, what? I actually did that?
Did you not see that? When he made the tier list, he put play hard in the lowest tier for supports.
Oh shit, it did.
He made a tier for
I
him,
think
I'm pretty sure. It was like
he's-
D tier.
He's very. I would say his hero pool is letting him down a little bit.
Sure.
You know, it's kind of shallow. Orca, I would put them towards the top. Little Gun, put them towards the top. Talon, I would put them towards the top.
Yeah, I feel like it's the better of the three of them. And I feel like if Neon relegated from Division 1, I feel like they're going to stay in Division 2 for quite a long while as well.
Yeah.
Which is pretty likely, I think.
I'm happy that I much prefer this new Execration roster from the one that they used to have.
My boys, man. Tino and Shanks. My
Shanks?
boys. Yeah.
God.
Who'd they
Shanks
replace? Oh, Nando, Kimizu, and BDC.
Nando, BDZ went to, yeah.
I'm a bit sad on Nando, to be honest. I think that guy's pretty good. But I guess
I think he's
past
good as
his
well,
prime.
but... Well, there's that, but also... I think it was you that I was saying it to, Avo, or not, but what he did in that last series where they were doing the whole relegation thing really rubbed me the wrong way, where Motivate, you know, the Q disconnected and he couldn't reconnect
Yeah, I
like 10
remember.
minutes into the game and they
Oh.
couldn't remake.
Yeah.
And then so Masaros was having to like 2v1 against a kill lane. And then they were just, you know, killing him pretty consistently, as you do, right? Like he
Yeah,
was
of
trying to
course.
get the most out of his lane that they could. and then every time that they were killing him, they were tipping him, and it's like,
Wow.
really? You're
Damn.
really gonna be like tipping someone that like their dreams are being shattered because of something that's well, not completely out of their control, but like, you know,
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
what I'm saying, right? Like
Yeah.
that kind of behavior I do not vibe with at all. So, yeah.
That reminds me of
That's
how
fair.
some of the teams on TI playing the elimination game and they'll tip the losing side, knowing
You
that
mean
they
Team
got
Spirit? Just to say.
No, I
think
forgot
that's
the
the
name,
ones
but
that-
I remember T-Ban calling out them on Twitter. I remember the tweet, but I couldn't remember who are the teams.
There are a fair
And then-
amount of them.
Yeah, I thought that was not very sportsmanship as well.
I think TI-10 was not a TI to do that, to be honest with you. I think people didn't really understand how much was at stake at TI-10 for a lot of teams because it had been 2 years. I honestly did feel like I was in bad taste in TI-10. I think the BM is part of the fun in games, genuinely. Like, I think being a little bit mean is part of the fun, but I think it's okay when you do it with, like, you've played for a whole year, you try to qualify the TI, and that year's not your year, but you still did well. Not so much when you played 2 years, your team is probably going to disband, some people are going to retire from Dota because it's the last chance. Like, I don't think it's the moment to try to tip and be mean.
Yeah.
I think there's a very big difference between when you're doing this BM stuff as well, right? Like, if it's in the middle of the game and you get a kill onto someone, tip them, by all means. If you have just knocked them out of the tournament and shattered their dreams, don't do it.
Yeah, don't do the easy game. I was not a big fan of that, if I'm honest with you.
Is that Tokyo?
Yeah. Like, I know it's OG, and people thought they deserved it, and I guess OG to a degree did, but, like, still. I think that as a tournament, when we talk about rules and stuff, we always have to do like a blanket statement. It's either like A or B, right? But individual people can have individual judgments that are a bit more complex than that. And I think most players don't really execute that judgment whatsoever, and they don't give a shit. I think Hector is a great example of that, writing CTM in a fucking TI game.
Yeah.
Wait,
That's
what is
the other thing,
CTM
right?
mean?
What?
What does
It's
that mean?
Spanish for like F your mum.
No,
Oh.
so that's the confusion. So, I mean, I was actually talking about this with Awi at TI. It's an interesting conversation. CTM is concha tu madre, which literally means your mom's vagina, right? And Spanish in South America is very contextual. And in that context, that just means let's go,
Oh.
right? Like, it does mean fuck your mom in some games, which unfortunately also means kautama to the Chinese players, so that's what they thought. But, like, they didn't mean it like that, right? But at the same time, just don't write that, you stupid idiot. And I say this, I told Hector to his face, like, you're a stupid idiot. You're a stupid idiot for doing that. And he agreed. And, like, he felt bad, he apologized and everything. He's not a bad person for doing that. But I also think, like, you gotta control your emotions a little bit when you're a player.
Yeah.
But it's also rough, though, and genuinely, when you start to do an international event. Because you go and, for example, say, I mean, I'm gonna get a little bit into linguistics here as the game is ending. But, like, if you think about English is not a contextual language, right? So if I go and say in English, fuck yeah, for example, as you win a game, maybe you get faulted for all chatting, but people are going to genuinely understand that that's not you being mean, right? That's just you getting excited. But in Spanish, the fuck yeah so happens to also mean fuck you, right? And yeah, exactly. And like, in particularly in Peruvian vernacular. So if you're Peruvian, are you now being not necessarily censored, but are you forbidden from saying the fuck yeah now? Just because your language is not as well understood? That's a bit unfair, because just because you speak a different language, you shouldn't be faulted for it, right? So it's a very complex situation as to like what you allow and what you don't in a tournament. I don't think it's as black and white, because you want to be understanding of other cultures as well in TI. So I don't know. It's rough. It's a weird situation.
I don't think Dagon 1's going to help you here, Puck, unfortunately.
You guys, you see the common point here? It's the puck, guys.
This hero's trash. Stop picking puck. Unless you're
It's the
building
puck,
in physical.
man.
Unless you're building in physical. I think that's still viable. I mean, they
Maybe it's
buffed
the
Desolator.
Brewmaster.
I want to see more Desolator on puck, honestly.
Ugh.
Was that you, Dano? Was that you puking?
Yes. Yes. How did Desolator need a buff?
Yeah, it's true. But now it's good on puck. Pick it up. Stop going for the Dagon. Where's your damage amp talent? You don't have one puck. What are you going to do with the Dagon?
I mean, I wish to see more mid Ember Spirit or carry Ember Spirit going for the Dead Soldier.
Me too. Gunner does it
Yeah.
all the time in his games. I just want people to
Oh, really?
this guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Southeast Asia players have been pretty slow on that, I feel.
He gets Dezo, then Battle Fury, and then just sort of steamrolls the game.
All right, UDV's out, man.
All right,
What the hell?
All the favorite teams are out. What is left here?
Yeah, right.
MY is still left, I think.
Oh yeah, MY.
MY is the.
Let me have a look.
MY versus Atlantis. Oh, that's the next one. That's hype. Let's go for that one.
Yeah. So Apex Eternals, 4 Flicks. Oh, Kobolds and 496 are playing now.
That's also pretty hype. I'm down to watch that one or MY.
Yeah, that one's further back in the bracket. It's the same round that we just watched, basically.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to watch Kobolds then, and finish that round?
Sure.
Kobolds, the 3-time runners-up from the first open quals feels bad.
Wait, I don't see them on. Oh, I see them now. Okay, the game just started, dude. The one thing about Kobolds, though, if you look at their individual player ranks, right, it's really not that amazing. But then they're playing more like a team than any others in the previous one, especially because I haven't watched them today.
Oh, I'm sorry, Arthur. What's your rank, huh?
Close to that. I mean, it's not flame. It's not flame at all. It's not flame at all. I'm just very impressed by how they're able to, go against the MMR.
Oh wow! All right, Arthur, I'll vote for you. Don't worry, you don't need to bullshit anymore.
I mean, even look at the names on Kobolds. We've got Yatoro, we've got Just Play Like Seb, we've got DPC Open Qualifier winner.
That's my favorite name. What a fucking Chad. Oh wow. I don't think AMR really matters when you're playing at this level at all. Like the difference between top 500 player, top 400 is irrelevant, honestly. If you play at the competitive level, like pubs are just so different from competitive. Obviously, you need a certain level. Like a legend's not gonna make it to TI, but once you're immortal, like top 500 immortal, who cares, really?
Mm. Well, maybe for pause like 1 or 2, it matters.
I think maybe for pause 1 or 2 it matters, but to be honest, I think pause 1 or 2 are overrated. Like teams are starting to shy away from like, oh, I want my most skilled pause 1, 2, and I'll play around them. They're the young prodigy and everything.
Mm.
I actually think as well, if you're building a team, you're better off picking a bad pause 1, 2, because if they're a good one, he gets poached, and then you don't have a team anymore.
You want to get a 16-year-old that has never played a very high competitive Dota before and mold him into your image, and then say, if you ever leave, I hate you.
Nah, okay, let's be serious then. What you need to do is get him into a really predatory contract, which he can't leave unless he pays you a large sum of money.
Oh, hey, Honor and IG. Remember when Honor was going to come back and everyone was convinced he was going to T1 and then just...
I was so convinced, man. Holy shit. I was so convinced.
I'm glad it didn't happen. I am tired
Why?
of seeing it. I don't want a person to come back and fucking only come to win TI, dude. I don't think it's good for the scene, to be honest. No hate on Ana. I think he's great, but I just don't think it's good for the scene.
I think it's good to have him on like a Div 2 roster.
Yeah, that's fine. If he wants to
wanted
play
to
the whole
play
season,
for-
it's fine, right? But I think if he plays like for only like 6 months and then gets bored, and then I don't think that's a good look for us.
Mm. I mean, that's what I really liked. I mean, we've talked about Thompson a little bit now, but the fact that like he is streaming and bringing more context to the SEA server is great, right? Because people start to understand some of the other personalities in the scene, and it gets people watching and doing all this other stuff. So it's great. Like even Attacker, who varies between SCA and Europe, wherever he's going to queue, he's queuing more on C now because of all of this attention.
No, that's true. That's true, actually. That's a good point. People get to see C pros in their natural environment, which might not be that great of a thing, actually.
Yeah, I also had to say, there was a clip yesterday where it was literally just people like, just the entire time.
Yeah. Yeah, our server, this server is pretty, it has some pretty fucked things, I love it, but like, there's some, yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, which makes me more of a fan for your patch, man. Like I don't know how this guy keep it sane in pub games.
Honestly, after I played in USC still, I think C is the calmest and most rational server. In the
Oh my god, get me out of NA pubs,
right?
man.
My
So
goodness, dude.
bad. Holy crap.
I remember I played one pub, like maybe my first day that I was in LA. I played a pub, and this person in the pub, we were winning, by the way, and this person just kept using the N-word all the time and talk about how they're raping the enemy team and saying how they were a bunch of bitches and pussies, right? And then towards the end, the person decides to use the mic and combine all these slurs into one big victory statement for some fucking reason. And it's a fucking woman. And I'm there like, you've been saying sexist statements the whole time. What? What a fucking bamboozle. Everyone here is a piece of shit. Why? Why do you have to use the N-word? We're winning. What the fuck is the point of that? It was awful. It was really bad. And every single game they had at least one racist. It was a terrible experience. I don't know how people play in US East. I'm very sorry. At least in SCA, the slur that you use is dog, which is fine.
Yeah, I don't know, right? It is a lot better than whatever that is.
Or, like tangina and all that sort of stuff as well.
Yeah, but that's not a slur, right? That's just you son of a bitch, which is whatever.
Yeah.
It's okay if you swear in games. I don't think it's bad. It's that bad to get angry and to insult someone. Like, it's not that bad for a pro player to do that in a bad game. I think it's bad when you use slurs, 100%.
Am I still in your chat, Arthur? When did you arrive back in Singapore? I want to ask him, because I feel like there is a very clear correlation between length of games and server that you're playing on, because these NA games are done in 15 minutes if you just target the enemy mid laner and kill him 2 times. Like, he is running down mid and the game is finishing in 15 minutes. Like, they have 0 mental in NA.
That's true.
All you have to do is to pick up Spirit, man.
Spirit Breaker and Earth Spirit, just pick them.
I mean, it's sad because I think NA is really a roulette when you play. Like, if you get one of these teammates, I think when I was there, 30% of my games had a griefer on some side. And by some side, I mean mine almost always. Like,
I'm sure there's one on the other side. They're just less vocal about it.
I mean, I didn't play that many games, so chances are, like, not that. It's not going to even out too many, but, like, I don't understand people get I just don't get why grown men get angry at video games that easily. I have a hard time understanding it. I'm a rager myself, but I never to the point that I'm gonna like throw a tantrum in the game or hit something or breaks things or whatever. I think it's very pathetic.
For people to resort to like ethnic slurs, something has to be wrong with you to get to that stage.
I also don't understand that's a stage of rage, by the way. It's like, oh, I'm angry, I hit stuff, and if I'm really angry, I start using ethnics. Why? When did that become one of the 5 stages of grief? Like,
it's one of the stages of griefing, that's for sure.
Nice, that was good. You want to cast together, Danog? And I can cheat on our Ares even more.
He started it. So... I'm a fan of Shadow Shaman. I am not a fan. I'm a big fan of Mushi as a coach. I was not a fan of Mushi picking Shadow Shaman and going Falcon Blade. Back with like one of the
remember those days, man. The SMG days. Yeah.
Oh, that was not good.
I think Shaman's pretty good here, though. I mean,
this is a very familiar IGN, though. By the way, Way 2 reminds me of Way 2 Sexy.
Same. I'm thinking the exact same thing, but it's not him, right?
Yeah, it's not him.
And it's not even Scardelicious as well playing the Timber.
Oh yeah, true.
I honestly like Cobalt's lineup a bit better, just as a lineup as a whole. I don't really know where Fortnite is going with this. They had like some push, some global, kind of an early timing, sort of.
Yeah, they're entirely early. They got Ursa Roche. It's decent enough against Timbersaw, I guess.
I think the Ursa lane versus Timberside is just okay, though. I think people overrate that lane a lot.
Yeah. Decent.
Especially
what are your thoughts on CK position 1? Do you guys think the change on the crit matters a lot?
It's so strong. Have you tried it? It's very strong.
No, I haven't tried it.
Yeah. I think people are sleeping on...
What damage to creeps?
Yeah, 1.5. People are sleeping on this change, and people are sleeping on the Enchantress Impetus change as well. I think that's really strong as well.
Oh, yeah, true.
I just feel like cores that can have that kind of ability really boosts up their farm.
Illusion's not as much, right, for the Enchantress. Like, you're still single target, so actually matter.
Yeah, like if you're playing... There's more like if you're playing Enchantress core, you could go for like an Ags, and that deals with Illusions pretty decently, to be honest. But at the same time, why not enchant the Illusion, right? It's like, it's not the way to deal with it. But the creeps one is very important. Now you can throw an impetus at the range creep, and when you're level 3, it one-shots the range creep. Sorry, when you're level 5, it one-shots the range creep, assuming you've maxed impetus, right? So it's like it's a pretty big deal for farming.
Yeah.
I want to see 9 playing Enchanter's mid again. I think that's kind of strong right now.
Has he played before? Damn.
Yeah, he has. Yeah. I mean, dude, 9 just picks a hero. He builds Boot to Travel on the hero, and he's like, now it's a mid laner. Okay, 9. All right.
Sorry, you said 9, and I was just rewatching the Royal Jelly NA broadcast with Bloody 9.
Oh,
and in the grand finals, he game 3 played Viper, I believe, and he died 19 times as a +5. So, and it wasn't a long game.
What was that? Is a free flame to Bloody 9? That was just so gratuitous.
No, you just mentioned 9, and my thoughts instantly went to that.
My thoughts instantly went to how could I shame Bloody 9 on this broadcast?
Thank you, Albert.
Great
Grabbing
top tier.
Grabbing area of opportunity.
Yeah. How can I fuck with this player's career?
People all the time on Reddit said Danog is the really big fan of SC. I'm like, I don't know if fan. I'd say knowledgeable.
I mean, I'm in the streams. I'm constantly watching it.
No, that's true. That's true.
That's just to give me material for the flame, you know?
Have you ever thought of getting into stand-up and just you roast players? That's your job.
No, I would not be good at stand-up. Not fantastic at improvising. That is the one thing that I am very envious about Mike and John about, because they could just talk shit about nothing for the longest time.
True, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
They're very good at it.
I mean, the difficulty is when to know. I mean, if you just let casters do what they wanted to do and talk about anything, I think you'd have much more liberty. But you got to get used to the idea of like, now I can just chat whatever shit I can. And people are going to give you a lot of shit in the beginning. You got to get past that level. I've had conversations with Richie on stream that are like very fucking weird. But you're like, you know what? There's downtime. It's a pause. You have to talk about something. And over time, you develop the skill. I was actually teaching Bowie how to do it the other day because he asked me about it. And it's just a matter of practice. I don't think you'd be bad at it, Dano, if you actually tried.
Oh, so you're saying I don't try? You're flaming me now?
Yes. I don't think you try. I think you're a very lazy caster, actually. I talk about it all the time. No, I'm joking, by the way, guys. I don't actually mean that about Dano. I like the guy. I don't want you guys to get the wrong impression.
You're a part of the caster cabal, Avo, and you are keeping me out of event.
That is entirely true. I met Kyle at the TI, and then after a simple sacrifice, I was in.
Simple sacrifice.
Sacrificing my career.
Yeah. It was brutal, you know. Danog has a lot of blood though, so he's still alive. It's fine.
Yeah. Man, what is this with this guy's name on 496 Quokka? Because that is a Australian marsupial. So maybe he just thinks quokkas are really cute. Yeah, they live exclusively on one island called Rutnest Island on the coast of Western Australia, and they have no natural predators, so they are very cute, and they will run up to you and like eat food out of your hands, even though they're wild animals.
Let me Google this. I want to.
They're very cute, actually. I just googled them. They're really adorable.
They're known as like the happiest animals because they always look like they're smiling.
They do look like they're smiling.
Oh my god, it looks like he's giving you a hug as well. Look at this. I'm sending in the chat.
Yep.
That's cute, Arthur. Do you want to take a trip to Australia with me and go see the quokkas?
Hopefully we don't get hunted down by giant spiders.
What?
Man, that is so overblown, man. Australia is not that bad as long as you don't go out into like the rainforests or the desert. You're fine.
Also, the implication of the spiders are hunting you down, like there's some sort of tribe, and they know Arthur's there, and they're like coming to get him. Not like you're getting bit by one, but hunted down is quite the term, mate. That's very strong language. Aussies do that with other things, not particularly with spiders.
Yeah. Not emus, though. Did you know we lost a war against emus?
Yeah, I read all about that.
Wait, what's an emus?
Yeah, we lost a war to emus.
I think the real war you lost, though, is the rabbits. That's the one that you got fucked in.
Yeah. Put up the rabbit-proof fence and it didn't work.
Yeah, you should read some history, Arthur. There's some really interesting stories in Australia. In general, there's some really weird parts of history that always make it for a good filler in casts when you talk about teams.
True. I'm just worried about history, man.
Well, as a kid, I didn't like it at all because my teachers were bad and everything. But you grow older and you start to learn like why history seeps into so many aspects of culture, and you don't really realize it. And it makes for an interesting conversation very often. Like when you want to kind of showcase that you're like a country and stuff. Speaking a little about their history is a great way to make them feel included, in my opinion.
Oh, this Weaver
That was well played.
cockroach rat hero on the bottom side of the map, just able to get away. I hate it.
But he did so well. He was hitting the trees. He Shukuchi at the right moments. Waited for the cooldowns. If we were some credit.
Sure. It was Skadi also missed his timber chain, and you also had the hoodwink just run the wrong way. Oh look, he's diving a timbersaw under his tower. That seems balanced.
I forget. Is Weaver your flavor of the month? Hate, Danog?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Not even the month. The past 4 months.
Now he's gonna hit the Beaver spammer as well.
I'm gonna send you my match history.
He hit us, man.
Yeah.
He hit us.
Look, I have no shame. I'll spam this fucking here. You can keep your dignity and keep playing your Winter Wyvern and lose MMR, my friend.
Bro, peep the recents. All right, peep the recents.
No, I believe you. I mean, I think you can win with any hero, honestly, especially at when you're not like a top immortal. But if you're good enough. But Weaver does make it easier. I don't have to think, so
Ponlo, who's on this 496? What the heck? Good question, Ponlo.
Talking about flaming players, you want to join Ponlo?
He does love a flame.
Yep. You can tweet about this if you want to, Ponlo.
Wait, let's check the ranks of the players. That's very important for any Ponlo.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I saw it already. It's around 300 to 500.
Oh, yeah. The Spirit Breaker is at 416. I don't know.
What an asshole. Oh, 720 for the Ogre, actually.
Oh, Ponlo's going to have a field day on this one.
Ponlo, how would you feel if I told you, mathematically speaking, you can't prove that rank matters that much? Would that offend you? Would that offend all the work that you put into the rank?
He was under... what? Like... I was going to say Director Mushi, but that's not quite right. Commander Mushi?
Who, Ponlo?
Yeah. Mushi coached him. That's how he got to 10k. Got him to really think about how he was playing, as opposed to just, like, mindlessly grinding.
Interesting. Did I make him a better player, or did that make him getting more and more?
Probably both.
Okay.
I mean, make you a better player, hence you get more MMR, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's true, right? But, like, in the short run, sometimes when you're starting to learn, like, you lose games because you're concentrating more on learning, right? Especially if you start to play competitive.
Short-term pain, long-term gain.
Sure, yeah. I think if you start to play competitive in the beginning and you try to actually learn Dota, I think, especially if you're not like, if you're like below top 500 and it's your first competitive team and you're starting to like learn competitive, you will lose MR in the beginning if you want to do is to practice, right? Because the goal is to play for your team. The goal is to play differently. You're not there to carry the team, right? Like Ponlo made a really good guide in MR, and one of the points he was making that I thought was really intelligent was you have to kind of like cover for your teammates' mistakes. Like if your offlaner is bad, you kind of have to do the job of your offlaner, right? For example, if you're like a 4. In a competitive game, you don't do that, or it's not well advised to do that. If your offlaner is bad, just kick him. Don't try to cover him in the game. Look at this Timber, not giving a shit about the Ursa. Overrated matchup.
Yeah. I also feel like something like the Monkey King is so much better against Ursa.
Yeah, more matters when you're actually trying.
Yeah, Arthur, would you say that you have gotten better since going up in MMR because of your Weebus fam?
I would say so, actually. Yeah, I think so. The thing about Weaver is that I feel like this hero is so good in... How do I say?
Every draft?
It's not so much of a draft. I feel it feels like in-game wise, right? You are able to do all these lane details in a very quick manner because you have Sukuchi. and then you're able to buy more sentries now. I feel like I buy a lot more sentries when I play Weaver, and then I'm allowed to block this pool coming up from the position 5 or position 4. I'm just constantly disrupting their pool, and all of a sudden it feels like the game goes very smoothly because right now your core is farming under the tower, and then you are free to move around the map. So I also realized that I make a lot more rotation to the mid lane. It just just generally it feels like the game becomes becomes naturally better because of all these small details.
Yeah, you put the lane in a safe place and then rotate more.
Yeah.
I mean, you're capable of concentrating your basics, right? If you're a Weaver, that's what you're talking about. Like, you're playing a good support, not just a good Weaver.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can do those stuff that you normally want to do on support heroes a lot better, a lot easier as well, and very less punishing too. Because you can, like, it's very similar to like Weaver, right? Sorry, Mirana. If you make a mistake, you can always just leap up.
That's true, actually. I don't know who it was. It was a pro player who was telling me about this. How some heroes will teach you to play a lane easier. Like he was telling me, like if you play Ember mid, right, you might be a bad mid player, and you just are recovering it because Ember, like if you're a good Ember, you can supplement the bad mid playing, right? And in supports, like Shaman is a good example of this. If you're a bad support on Shaman, but you get some good shackles and some good hexes, it really mitigates your impact as a bad support. But Weaver, there's none of that. Like, you're either a good support or you're just going to suck as Weaver. So, there is that. I don't think the hero's hard necessarily, but I do think that you have to, like, really concentrate on the basics when you're playing the hero.
It's just like if you are...
Sure, but don't you feel like it gives you a much... Like, your margin for error is so much more forgivable whenever you're playing Weaver, just because you've got, like, so many safety nets?
I think your supporting is easier for sure. Like I think you can do the tasks easier, right? But like I don't think Weaver will ever. I think at least at high levels, Weaver will rarely get to outplay anyone. You know. Like there's no you being a better Weaver. If the enemy team has played against a Weaver, they know how to play against you, and it's up to them whether they cancel you or not. It's not really up to you. You know. You can play well around the Shukuchis, you can play around all the swarms and everything, but I don't think that you get to do something like oh what a hex or what a black hole or see like Shaman's doing now. Maybe Waitu was in the wrong position here, but it doesn't fucking matter because he can now get a kill easily, and he's always available for that.
Yeah, and he's got my one of my favorite cosmetics, the Shaman Frog Head from Diatide.
Yeah, I love that cosmetic. It is my favorite one as well.
It's the one good cosmetic I got from Diatide, so I'm very happy.
That's good. Me too.
And I got the Ogre rare set, the Jakiro. That's all I wanted out of that set.
Well, I guess I'm a good Ember. Oh, because John is a bad mid laner, but he wins with Ember.
Yo, what's up, John?
You want to join us, John?
Yeah.
Let's go, Joe Nathan. Hopefully your eyes are feeling better.
I mean,
still need more time.
Got some sick shades on.
I can't actually read. Okay, I'm still blind. How are you typing?
He's got a Braille on his phone.
Ah, right. And he learned to read Braille just for this operation in question?
Yeah.
Oh, that's impressive. And even prepared for the English Braille as opposed to learning the Tagalog one, right? Wow, there's so much preparation.
Oh, Scotty. Oh,
that damage. Holy shit.
He was caught inside the ward trap with his chakra mount, so he couldn't actually leave.
Can you just Timber Chain away though?
Yeah, he just used it.
Oh yeah.
So he had to just wait for 4 seconds inside of it. Well, John could sit into chat. Poggies.
Poggies.
Bring him in. How are you gonna, if you can't see, how the hell is he gonna get on Discord to begin with? Do you have that thing that blind people have, John? Like the voice reader? Or screen reader, sorry. What is a voice reader? I'm an idiot. I could add him to the call if you want to, Arthur. I don't know if you had him.
I don't have him.
Let me see. What is his name on Discord again? I'm sure I've texted him before.
And I just have everyone nicknamed, so I don't be like, who the hell is this person?
Wait, maybe I don't have him as friends. Can you add him, Danog?
I don't. Is
Oh, he texted me. What? I could. His name is John X4. Oh, right. I don't have him as friends. Send friend request. Accept me, John.
Set me, Batman.
What a nice thing. All the SCA casters gathered here except for MLP. Does that speak to his dedication? Maybe.
We'll ask John about it. See what's got him so busy that he has to. He thinks he's too good for the open qualifiers.
I have heard that. Did he get added? Yeah. There
Yep.
you go. I have heard that MLP has been getting too big for his bridges these days.
Hey, John.
It's
We were saying just before you joined that all the C squad was here, Aries was here a little bit earlier, except for MLP, and we think that he's maybe getting a bit arrogant and doesn't feel like he needs to watch open qualifiers. What do you reckon?
he's on vacation. He's enjoying himself. He needs a little
Okay.
break with all that's been going on in his life. He's on vacation. I'm blind. Perfect combination. Great
You
time.
do have some sick shades though.
Why are you blind, John? What happened to you?
My dad's been pushing for me to get LASIK, right? Because my vision is absolutely terrible. Like you can't see how my glasses are, but my
Yeah.
grade was like 825 900.
Oh,
So when I take them off, I legit can't see unless it's like 5 cm, 10 cm off my face. So figured it's time to get that fixed. It was all a bit rushed. I expected to do this like maybe a bit later, but it all kind of fit into this week. So yeah, it's fine. Like there's enough time for DPC. I should be good by then.
how long do you need to recover from this?
For this procedure, it's not LASIK, because LASIK is near instant, because they make a flap, and then they laser under the flap,
Don't
your
explain,
eye goes
please.
back on top.
Oh, please
Yeah,
don't
and
explain.
then... No, that's perfect, it's perfect.
I
This
get
one's just
squeamish.
direct to the eye.
Alright.
Yeah, this one's weird. It's direct to the eye, but it's a lot better, because there's, you don't cut the eye, so there's no complications. Recovery time is about a week minimum. Vision fully stabilizes after a month. And should be fine. Like after a week, like the blurriness goes away. It's just a factor of adjusting to no glasses.
What do you do when you can't see? Have you got your Yuri fanfics on a podcast or something? Is that how are you gonna get through this otherwise?
I've been listening to an audiobook.
I fucking knew it. I fucking
Yeah,
knew it.
I don't know if I should admit to listening to this audiobook because it's a weird one.
What is
I
it?
tend to listen to a lot of weird stuff. What is it? Let me see. Let's see. Let me just Google just to make sure I'm saying the right thing. So I tend to listen to a lot of weird stuff. Like when I was like in grade 6, I kind of read the Little Red Book for fun. I'm that kind of weirdo.
What is the little red
So
book?
this Mao's Little Red Book
Mao
on
Zedong.
communism. Yeah. So I don't know why. And my teacher, for some reason, showed me his copy of the Little Red Book, so that was very suspicious. But I kind of read weird stuff just to expand my viewpoints on weird ideas and see. So I've been listening to. This is gonna sound weird.
Oh,
I
God.
listen to industrialization and its effects on modern society.
Oh, okay.
I think that's a type.
That's fine.
I thought you were about to say Ben Shapiro, so at least that's a step up from there.
I thought it was
no,
Mein
no.
Kampf. With this
No,
setup
no,
of the
no,
little
no.
red
It's-
book.
No. It's weirder than that. Like, trust me, this is weird. Like, it's Ted Kaczynski, who is a absolute. He was a madman.
Oh, you're listening to his
Right, he-
essay.
Yeah, I listened to his essay just because I had nothing else. I don't know what to listen to.
It's
like,
pretty great essay though, to be honest. Like I gotta admit.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who doesn't, who thinks that he has some points.
He does!
There's very interesting points there.
Yeah.
He's a madman, but he was right about a few things. So it's like, oh, that's interesting. You know?
And in dinner parties these days, I always start the conversation with, I hate to agree with a terrorist, but, I quote Ted Kaczynski. Has not gotten me many gigs, unfortunately, but,
Yeah, it's true. But yeah, it's like, it's always interesting to listen to ideas, I think that's, you always have to have an open mind and just look at every side and digest it yourself. It's unfair to judge something without looking at it, so that's my viewpoint. That's why I just read a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't make sense.
Wow,
And yeah,
that's very good. I respect you a lot for that. That's really cool.
I'm just I don't know. It's like when I was in uni in Singapore, like I was taking animation. My my favorite topics weren't related to animation. It was all like history of film, film theory, which would go into philosophy and stuff. Those were always my favorite parts. So yeah, I think I do enjoy these rambles for some reason. It's fun.
That's very cool. For those of you that are aware, by the way, Ted Kaczynski is the Unabomber that he's referring to.
Yes. Yeah.
You might have seen a great Netflix show. Really recommend it. It's honestly very good.
Oh,
but-
it has a Netflix show?
Yeah, you didn't know? They made like a Manhunt Unabomber. It's really good.
Oh,
It's very
shit, I have
good.
to watch that.
Yeah, you'll love it. You'll love it. And he made an essay, as John says, about literally how our society is being affected by technology and our dependence on it. And it's good. Like, I won't tell you to read it, but you should.
Yeah, I think it has some interesting viewpoints, and
Yeah.
I think it's worth, like, at least understanding the mind of a madman, you know? It's like, I think that's worthwhile knowing, just to see what makes them go mad, to prevent other people from going mad, you know? It's like, it's important.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the first step is don't experiment on them.
Oh, yes, of course.
That's the
MK
first.
Ultra.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta love that. Poor guy, like, he was such a genius before those experiments were done on him, you know? It's like, he was so smart. And then he just went through this bullshit that pushed him on the edge. I mean, in the end, he made the decisions, right? He was still a madman, but still,
Well,
if he never got experimented, it would have been different.
I think you could argue that there's a point where like there's responsibility shared with whoever did
Sure.
that program to him, right? Because that does screw
Yeah.
your mind very much so. It's like, have you ever read the studies that a long time ago they were worried? I think it's like 60 studies, right? That people in like mental
Yeah.
hospitals were not really mental patients, okay? And so they did the study where they got a bunch of people who weren't, mental patients and got them to pretend like they had symptoms and see how many of them would be admitted, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so it was like a 60-70% of them were admitted, like it was a large amount. But the worst part of the study is that they did a follow-up. They wouldn't be let out because these were mental institutions, obviously. And so out of them, I think it was like 20 to 30% developed mental problems in the mental institution. And you're like, well, that's terrible. That's a really bad sign.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So-
Yeah. Like, the history of, like, what is it? The history of mental
Health, yeah.
science is just, mental health is just wild, right?
Yeah, it's
like,
pretty bad.
it's-
Atrocities and see what happens.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, exactly. There's something about us as humans that we just, because we think ourselves the smartest animal, the moment that someone doesn't reach, or they're out of the mold in that sense, we mistreat them much more so than anything else. Like, it's okay, it's easier for a human to be physically incapable than mentally incapable. We see that as like a big weakness for some reason.
Yeah. I think it's just from trying to understand. Like, we're it's very hard for you to understand if someone's viewpoint is very different.
That's
right?
true.
Like,
Yep.
it's not just a matter of empathy. I think it's just a matter of just understanding baseline differences. It's very difficult to reconcile people from even just basic stuff like someone growing up in poverty. It's not something someone rich would ever understand to a fundamental level of that struggle. You know, it's like, it's just incomprehensible to them that you'd struggle for food, something like that. So
That's a very good
just-
point. That's a very good point. Like, even if they empathize with it, right, they're not going to be able to grasp the concept entirely, right? So, like, they can make the right decisions or whatever, but some of the nuance is lost on them in many cases.
absolutely.
Oh,
What do you think
yeah.
about all this, Arthur?
I have no idea, bro. I've got no idea before. I know you have no idea too, because you're oddly quiet. But I'm learning. Yeah, I'm learning. It's very interesting topics.
I want to cast with you, John. That was exciting. Oof, I want to have this conversation. That was so nice.
Now you
This
know
is what I
how.
was talking about, Arthur. This is what I was talking about.
Now you know how
give
Mike and-
MLP and John
Yeah.
any chance to talk about random bullshit, and they will be the best in the game at it.
That's fascinating, though. I don't think it's random bullshit at all. I think that's amazing. It's fucking John guy, dude, showing me up. This is so cultured. God damn.
I'm glad you enjoy this kind of stuff too, Avi. You know, like just random whatever kind of topics are always fun.
I need to talk to you more in general, John. I clearly do not chat you, though.
If I threw this at Mike, he'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about, John? What the hell are you on?" You know?
You just go back to talking about his shed.
Yeah, just about the kill shed.
That's why it works so well, though, with John, because you need to have the layman, right? There's always the intellectual, and then there's the Mussolini in the pair, right? That was always the right combination.
The Mussolini pair. I'm glad Mike is the Mussolini there.
I would, Mike is lovely, but I would totally hang him by his feet. That's like, I think it's just fair.
Poor Mike. What round is the Open Qualifiers at now? Like, I haven't been tracking this hard.
So I think this is still top 16, but the rest of the games are through to top 8, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still in round 4 for this match.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the next day is semifinals and finals, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
The next day will
The
be all in BO3.
Okay, yeah, right. That's trees. Who's left? Like, what are we currently watching? I actually can't see.
It's 496 versus Kobolds. We're watching right now.
Oh, 496 and Cobalt. Yeah, that's a tight
But
one.
it's not
Who's
the
on
same 496. It's not the same.
Yeah, they read.
Like,
they
no
read
one
me.
left?
Yeah, no one
red.
left.
No one left.
Damn. Still all Vietnamese, though? No.
No.
Yeah, they're all Vietnamese now.
Oh, they are now.
Okay.
Okay. They weren't in the last iteration though. There was only one.
Yeah, they
Vietnamese,
were.
Yeah, where they had Silla and all
Yeah.
that, yeah.
Which I think is defeats the point of 496, right? But
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate, like, more international teams in Southeast Asia, but I felt like in 496's case, they were definitely trying to go all national, for sure.
I
And
don't-
honestly, it feels like the first iteration was really good, with Hung Hung
And that PP. Yeah.
458. Yeah, 458 when he
Bombay,
was
yeah.
Well,
playing was
458, man,
really
he's
sick.
gone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Dude,
miss
he's
him.
gone, man.
yeah.
I agree. I think oftentimes the value in national teams, especially for a country that has a low cost of living, is the ease to find sponsors that are national, right? And it's really lost when international teams. People don't like when you sell to marketing or when you market your teams. People don't often grasp that, like, if I have 1,000 people but they're in the same area, it's so much more value than 10,000 people spread across like a continent.
Oh yeah.
It's something you have to tell brands very often, honestly.
Unless it's like, Coca-Cola or some international brand that will never sponsor Dota.
Right. But like that's an example, actually. You ever wonder why, like in football, for example, which is such a widespread sport, the ads are so generic and not usually food companies? It's because you can't really tell. Like when you go to the average football person, you can't tell their level of affluence or what language they speak or what country they're from. They're from everywhere, right? It's too big a sport. But you go to something like American football, all of a sudden sponsorships in American football might actually sometimes be better than normal football, despite having like a 10% of the viewers. Just because you know where they are. You know what kind of person they are. You know the target audience. It's much more value than people give it credit for.
You follow
Yeah,
much Premier League, Gabo?
No, I hate football. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I'm Spanish and I play basketball, and there's the grudge right here.
Spanish basketball's pretty good, though.
Yeah. But like when in Spain, if you play basketball, everyone laughs at you because it's considered a sport for women here.
Wow.
Which is wild because we're 2 meters. Fucking fight me, you football dwarf. But besides that,
How long you been holding that one in?
no, but yeah, it's a bit sexist. So there's a lot of like grudge. Spain is very big on a lot of sports, and usually football reigns supreme, even though we're not that good at it. So a lot of the other sports are a bit spiteful of football. Like if you play water polo or handball or hockey or anything, honestly, that's not football. It's kind of a drag in school, especially.
Man, water polo is insanely tough.
I know. Those guys are so buff, so buff.
I went to one practice session in university, and I had a full lower body cramp by the end of it, and I was in decent shape at that point.
Yeah, but those guys are insane. Like maintaining yourself in the up in the water the whole game.
Treading water.
Oh my goodness, man. Yeah,
I had to flop to the edge just so I didn't drown.
I respect that, dude. That's entirely it. Yeah, we're actually really good at water polo. Barcelona's won the water polo European Championships like 6 years in a row, but nobody cares because it's not football.
Yeah.
Is
It's kind of funny.
would you say, this is just me speaking from a position of like complete ignorance, would you say that like the concept of machismo, is that a general Hispanic thing, or is that like a Mexican specific thing? Because I've
No,
only
no,
heard
it's-
it used in Mexican.
No, Hispanic, dude. That is so Hispanic.
Okay.
Oh, we are so good at that. We have like there's within the the more gender circles per se, like talk about these stuff. There's a stereotype called the macho ibérico, which is the Iberian macho. kind of thing, and it's like a full-on stereotype, and people like that exist. And then part of it is like you only eat meat, you drink wine with every meal, you have a beer belly of some kind, but it's usually a wine belly. You say certain phrases. I mean, dude, we have bullfighters. Like, come on, what is more machismo than you sadistically attacking a bull and pretend like you're a tough man for that?
Yeah.
It's
And the
pretty
weird
sad.
thing with the Philippines is that, I don't know, we had the Spanish for 300 years, but it feels like it's a weird amalgamation now of like Spanish culture, American culture, and like basketball. It's big in the Philippines because, well, the Americans came in for 50 years.
Yep.
That's our big sport. But we still use Spanish words and some Filipino.
Most of your food is
still have it.
Spanish influenced at the very least.
Yeah, Spanish influence. Like adobo is like a local thing that was influenced a little bit with what Spanish were doing with it, stuff like that. So
I mean,
it's an
adobo
interesting
literally means
one.
garnish, right? So in Spanish.
Yeah, but it's very different from the Philippines. I think like Filipino adobo is also like different. It's a strange thing. Whenever I think about Spanish and Filipino influence, I realize that historically people have this notion that the Philippines was a Spanish colony, which on paper was true, but we were always governed by New Spain.
Yeah.
So we were actually influenced more Mexicans. You know, it's like there's a very clear distinction with that influence as well. I think, in terms of our history, whenever we tried to appeal to Spain, we actually initially never appealed for independence. We wanted to be part of Spain and not part of New Spain. So I think that's something that gets overlooked in our history. We were I think a lot of what happened in the colonial stuff was really mainly done by New Spain, which is weird. It's not something that gets highlighted, but it's an interesting thought process.
Yeah, we're too busy destroying the other side, right? Like you can only do one
Yeah,
genocide at a
exactly.
time. So
Yeah.
you gotta choose your murder, I guess. But I
It's
agree.
funny, like
Go ahead.
it's funny. The Queen of Spain went to my grandma's house, because my dad's family is from the only part of Asia that speaks Creole Spanish. So when
interesting.
the Queen of Spain was doing her diplomatic round, she actually went to my grandma's house because my grandpa was mayor at some point. Went there, and then the table, it's like engraved. The Queen of Spain is just there. It's kind of funny. It's like cool. That's kind of funny because it's like it's a rural place. Like it's literally farmland right next to it, but it's kind of funny that the Queen of Spain. Every time I see that table, I'm like, that's so strange. No, not something you'd ever expect.
You know what's very wild to me as I go to SCA is that there's a lot of the like in Malaysia it's the same thing. They will have a lot of places that are more rural and they'll point out like, look, here was visited by the King of England or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And in Spain, if you say that your house was visited by the Queen of Spain, you're fucked, dude. Someone is gonna burn that house down. That is not a good thing. Right?
Oh.
Like
Damn.
because you're saying essentially that you're a royalist. There's our queen and king are directly
I see.
related to our fascism, right? So it's a very complicated issue. In Barcelona, for example, the king cannot set stone. They literally cannot set step in Barcelona because he gets too much hate. He has to go with a massive police escort of like over 100 policemen because people spit on him and they scream at him. That is not a good thing.
That is interesting because you in the Philippines, I would never think that. Like,
Right, I noticed that
not
here.
something we're exposed to. Yeah.
Yeah, you
So
guys didn't have
that's a
the
really
despots
interesting
that we did in Europe, so royalty is not seen as badly in SCA as it is in Europe.
It's very strange though because, like, I don't know. In the case of the Philippines, it's just we're a strange country in that we've had so much colonial abuse, but it's not something we really think about.
I
You know,
agree.
it's-
I'm
think-
surprised with that.
I think Filipino culture is just very forgiving in general, so much so that it's like, yeah, it happened, but that was the past. It's I don't know if that's a positive or negative, but it is what it is. And I think overall it's like interesting. It's just funny. Just funny to think about Philippines. Hey, the best thing Spanish gave us is a lot of this, so I'm happy about that.
That is very true. You know, it could be considered a good thing because a lot of the cultures that have that past of them getting screwed over, right? Unfortunately, they lost their identity. I think something that Filipinos do have is that they've created a new national identity, right? It's a very strong one, and I love that. Like one of the issues that I mean, look, I'm not going to go against the narrative of the victims, obviously, because South America were victims of the Spanish Empire and stuff like that. But one of the issues when you follow this narrative is that you completely disregard the impact of the empires that were before them. So you paint the Spaniards as if they come there as these gods who can't be beaten, and all the empires there would just crumble under their power, which is not true at all, by the way, if you learn history. And the places that have I wouldn't say a prouder colonial past, but they're not as hell bent on like remarking that, have a stronger national identity and a stronger pride as a nation, which is very important.
Yeah, I think you can see that specifically in Indonesia. If you see
Yes.
Indonesian history,
Yes.
it wasn't as split up. Like Indonesia as a country wasn't quite there. The empire of, you know, the Islamic empire there and the Hindu empire and the Buddhist empire all kind of cover those same bases that colonialized. I think the outer stretches is where you got some of the identity not being integrated. So like Timor-Leste felt a lot more separated specifically because they were also majority Catholic from that settlement period, so they had a different identity. But overall, I think Southeast Asia is an interesting one, because in a sense, the national identities were there. If not, there were warring tribes and no direct, you know, no, in the case of Philippines, there was no overarching existence of a Philippine nation. There were only like sultanates, rajanates, some smaller areas, but they were also very intertwined culturally.
Yeah.
That getting integrated wasn't as bad. Not as bad. I mean, it was still a rough time, I'm sure, because, you know, we were
Colonialism.
savages.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, we were savages. But that identity of being one formed pretty quick. I think, actually, in the case of Spain and the Philippines, that concept of a common enemy kind of united everyone in the end. So
That's true. Yeah.
That's a positive in the end, I guess.
Same with like the French in North America, right? Like in Canada and stuff, they were regarded as the good guys because at least they weren't massacring people, and so they kind of got away with a lot. That's very interesting, though. I do think SEA cultures particularly is I think it's a great sign of how cultures can recover after being screwed over for a really long time, and how they can adapt elements of colonialism to part of their own culture without losing national identity. I think a great read, if you ever get a chance, John, and I think you'd enjoy this, is there's a book with the name, I forget the name, it's the Japanese name for the Japanese Christians, right? And there's a book that just has the name for them in Japanese. It's a study about how they came to be and like how their beliefs, because obviously the Japanese Christians were persecuted, right? And
Yes.
so their beliefs molded into this whole new essence of Christianity, and they became a cult of Christianity that was prominent in Japan.
yes.
And there's a book that details like that history, and it's absolutely fascinating. It's one of the most interesting things I've ever heard, honestly.
Yeah. Like that history of the Japanese with Christianity is really interesting, because I never knew that the reason Japan was so hesitant to accept Christianity was because they saw the Philippines with Spain. Never made that connection until I read about it. They were like, because apparently we were trade partners with the Japanese, you know, the small tribes were. And then they saw what happened to their allies down south, and they just ended up, you know, like, okay, so that's what happens when these people come in with a religion. Let's not let that happen.
Yeah.
Just dread that. It's an interesting thing. It's an interesting parallel to say Christianity, early Christianity under Roman times or under Byzantine times pre-Constantine, right? That persecution was there, but it was also reflected in Japan. So that's pretty cool.
But don't forget, though,
Historically,
that persecution is overblown by Christians. Most historians say that. Like the idea that, like, because Romans just didn't give a shit what culture you were from, right?
Yeah.
So
True,
so
yes.
the persecution is emphasized by the fact that Christians love the idea of martyrdom. So Romans would go and say things like, I mean, I love telling the story, the fucking Saint Valentine story, where like Saint Valentine is this guy who got put into a martyr, and you celebrate his love every year, right? And everyone knows the story that he would like he was marrying Christians in secret, right? What people don't know is that the Romans literally went to St. Valentine and said, hey, dude, like, we literally don't care if you're, like, marrying Christians in secret, but you just have to publicly denounce it. So that you can, like, just do it in secret, but, like, don't publicly say it. We don't care about what you do, but just publicly it looks bad if we let you do this. And he was like, no, I'd rather die. And he goes, but we're going to kill you. We will literally kill you. You just need to say it. Like, you can do whatever you want. You continue being Christian. Just say it. And he's like, I'd rather die than denounce Christianity. Okay, I guess. I'll take out my sword now. Like, what is this moron? Why? Just say it. So, you know, that concept is very interesting. And I think that's, anyway, that's a whole nother topic altogether.
Yeah. It's interesting. Though. World history is a very interesting thing.
Let's watch Renewal M11, by the way. They're just at the end of the draft.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Hello.
Hey,
Gabe,
Lorenzo.
how's it going?
Hello. How's it
Hey!
going? I'm eating Taco Bell.
Nice.
Taco Bell.
Nice.
Very nice.
That's
It
cool.
was the only thing that was open at this late.
I was about to say,
hour
isn't it
of
like
the night.
2:30 a.m. at the moment?
I'm all jet lagged.
Did you make it back home from Dubai all
That's
right?
true.
I did. I wanted to watch some of these games because it looks like there's actually shit going on, right? It's freaking Pro Dota League again, or I mean DPC again.
Oh yeah.
And we did a history podcast here with John, so I was very.
I was listening. That shit was super interesting. I love it because like I think that there's definitely a focus on like certain countries, but every country has its own like really unique experience of colonialism, which is like, you know, horrific and terrible and wonderful that we all can experience trauma in unique ways that has a shared,
Oh,
It's great.
Yeah, 'cause it's wonderful how vast our world is in the ways that it can figure to be cruel, right?
Oh,
Let's see. So this is what matchup are we watching right now?
M11 versus
Renewal M11.
I mean, you're not watching
and
any
Mongolia
John,
against
so-
Indonesia.
True. M11's a weird one because I know I've played a couple of times with Havinci. And
Interesting.
He's an interesting fella.
Go on.
I don't know.
Well, what's
I don't know.
interesting mean?
Oh,
It
you don't
doesn't
dead
feel
on.
like he plays at his rank.
Oh wow.
That's the feedback I get from a couple of times I've played with. Like we partied up with a few other people. It's maybe the mindset's different in those pub games. I'm not sure, but it's a weird one that like I've interacted with him and I'm not sure what to feel about.
is he an asshole?
No, he's a nice person. He's actually a nice person, but it's one of those cases where you meet someone who's rank 100 and you expect a certain performance and it doesn't match your expectations. So I'm not sure what to take from that is what I think. It's like maybe pro games just hit differently, you know? Maybe this is there.
I love the way that you avoided criticizing him. That was amazing, actually. I need to learn. That was very impressive.
See, that's what an art degree teaches to you, Avo. It teaches you how to say things in a very structured manner that doesn't sound bad. That's what I got from my unfinished degree. That's my learning point there.
That's really good. I'm very impressed. I would vote for you. Let me just say.
Me too.
Oh, goodness.
I want to ask you, John. By the way, I know you're a weeb, right?
Yeah.
Are you just an anime weeb, or are you also a manga weeb?
I'm mainly a manga weeb, actually.
Oh!
And it gets worse. It gets worse. I'm a
You're a
manga
girl
weeb,
love.
but yes, I'm a Yuri reader.
You're a Yuri?
I only read Yuri.
Are you like a shoujo Yuri, or are you like a full hentai Yuri?
No, shoujo.
Okay,
I don't
okay.
read for the hentai. No. I actually do read for the plot. Because
For the
some
articles,
reason, yeah, no, like the plot in these same-sex romances, for some reason, they're just more authentic. Like, if you read like a normal romance, it's just it has the same talking points, guy meets girl, yada yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just you can tell how it ends. Whereas this just feels authentic. It's like the author went through this shit, and it's like, yeah, all right, I like that. You know, it's more believable for me.
I agree with you
sounds
for the
good.
most part. I actually do think gay romances in manga are better portrayed than straight ones most of
Right?
the time.
Yeah,
They're less
yeah.
toxic. Yeah. I also read.
Sure.
Have you ever been in a situation though, John? This is a video big reveal, but like you're reading a manga that's been recommended to you, and then halfway through, like through chapters, like I think this is a hentai, and then you have to stop reading.
Oh.
Has that ever happened to you?
No, not
Yeah.
like it's a hentai. I have had people suggest anime. I immediately second guessed their taste.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
someone told me to watch what's that? Pet of Sakura So,
Mm-hmm.
which is like a harem thing. I didn't know it was a harem romance. I got into it halfway through. I gave up, and I immediately took note of this guy, and I'm like, I will never take their recommendations ever again. That was terrible.
It is terrible. You gotta ruin it. The reason I'm asking though is because since you're a big fan of relationships in general, Usagi,
Yeah.
the M11 offlaner, that's a reference to Alice in Borderland, one of the main characters there.
Oh,
A reference to Sailor Moon?
I'm pretty sure because it's a new manga that it was the Alice in Borderland. I
see,
want
I
to
see.
believe that at least. I don't think it's Sailor Moon. Mainly because he's
And
also.
when
a
did you
dude.
realize that this recommended manga that you were reading was a hentai? Was it like mid penetration or what was going on?
Well, so
Oh,
sometimes
no.
mangas have sex scenes and like it's okay, right? Like they're not necessarily
Yeah.
meant to be porn.
Yeah.
Like in fact, I think actually sex scenes in manga tend to be really beautiful. I think Berserk, for example, has a really beautiful sex scene, like genuinely, right? I usually skip them in shows, but in manga, there's something about it. It's more artistic. But this one was just, after like 3 chapters of sex scenes, I'm like, I think this is just sex scenes, and that's when you realize I think this is porn. And I've never had this with real porn because there's never the question if you're watching porn or not because they get right to it. But in manga, there's this fine line where you're like, I'm not really sure what the fuck I'm reading anymore.
So wait a minute. Can I have some questions?
Sure.
Yeah.
Just say, Lyrical just comes and joins, and we
That's a
immediately
question.
start talking about this stuff.
Well, no, it's good. It's really interesting, right? Because everybody always says, "Oh yeah, anime, manga, it's just people that like porn or something like that." And I've always been like, that seems not like a unfair characterization. But from the way that you guys are describing it, it does sound like a big part of a lot of these is like sort of pornographic or built around like relationships and then showing that side of it. Is that fair? Like testament?
I think it depends on what you read. I think it just
Yeah, it
sums up.
depends.
But like if you get into the more I don't want to say hardcore, but there's like some romance mangas that like specifically
Right.
deal with like some really relatively dark romance aspects, right?
Yeah.
And those are very interesting, particularly. Those are like gems. And especially when you read it, like the gay ones.
What do
and
you mean by dark? Sorry.
Oh no! An example I read recently was like there's one called Death of House Husband, I think it's called.
Okay.
And it's just about this guy who, maybe 2 years, 3 years into his marriage, realizes he's an inadequate husband, right? And he grapples with the idea that he's both inadequate in the job that he's doing, and also in as a husband, like as a lover and as a person, right? And it's this like midlife crisis that you're reading, like it's dark, like there's no good parts to it.
Got
Like,
it.
it's just worse and worse, and they get into it really, really really unhealthily. And in those mangas, they often have sex portrayed in a very different way. Like the sex is not meant to be something you feel comfortable with. It's something weird
Yeah.
sometimes.
Man,
Yeah.
I'm only reading like what is it, The Way of the House Husband, the very nice one.
That's a very
where
different
it's like
one,
an
yeah.
ex-Yakuza guy who
Yeah, that's a very nice
goes and loves his wife, and he's really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a really good manga that I think I'd recommend to anyone to only read once, especially if if you ever went through clinical depression or going through
Oh,
it
it's
yourself.
Pun Pun,
I'd say
isn't it?
yes, 100%. Oyasumi Pun Pun. You should definitely read it. Never touch it again.
Yeah.
I will never touch that manga again, even though I get tempted, because it's a ride. You know, it helps you come to terms with your own dealings with something more extreme.
It will destroy you.
But it will destroy your soul reading that thing. It has no, I guess the end is somewhat happy in a way, but it's also not. It's just
I thought the
dark
end
and
was
an
uplifting,
interesting take on it. It
personally.
was,
I thought
right?
you
In
were
a way,
just gonna
because
suggest
he's
some-
done with his past.
But
I thought you were going to suggest some Junji Ito shit.
No,
Oh,
Junji Ito
is
is
just terrifying. Yeah.
he's terrifying, but he's not like fucked up like Pum Pum. Like Pum Pum is
No.
that sex scene. There's a really fucked up particularly there that will make you retch. Like I actually felt sick in the stomach.
Yeah. That was like. There's multiple things that are just wrong. It's,
Yeah. It's really
it's
really screwed
amazing.
up. But it's an
And I
amazing
think
manga.
What's the premise?
Oh, yeah.
What's the premise basically?
It's basically about the life story of this guy called Pun Pun and how he grew up, how his family dealt with him, how he coped, what he went through. Basically, it's just a sort of slice of life to a very extreme dark tone.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. I don't think any other medium tackles these kind of subjects the same way manga does. And
I
I think
agree.
that's why manga is such a strong thing. Maybe some what do you call them? What do you call those darker comics? Like they have a name, right?
Graphic novels, you mean?
What?
Yeah, graphic novels. Graphic novels do tackle darker stuff, not as dark as Pun Pun.
Yeah.
So-
There's a lot of that in manga.
So here's a question then. So I've recently been reading a lot of stuff that's like sort of, I guess. So here's a question: do you think that there are other forms? Because manga, it's mainly Japanese. Am I right in understanding that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
mainly, yeah.
Do you think that like that sort of the way that they're dealing with these really heavy topics by like externalizing it onto third party characters is like a function of the culture a little bit? Because I think about like, for instance, I was reading something. Have you guys read the book by Bell Hooks called All About Love?
No.
Okay, so it's basically a book that she wrote about what it means to love and what it means to be loved. And in that book, she talks a lot about how like sort of you can't have a family that loves you if they commit abuse on you in any way, and that's like that. And she talks really like in depth about her own experience with being abused. And I'm wondering, when you're talking about this like dark thing of dealing with depression and that other stuff, a lot of that has to come from like your familial experiences. And I wonder if that's something that's like taboo and like unwilling to be talked about a little bit, so you have to externalize it to other things.
Yeah,
you know what I mean
think
there?
It does stem from that. Like, Japanese culture is very much. It's about saving face, you know. Like
Yeah,
you
that's
don't
right.
tend to talk about these in public. Like mental health is very slow in progressing in Japan, so that's why a lot of authors tend to just express it through that medium, and I think that's how they get it out there, because there's no other way. Like if you look at one other great example is Welcome to the NHK, which is a really, really, really good light novel and anime. Probably the best anime, I think, in my view. Welcome to the
wow.
NHK is about this guy who's hikikomori, right? He's a shut-in. He dropped out from college. He has this pervasive hallucination that he's being tracked by the government in an organization that tracks hikikomoris like him. And it's about, and in a way, this was actually reflective of the author's own struggle with his own shut-in syndrome. So it's, yeah, I think it stems a lot from that viewpoint in Japan, like that social stigma of having mental illness. That's just, for the authors, this is their outlet, almost.
I also
Like,
think...
I have a friend that dealt with this. It's a friend, yeah.
I do think as well that in general, I mean, if you compare it more to the West, because there are some, like, there's manhwas as well for Koreans, right, who are similar in nature. And now Chinese recently also came up with their comic books that are similar. The West ultimately has this, like, bottom line of individual responsibility that is kind of lacking from a lot of the Eastern works. In the East, you are certainly considered to have individual responsibility, but it's towards some sort of community, right? Whereas in the West, you have a responsibility to yourself, right? So a lot of the works are like, what if my society has failed me? Like, what have I done? And that's why you get... I mean, I don't know. There's mangas that like really explore this properly, like Pum Pum, like that kind of idea of like, I'm useless, my society has failed me. But there's some mangas that are just plain like hatred. Like Gantz, if you ever read it, which I'm sure John has. Really, really fucked up. Like, probably the most fucked up manga you'll ever read. The guy is really screwed up, honestly. The guy who makes those mangas. He wrote a couple of ones that are really fucked up. And it's essentially the idea of, like, it's the plotline is really complex, but there's a whole storyline of a guy who's, like, a genocidal maniac, and he goes on the street and he does, like, a school shooting, essentially, on the street. More like a street side shooting. And there's just so much rage in those panels that I've never seen in a Western show ever in my life. Because ultimately, there's this blame on what people have forced you to be that in Western society, you take it away. And I think the best example of this is actually reading the difference between Hunger Games and Battle Royale. What in Battle Royale, the ultimate conclusion in the book itself is, we can't beat this. Like, society has turned out this way, and the only way we can do it is if we all agree. And in Hunger Games, there's more of a hero aspect to it, where if I try hard enough, I can beat this. And that's not how Japanese people see society at all.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think you had a good point, Avo. It stems from the philosophical building points of our cultures. And in the East, it's... a lot of this stems from, was it Confucianism, Neo-Buddhism, where
it's Confucianism.
Your filial ties, your filial ties are very important in Eastern culture. Yeah, your ties to family, and by extension, families tied into society. So it's less about the individual. I was actually very annoyed when I was in grade school. We were learning Constitution. I think my first year of high school, I saw a point in our Constitution that said, the building block of our society as a nation is the family. Yeah. Not the individual. The family is the building point in our constitution. So that already changes the dynamic of society just from that viewpoint. That family, a group dynamic is much more important than the individuals in that group.
Right. I remember when I think I've told some people this story, but I was studying abroad in Hong Kong, and I remember having a couple of different experiences where that was very evident when it wouldn't have been otherwise. So the one that stood out to me was I was staying in this dorm, and there were these people that were outside in the hallway, like partying, having a good time, chilling, but making a decent amount of noise. And a foreign exchange student came on out and was like, "Hey, can you guys keep it quiet? I'm trying to, get some sleep. I have an early study thing in the morning." And in the U.S., everybody would be like, "Yeah, of course, you sort of like, we don't want to inconvenience this one person," but they push back on it, and they're like, "No, what are you talking about? There's a lot of us out here. We're having a good time. This is, there's more people. Why would we do it for this one person there?"
That's true.
And it blew my mind. It was something that like, I definitely, it completely like changed my mind. And I was thinking about it. And I was like, well, there's like some argument there, but at the same time, like if you're not thinking about the individual value of each individual person, then why does the collective matter either? So I don't know. It was interesting.
Like a pseudo utilitarian model of thinking. Just
I mean, it is though at the end, right? Like the end is the good of the many outweighs the good of the few.
Right.
And if we go back to the media, the reason why that makes for this media is that the West, due to this obsession with the individual, is always shackled by the fact that the characters have to be likable to a degree, right? The villain needs to be redeemable. The hero needs to have some sort of good story. In the East, you can just go, yeah, these guys are all fucked up. That society made them this way. Sucks to be them, you know. And that's it. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's the storyline. That's why they make good death game manga, because all the death games, you're like, fuck yeah, I hate everyone. Everyone should die. Woo! And in the West, they always try to make the big hero. That's why you can tell, like, I mean, I know people love Squid Game, right? But Squid Game, compared to a lot of the Japanese death game manga, is pretty meager and weak.
Yeah.
Pretty tame.
It's pretty tame. And especially tame because you have a hero, you know? And
Yes.
in the death game manga in Japan, they'll have like 2 chapters talk about how most efficient to kill a person. That's the hero. That's the guy you have to root for. You're like, okay, all right. That's not exciting. So it makes for some really interesting media.
That does. All right, I'm gonna call it early. My eyes need rest. Thank you for having me on, and sorry for derailing us from the games.
What do you mean
It was
sorry?
fun though. It was
It's fun though.
Yeah, you're great.
Yeah. I'll catch you all next time. Have a good one.
See ya.
Our anime expert is gone. Very sad.
One genre.
I read more manga than John, I bet you.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
You need to respect my weaviness, Lyrical. God damn.
What are you reading lately, Arvo?
I do not want to say. It's not appropriate.
Oh, no, come on. You opened this can of worms.
No, I did. I just. No, I'm not going to describe it. It's terrible. It's really bad. I'm ashamed. Okay, I have bad reads sometimes. I have bad reads. Oh, you know what? I've been reading Nausicaa. That's good. That's my good one. That's the good read.
How you spell it?
It's a Ghibli movie. If you ever watch it, Nausicaa, like N-A-U. I'll spell it actually.
There you go.
And it's beautiful manga, and especially important in Japan because it was one of the first manga with a heroine as opposed to a hero, and it's a very feminist manga in general. And it had a big deal in Japanese manga industry to show people that like strong women sell more than strong men, because there's a big female audience of mangas in Japan. Also,
Man, I just
fantastic
watch
movie.
basic ass fucking like shonen, but also like seinen stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
this is a basic seinen in general. It's just an older seinen, but it's basic.
Reading Tokyo
never read any.
Revengers.
Revengers is great.
I'm reading Blue Lock, which is like Haikyuu but soccer. Oh wait, yeah, you don't really like that. Sorry.
No, I love sports manga. I've read so many sports manga, dude. I'll read.
Blue Lock's pretty good. It's becoming an animation as well.
I'll check it out. I read a whole manga on baseball, and I don't even like baseball, but the manga makes me like baseball because of how good it is.
Which one?
Diamond no Ace.
Yeah, there's Domino Ace, Big Wind Up, and All Outs.
Which 1 ounce is much better.
1 ounce, sorry, 1 ounce, 1 ounce.
By the way, spoiler if you guys want to read Diamond no Ace, it's just like Slam Dunk but longer. So if you like Slam Dunk, it's literally the exact same plot line.
Dr. Stone, love me some Dr. Stone.
You ever read Ice Shield 21 by the same guy? It's an American football manga. Best sports manga ever made, in my opinion. It's absolutely wonderful.
I remember seeing one American football anime, and I just really didn't like the art style, but this one seems fine.
It might have been this.
Wasn't
The
there
anime
a
was pretty bad.
volleyball one that was really popular?
Yeah, that's Haikyuu. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Well, you know, it's an interesting industry. In general, it's what you said, lyrical though, because there's a lot of peering into like a completely different culture because it's so unique. It's allowed to develop. It's very similar to when you see like a regional Dota league. Now bring it back to Dota. Look at that. You see a regional Dota league and they develop this meta. You're like, what the fuck? Nobody else is playing this, but they've just had enough time to play between each other to develop, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like an isolated community, and it makes it for a very interesting, very unique perspective on Dota.
On
Or
Dota? Or you mean on
entertainment in general. Like the idea of
Entertainment,
isolation. I am a big fan of like trying to check out cultures that are more isolated or less affected by global, trends.
Yeah.
I think they produce very interesting products.
Yeah.
You sorry, I'm bringing it back to manga for a second. Have you, speaking of like the stuff like John reads the girls love stuff. There's one male version of that, but it's not feel good. It's called Killing Stalking. Have you read that or heard about it?
That's very fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That
very
is
fucked.
pretty fucked
Sheeple
up.
recommended that to me.
Why would okay?
Because Sheeple says she only likes romances that are with men as long as they're suffering, and I was like, that's misandry, Sheeple. I don't know if you're aware.
That's definitely suffering. That's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's like, I only like reading straight ones when the person's really fucked up. I'm like, why? Why? I don't really understand that.
I really like ones like I don't know what the English name of it is, but like Kakagurui, the gambling high school one.
See, but that's a good example of manga I'd be ashamed to admit I'm reading.
Nah,
is that?
I love that.
It's
love
a
that. Shit. Anything to do
gambling-
with deception.
It's a gambling manga. It is good, but the problem with it is like it's a very typical manga anime. Like it has a lot of nudity and those kind of elements to it.
It doesn't have nudity. It has
Well,
subtle
suggestion.
underboob.
there's a lot of suggestive images. Let's say, right?
Okay.
Liar Game as well. Love Liar Game.
Liar Game is fantastic. Liar Game is a top tier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Say if you like that,
it's
you'd love Alice in Borderland. Alice in Borderland has like Liar Game, but less clever games, better made characters, essentially.
Love the games
So, like,
though.
How much of what anime you like does it like reveal about you as a person?
I think not that much, to be
No?
honest. No. I think people like to make assumptions in general, like based
Right.
on media. I don't think media necessarily defines a person.
What do you mean by defines a person? Like,
I think your taste and media don't really define you all the time, or ever, really. Like I think media in our society has become very tribalist in general. Like I like this, and therefore I'm in this camp or I'm in this group, right? And I don't
Right.
think it always means that, you know. I don't know. Like as an example, my favorite movie is a movie called Wild Tales, which is an
Right.
Argentinian movie. It's a very brutal movie, and in general, most of my tastes are pretty dark or brutal, right?
Right.
And people would make assumptions that like it's because I like gore or violence, but I hate those, or because I'm a very
Right.
violent person, but I'm not. I
Right,
think
well,
each person has their own definition.
but I think that so I think that argument of like that, okay, you're a violent person because you like this violent piece of media, I think that that's dumb.
It's
But I think that
reductionism,
there
I
are
guess.
times where like and I guess it depends too upon like what type of media it is that you're consuming, because some media to me feel like they sort of are trying to make a larger point about something, right? And then like the extent to which you enjoy that is going to depend upon how much you identify with that like sort of piece of commentary that they're making.
Right.
You get what I mean?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, obviously people will like reading something that's within their wheelhouse, like they agree with fundamentally or philosophically, right?
But there
I-
is like then
yeah,
an
that's
objective art point of view, which is different, right? Like something can be really well made,
Yes.
and then that's where I think that you get into the gray area where it's like, okay, well, I can recognize that this piece of content is like very beautifully done or something, but then there's like this part of it which is a point that it's trying to make that I don't agree with, and that's where I think things are harder to figure out.
I think it does depend on the person though, because I think a lot of people do like something that's contrary to their beliefs when they read it, right? Like something that like makes them think per se, right?
Okay.
I think it depends on what kind of like content you consume. Like if you consume something like, as an example, Ben Shapiro, right? I don't think anyone ever reads that to read a contrarian view. He's not a clever guy, right? So you don't read that. He's not going to enlighten you or anything. You're usually reading that to feel good about yourself. That's kind of what it does. But if you
Right.
read something like Atlas Shrugged, which I'm also not a big fan of, because Ayn Rand's a fucking wacko. Actually, The Fountainhead is a better example. You might just be reading that because you're interested in her points, right? You might not be necessarily
Right.
reading that because you agree with her.
Yeah.
So I
Oh,
think it
that's true.
depends on the person as well.
Yeah.
Like there's an author, for example, that I love in Spanish, but he's the biggest piece of shit in the world. But he writes really well,
Okay.
and his stuff is really good. He's very well known for being because he ran for president in Peru, and then he left once he lost, which is very sad and undignified. And he's also a raging racist and misogynist. But his books are fantastic, and I don't agree with any of his ideas, and I hate him. I wish he was dead. But his books are good, and I'm not gonna stop reading his books because of that.
You wish he was dead. Holy shit.
Oh, he's the biggest piece of shit in the world. You
Oh,
can't understand.
no.
I'm gonna say the name, and there's a
not
Spaniard in
holding
the chat.
anything back.
It's Vargas Llosa. If someone knows who he is, what an asshole! Oh my god. But I think it just in general the media it doesn't always say too much about a person, because the way that people relate to media is different, right? To some people it's an
Right.
escape. To some people it's a way to learn. To some people it's how they connect to life. And you can't
could
really
see that.
assume that each person has the same way of interacting with it, in my opinion.
No, it's true, but I think so. Yeah, I guess that it's not necessarily that the media that people enjoy is going to reveal something about it, but at least it has the potential that it could. And
Yeah.
like trying to understand why somebody likes something, I think is it's
Always cool.
interesting.
Yeah, I agree.
Dude, you know what I want to see? I want to see one of these M11 guys get a Helm of the Dominator, and then get like the power creep. You know, the big Hellbear combo with the TB.
That's actually pretty strong.
yeah?
You know what we saw the other day in the end of qualifiers? Grimstroke bought a Helm of the Dominator, and he constantly dominated the Harpy, the one that gives you flying vision, and he would
Dude,
just
so
hunt
good.
people in the fucking trees. It was amazing. I was actually so impressed.
There's a few slots that you can go, you literally just cannot see it. So it just gives you permanent flying vision.
Yeah, exactly. It's very good.
Yeah, the guy that made that Reddit post is an Oz Dota player, actually.
Oh, nice.
You take what you can get, right? You have to mention that dead dog, making sure
There you go.
people know.
The
Right.
team
My man
spirit,
Corrosive, I got to give him some props, you know?
corrosive. The team spirit lineup that they ran Collapse Magnus, and he got the he went Helm of the Dominator, and then got that creep, and then just parked it outside of like outside of high ground, and then just was skewering people because it's like it sees to the tier 4 towers. It's like insane.
It's wild how much predominance some teams give to vision, right?
Yeah.
Well,
and
All
like
right,
the-
Arthur. Arthur, I want to ask Arthur a question because he
oh yeah, it's a stream actually.
he has been involved a little bit. I fucking hate this Ogre's build. So what is your understanding about it? Like not having a single point in Ignite. I think that's his most broken spell.
I mean, it just feels
wow.
like he want to lie down and wait for his team to carry him.
Yeah.
Alright.
I can't think of any kind of justification. It's bad in lane. It's very
no
rare
idea,
that you can
man.
have an opportunity to cast Fire Blast. You know,
This
you don't
guy's
have a way.
Sorry, I just
he's
love
ranked 78 too.
I've never
the
seen this.
fuck?
I have never seen this build before in my life.
I just love
Yeah.
that Danog broke this to include Arthur just so he could flame a player. that was the. He pretends like it's about Arthur, but it was just a
True.
flame for the ogre.
True.
So it can be both, okay?
Dude, so I was like, okay, well maybe, you know, maybe this dude's like the low MMR player on their team or something, and that's why he's doing this. But he's ranked 78. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah.
holy shit! Maybe it's not that bad. He had a reason for it. I haven't
mean,
watched the game enough to.
What's the reason? Come on.
Alright.
Dude, I don't know.
I don't really have one, to be honest. I mean, I can't see why you would max Bloodlust this game.
Even if he just put 1 point in it, I would be like, okay, you know, it's still, the slow doesn't go up that much, and that might be what you need to get away from, I don't know, a TB illusion that's chasing you on a TA or a Night Stalker, you know? But he just doesn't have anything.
Maybe it's just like the controls so TB can't sunder, and that was his thought process. He's like, Ignite's not going to do anything against this lineup, but maybe if I have extra little bits of like, you know, burst damage at the end, or I'll have my stun up, then you can kill the TB.
I like
That's the only
that.
thing I can think
I
of.
like that strong lyrical. I think you're grasping onto something.
Yeah.
The DP didn't have BKB until about 4 minutes ago, so it would have done a shitload against someone that's constantly trying to chase you, you know?
Yeah, that's fair.
It's the
I
one
mean-
spell you can cast from range as well, because if you're walking close to a TB, you're fucking dead.
Right. There was something that I heard No Tail talk about with the Ogre TB, and he was saying that like if you do go the max Bloodlust build, it lets your TA go into the jungle a lot quicker than she would have been able to otherwise. So it's a way to like
Okay.
save her lane if it's going really badly.
That's an actually good point, to be honest. That's a genuinely. I mean, I still would like
I
to get the
stole it
points
from
to
that
win
guy,
Ignite. But
I mean, so when he said that, he still said that you should max Ignite. But he said you could just not take any points in Fire Blast and go more in Bloodlust. So I don't know.
I think it's always value to get 1 point in Bloodlust, in Fire Blast. Like, it's just,
Yes,
it
yes,
seems
yes.
so crazy not to. You
I
know?
agree.
I mean, it might be a snowballing effect as well, like, because we missed the early game, right? So maybe Orger was trying to use the level 1 Fire Blast to get the first blood, and then he didn't get it, or maybe he got it. And then he felt like when he go back to lane, the Ignite is not important anymore. So you might as well just don't learn it at all.
I was watching that lane, and the only real thing that I could maybe understand is that you're against a DP. Ignite's not going to do that
Yeah.
much, because he's just going to Spirit Siphon it back. So, like,
Yeah, maybe that's the case.
not it. But,
Yeah, but that's not enough of an argument because you still have the TB to annoy in the mid game.
yeah.
I agree with you that I probably shouldn't see more Ignites. I mean, in general, their
easily
draft
Koga's
is
most
not.
broken spell.
It's not very the greatest draft though, to be honest, on their side.
Yeah.
Like the TA carry got pretty heavy countered by the TB. I don't really see the point of the TA carry in general this game. It's only really good against DP. I would love to see the draft. I don't remember what point it got picked.
I mean, I would even argue that the DP to be able to respond to the TA is actually quite good. You know, like the laning stage refraction is useless. So,
but like the idea I think was like, or the only thing I can justify this TA pick is like, you counter DP by bursting her really hard in the mid game, and if she hasn't got enough items.
yeah.
I
feel like
some people have been overpicking TA because everyone thinks that carry's kind of busted, and she is, but not always.
Yeah. I feel like, I mean, how many kills does Night Stalker have? I mean, he has 6, but like, I feel like if you're this Night Stalker and you're not killing the Grimstroke and Hoodwink every single team fight with your BKB, what are you doing? You know?
Right. Well, and that's where, you know, Soulbind Force Staff is pretty good, right? Because like if he gets caught to like with Quap blinking in, I think that's probably what's happened a couple of times, is that those two have gotten linked together, and then it's like the fight's just over. So I think probably some of it could be like maybe Quap needing to play a little bit closer to the rest of her team and let Night Stalker try and isolate them or something.
Pretty much. Like, I think, honestly, Night Stalker at all stages of the game, he should have enough damage to be able to solo these heroes.
Right.
They haven't gone... Like, Force Staff is nice, but it's no Ghost Scepter, you know?
Right.
Like, it's nothing like that that's actually going to be able to protect you in the long run. So, like, I tremble whenever I'm playing one of my, you know, more passive Pos 5s and I see a Night Stalker, because he's just going to ruin my life every single time.
But look at this. Like, this shit's so annoying. Oh my god.
Now you have no BKBs, and now you dive with no BKB using Dark Ascension, and it's not going to do shit. Blech.
I mean, this team is kind of screwed already, though. They're 18k behind, dude, with a Night Stalker. I don't think you can blame him at this point for trying to do his best.
All right.
I mean, sure. But I just feel like you got to understand the strengths at certain stages of the game, you know?
I mean, I agree, but I just think that, like, you kind of screwed the pooch with this lineup from the get-go. You have a TA which just stands no purpose here. And you have to play around her whether you like it or not, right? So
Where the fuck's the E-Blade?
well, on the
Rams?
on the DP?
Get in there. Oh my god. He could have killed her so long ago.
If he had E-Blade?
Ember! Yeah, he's an E-Blade.
Oh, Ember has the E-Blade. Oh, right. I was wondering if you were asking DP.
I was searching for E-Play as well. I didn't see it.
Did he held it for so long?
Or...
What is his obsession, by the way, with other regions not refusing to build physical damage on fucking Ember, man? Some regions are doing it and they're destroying with it, and then some regions decide that they're not going to build it ever, like Battle Fury or Desolator, and it's so good right now.
I feel like you don't need to necessarily go, like, Battle Fury Desolator, but you should still, maybe Desolator. But, like, good. Orb of Corrosion, it's just way too good for the early
I think it's mainly because you're playing against TA, so he probably wants to just get up close and build into Shiva plus EB. I think that's his main
that's true.
priority here in this game. That's why you went for this route.
The other day, I saw someone going Maelstrom against a Lifestealer. I'm like, you could have just built Desolator, and the Lifestealer would have been fucked. Why are you doing this?
I like this build, actually. And I think, I mean, so the E-Blade's like way worse now against supports.
Yes.
But against certain heroes, it's kind of cool. So, like, you know, Quap's got, what, 100 some odd int. You can actually do some pretty decent damage there, and then it keep your supports alive against both Night Stalker and TA. Like, it's kind of nifty.
I agree. I think it's a really good item. I don't mind E-Blade on Ember in general. I just think that I don't see enough physical Ember. Someone suggested Maelstrom Deso. Yeah, that's fine too. You don't need Battle Fury necessarily. But that Desolator has become so good on the Ember right now. It's even been buffed. I'm surprised people aren't picking it up. Especially when they're up against certain matchups.
Right. I don't know why Deso got buffed. This whole patch makes me a little angry, if I'm going to be honest.
Really? I've been enjoying it after a while.
I mean, I feel like it's nowhere near different enough from 7.3.
That's true.
My biggest frustration.
That's true. I do agree with that.
E-Blade yourself. Or them. Yeah,
that'll
good
do.
shit. Wait, he didn't cancel his TP.
Look, Lyrical, you got to start playing Enchantress mid, and then you'll start seeing the light of this patch. It really is. It has made me enjoy this patch.
I playing the games, I actually have a lot of fun with it. It's watching pro games that things have not changed enough. It's upsetting to me.
I do agree with that. I do think I relish the moment where games where like patches go this far and casters, we are all casters, so we're struggling to find things to talk about and analyze. So casts become fucking crazy. People say the wildest things at this point in the patch because we have no normal analysis to say. So someone's come up like it's the kind of moment where Jenkins comes in and he goes like, I've studied 5 years of psychological sports theory and I've determined that the reason that Enchanter's being picked at the beginning of the patch is because of this. And you're like, wow. You really had to scrounge up that factoid, right? I think that's very interesting. I love hearing people go.
You had to stretch that point.
Right, people go off the rails when patches have been going for this long. That makes for very interesting points, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, Lyrical, when I did the panels with you, you have found the most creative way to justify Darkseers into draft. And I'm like, he's really trying. And at the end of the patch, I was beyond impressed by how you would put that hero no matter what they picked. It was a really good Darkseer game.
They should have done it. They should have done it.
And they would pick it and lose, and then the points would seem mute, and he would come up with new points.
Yeah.
You could just say, he didn't know the tech. He had to change this aspect of his gameplay.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
I would have been the one.
The post game panel was always, I wasn't quite satisfied with the Darkseer this game. I thought, and then you're like, mate.
Yeah. It's great. It's really good.
I think it's
go for it.
I was going to say Kobold's core flicks is going on at the moment.
Yeah, I'm going to that one. Yeah. I
I'm
love
just gonna
Kobolds.
click on you guys.
I want Kobolds to make it through to the close.
Oh yeah, man, Lyrical. They got second place in the 3 open qualifiers for season 1. So you really want them to get through.
Mm-hmm. It's pain, man.
Do you have a bracket somewhere?
Yeah. I'll send you a link.
Thanks.
Thought Epos Lyrical.
Oh, you're working for free here, huh?
Well, technically,
no.
they didn't hire me to do this, so technically it's BTS,
There you
right? Which also didn't
There you
hire
go.
me, so.
Wait, who is? Oh, right, of course. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Eternals, Apex, Cookie. We're on round 5.
Yep.
Yeah, just spam next round at the top until you get to as far as you can go.
Are they doing the whole quals in one day? No, right? It's 2 days.
No.
Tomorrow is the
2 days.
best of 3s.
Okay,
So this is the last game today.
Well,
Kobolds.
the Kobolds.
Yeah.
Okay. I really want Kobolds to make it because I think they're a good example of a team that, as opposed to trying to pub their weight into competitive, they're actually trying to play competitive. This was how old people
Teamwork,
used to do it.
That is true. Yeah.
I just miss those days. I think it kind of sucks when you see a team nowadays and they're first competitive and you're like, they're good, but they're missing coordination. And then it's just kind of boring because it's just 5 players, right? It's not actually a team that you're watching.
They have a techies.
Yeah, I just realized that as well. I just realized.
Dude, that was a
Position
great
Vortex
play.
is-
The hero's strong right now. I don't know. I thought he'd be picked more often. I mean, he's not like broken, but he's pretty good. That sticky bomb is very nasty.
The blast off as well is the AoE silence is crazy, especially you get shard. You got AoE stun. It's insane.
People slept on techies, man. He was good before too, by the way. I'm sorry, I'm on that field. Pro players just didn't want to play
He was good
it.
in certain games, but I think he just made Dota unfun for everyone but the techies player.
I disagree with that. I thought Dota was very fun. I think Dota with techies is there's a level of excitement that I get to in those games that I can't reach anywhere else.
He can't one-shot range creeps anymore at level 1 blast off, huh?
No, he cannot.
That's too bad. That part was pretty cool.
But it leads to different lane shenanigans, right? Because at least you're not stealing from your carry. So if you dominate the lane, it feels a bit better to blast off the lane
I
and
mean,
push
that
out.
was the best part.
I see now why the game is unfun for non-techies players. It's because people are literally Oh, Storm is going for the massive nulls into Ag's Arcane Blink build, huh?
Interesting.
I'm surprised they didn't fix this, honestly. I thought they would patch this build out.
Well, they did. They patched it pretty well. They brought down so it stacks.
Oh yeah, multiplicatively.
multiplicatively
That's
now.
true. Yeah.
But it was like 65% mana cost reduction, and now it's 51. So it's not like it's gutted, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's good, right? You want to keep it in the game.
Yeah.
Unless it's Morphling Earthshaker. Like, for the most part, most strategies in Dota shouldn't be destroyed.
I'm just gonna say this till the cows come home. Bring back the value of level 1 road. I feel like it should be a viable strat.
Every single cast I've heard you say that, actually.
I just want it, man. I just like. Wouldn't that be exciting to see level 1 Rosh
Yeah, I do
again?
miss it.
Like, it doesn't even bring you to level 2. That's so crazy to me.
Yeah.
That should be your reward for going for that like high risk, high reward play.
Right. No, I'm down. I love Rolo and Roche. I think actually if I end up playing some Dota later on, I might try and convince my team to do it. It's one of my favorites.
Is it going to be randoms, or are you going to play with people that you know?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll
I
find
think
out.
if you
I
convince a
can-
team of randoms, I would be beyond impressed, Lyrical. Like, I would shout you
I've done
out.
it before. It was really cool.
So what did you have? Like
play
Profit,
US
Ursa,
East?
Abaddon or something?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was like 3K games or so. This was like 3 years ago. So level 1 Roche was still very good.
Oh, okay.
You got level 2 doing it no matter what. It was probably more than 3 years ago at this point, actually. But no, I think you just gotta like tell people, you gotta get it. Wait, what's this Dawnbreaker set? What the fuck?
What?
Did you guys see this?
Yes, the new one.
Yeah. Oh, that's the thing. Hopefully
Whoa.
people have mentioned it in the whole bug thread, because if you look at it in game, you can't actually see any of the cosmetics, which sucks. You can't even see them
I
in
can.
replays as well.
What do you mean?
I can't. What the fuck?
I can.
What's going on in my game? No. The if you look at the preview,
Oh, I see. Yeah. I'm looking at her in game, not the other thing.
Oh, I've never used the preview in my life.
She
I
looks
do
like
it if I
Sailor
see
Moon,
a
man.
really cool set that I want to Google and see how I get it. You know.
That's an awesome set. That's the
Never.
coolest set I've ever seen.
Okay, all right.
Dude, look at it.
It's not that cool.
She's got like, look at what do you mean?
Oh,
She's
that's-
got like
it's
a
got an iPad.
silencer glaive in her hair.
Yeah, I mean, she's cool. I'm not denying it, but like, you know, you do have DK set, and you have like the Plague Doctor, Witch Doctor.
I don't know.
I think there's a lot of good sets in Dota. You have the Conquistador, man. There's nothing that's gonna be better than that set. With a gun as well, it's awesome.
Dude. She looks like an Overwatch character.
That is not a good thing.
It does actually.
What do you mean? Overwatch has some cool character design. Like
She
you
looks
can,
like
you can
a
say what you
Mercy
want about
Brigida combination.
a what?
Mercy and Brigida
Okay.
like mixed together.
I don't know what that means. Brigida?
Overwatch characters.
Is Brigida an Overwatch character? Because I know it's from
Yeah.
Wheel of Time.
I mean, it's spelled Bridget, but
Oh.
it's pronounced Brigida.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. I know who that is. Why is it pronounced Brigida?
So she's Swedish.
Oh, okay.
Brigida. Is that Swedish?
Sure.
That's more Italian, but you know.
Was it?
I think so.
You need more what do you call them? Hand gesticulations to be truly Italian, you know.
No.
Just a couple of them that they do, but they don't do it all the time. You know, we even Mediterraneans get a bad rap for gesticulating all the time, and it's only like 80%. It's not
Yeah.
that much. English speakers don't gesticulate enough. That's the difference.
That's fair.
True.
You especially compared like now that I used to live in the UK. Right now I live in Malaysia, and people here are much more expressive than in the UK. So much more. Arthur's face whenever he says "You sure?" contorts into a grimace. Like I've never seen someone be so expressionful with asking a question. It's lovely. It's amazing. In the UK, you could kill someone in front of you and be like, "Yeah, that's all right, mate. It's okay." They have no facial expressions at all.
And just say, time to line up in the queue.
Yeah. And here, they say my order in a restaurant, and I get hyped, dude. That's how expressionful they are.
Just Asian things, man, bro.
It is. Yeah, it really is. Particularly Chinese Chinese people are very expressive in general because they have a lot of
Yeah.
intonations in their language, so it adds to a lot of intonations in their face.
Oh, look at this.
Let's go,
Dude,
Cobalt.
look at that techie shit.
That was
Whoa.
good.
Yeah.
That was good techie shit.
See, that is cool to watch, you know? I don't mind that techies.
Yeah.
That's how techies were supposed to be played, to be fair, before. People have played him as a very passive hero. We're not really playing the hero correctly.
Right.
Like genuinely though, like if you talk to all the techie spammers or you watch them in competitive, they yes, they would mine a part of the map and they would control the area, but they wouldn't play passively like they do in your pubs. We're like, guys, don't worry, we have techies, we'll get to late game. That's not the purpose, you idiot. You have base damage of like a ton of magical damage. Why are you staying in base laying down mines?
But
You
that's
buy
the thing,
Ags,
right?
and then you use your 700 damage nuke every, 6 seconds or
Exactly.
something like that?
Why are you wasting that? It's Laguna Blade in the area.
The reason is because like you need to like incentivize people via like sort of design to change their play style,
That's
right?
true.
So that it's easier to just do the chill out thing, but now you're
True.
forcing them to play like this.
That's true.
And like, it's I don't think you can blame the players for wanting to do some like dumb shit.
I mean, I'll still blame the players because it does lead to
Okay.
Like the thing is, it reminds me of when Iron Talon got removed, right? Like these things get removed because people just force a playstyle, right? That's always
Yeah.
passive because passive is easier most of the time.
Right.
But it does lead to some interesting designs to be not being part of Dota because of
Did
that.
you see that, by the way? The sticky bomb, when it hit
Followed
Weaver
him
and it
through the
caught
time
onto him.
lapse. Yep.
Yeah, it followed through time lapse.
Because it's not a debuff, right?
Yeah.
It's its own entity.
It travels through time.
Yeah.
Like, I'm thinking, like, if somebody gets hooked now, or if there's, like, a glimpse or something, you know, you're pulling them into whatever area it is.
So someone came by the
vision.
way and said, "As a Swede, I am offended." That was a terrible Swedish accent.
Hell,
thank you for that.
bunch of haters. Ooh, that was cool. Using this to get away. Oh, that's neat.
Which, sorry?
He blasted off and then used that as an escape.
That just shows me that you haven't seen good techies players before Lyrical. Like, that was very common before.
No, I haven't. This is true.
You ever watch Slacks
He
play?
plays on USE, Savo. You know, like, come on.
Don't. Also, I think
the
that
same with,
Slacks-
like-
Does he play aggro?
Sorry, go ahead.
He what?
I don't know if Slacks plays aggro or not.
I don't know. He
I
plays
was-
aggro with his teammates, that's for sure.
Yeah. He plays passive aggressive with his teammate.
I don't know. At what voice level do you consider is still passive aggressive?
Yeah,
Right.
true. I was saying this to Arthur yesterday. Like, I actually don't mind new anti-mage because it's not some like AFK
yeah.
bot anymore. You actually want to play aggressively in the laning stage.
Have you
which
tried
is
mid
Great.
the mid anti-mage people have been running?
I think I've seen one game of it.
Like I know Mind Control did the offlane anti-mage, right? But that's just a
Yeah.
variation of
Yeah.
it. It's the like people would like now if you see a caster in the mid lane, right? You see like a puck or a quap or whatever. They pick an anti-mage essentially, and then they just build a Vanguard Diffusal Blade like you used to play back in the day, and
Right.
they just destroy the early game and create so much space. And the idea of you farming is irrelevant because it's all about you being able to like destabilize the team fights hard.
Even like a Storm Spirit as well, right?
Yeah. For Storm Spirit it's easy, right? Because it's Mana Void, and then boom, the whole enemy team is done.
And until level 6, he has 0 mobility. So.
Exactly, and you screw them over. Like it's really fun. It's actually really good. The only problem, of course, is that if you want to practice in pubs, you have to know the mid lane matchup, which is not always the case. But in competitive, it's much more viable. Like don't pick this randomly or blindly, but if you have a caster mid, it's really effective.
I feel like this goes back to your point where you say like the passive style is normally the easy style, right? Like, I feel like anti-mage is one of the kind of heroes that have so much untapped potential because you have this counter spell every 3 seconds that can allow you to make plays. And I've never seen any, carry anti-mage players that really pushes that to create potential.
People just don't.
That's a good
Yeah,
point.
people just don't use that. People just use that as a escape mechanism, but they don't really use that as a anyway offensively. Yeah.
Except for like supports, maybe.
Sure.
I think.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say the other thing that's gonna be interesting about him going forward is that, well, he does have like this sort of unique utility thing going on now. His strength gain got really, or was it strength gain or his base strength, whatever it was, got pretty severely nerfed. So he's like really squishy. So that's where I feel like the Vanguard is good, but maybe even like fluffy hat, run around and just punch people type of build could be something too.
The thing about Vanguard is that it wins you the lane, right? So then that's why
Yeah.
people tend to deviate towards that. I was gonna point though to Arthur's point. I've quoted this before. I think Lyrical's heard this before, but I'm gonna say it again. If you guys ever read the book Moneyball, absolutely wonderful book. Great book about how to play baseball using math, essentially. But it deals with the book is a bit better than the movie because it deals a lot more with the minutia of what they were coming up with, right? And one of the things they were talking about is the idea of like how human psychology often gets in the way of playing the best game possible. And one of the things they talk about is bunting. And you guys don't know, bunting in baseball is when you hold the bat like to make sure that you 100% hit the ball. Like you don't
Just
swing.
tap it.
You just tap it, exactly. Yeah. And the guy in the team came up with the fact that bunting is objectively bad every single time. It's never a good technique. And the only reason why players do it, and that's because math proves that you'll get on base more often and you'll actually score more runs if you try to swing, even if you miss. And the reason why players do it is because players are afraid to fail. They much rather not take the risk, and therefore like do a mediocre job, than take the risk and then do the worst job possible. People don't like doing that. They look bad. And in Dota, that's still the case, right? If a game is lost, for example, teams will tend to turtle in the base as opposed to trying to make plays outside of it, even though turtling in the base will guarantee your defeat.
Yeah.
And making plays outside of it might not. So it's something that you have to break into competitive athletes in general, that they have to not be afraid of making mistakes, because oftentimes inactivity is the biggest mistake of them all.
Right. Well, and even in winning games, like sometimes people will not go high ground because they just want to maintain the lead and they don't want to be the one player that threw the game for their team.
Yes.
I feel like I've seen a lot of that. And it varies a lot by region, I think, as well. Some regions, like, it's more prominent than others.
Dude, you ever cast the old Unique? Oh my goodness, that team was a doozy. I remember we had them a couple of times because we were doing Div 2 back then, and I was casting Div 1 in Spanish. And if Unique was playing, it would go from, best of 3 is like 3 hours average, maybe, to best of 3 is 5 hours average. This fucking team, if they won the early game, they would just sit and farm for 50 minutes, and they would never push. And I'm like, come on, you guys have taken the third Roche. You have refresher shot. Go up the high ground. It was insufferable. And I've never hated a team more. I'm so sorry to Unique, but I've never been such a biased caster. I always wanted them to lose the early game. That's true bias, honestly. And that was because, they didn't push the advantage.
Toxic, Arvo. And imagine criticizing a pro player.
Look, I have no hatred towards them as like players, right? I think there's like, it's just something you have to polish. It's one of the many mistakes you can make as a player. But as a caster, yes, people. God fuck.
Yeah.
People think casters have bias towards teams because they like them or they like a playstyle more. That's laughable. Casters have bias towards the teams that will make the game longer. That's the true bias.
Yeah.
The team that used to pick
Needlessly
Naga.
longer. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's the worst.
Just like kobolds right now. Just hit the fucking throne. There we go. Gee.
Nah, see, that's fine. I don't mind a team having fun. They don't elongate it.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And they're not going to call GG until the very end because it's C,
Yeah. I think that's good, though. I like that. I like when teams play to the end. I don't think I have a problem with that.
Kobolds.
Will Kobolds make
Kobolds.
it? Or will they just make it to the final and then lose?
It's gonna be tough, man.
If they face MY, I don't mind MY winning because I like MY. I think they're a good team. So we shall see. But those are best of 3s and they're tomorrow. I think Aries is casting them on the BTS channel.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I might be joining him for the grand final.
You're joining him before?
Nah, I got stuff.
He only shows up for grand finals.
Yeah, you know me. I'm just too good for it.
First MLP, now Dano. All the Aussie casters are really growing. Is the Apex game still going on? Or because the bracket says it's still going on, but I don't see it.
I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Are you going to still broadcast tomorrow, Arthur? Is it okay if we broadcast? Like, I guess we should ask Aries.
I mean, these ones look like they're on a 15-minute delay, so I'm sure it's fine. Because the official will probably be on like a 5-minute.
That's long.
Very long.
Oh, thank
I
you.
was wanting to watch the MY one, but then like, the thing that I was talking about with the view tab in the left-hand side where you can actually see the kill score when it's up to date. It was like, even though on the right the kill score was like 10-10, and then the left score was like 34-10. I'm like, okay, MY, I've got to win this, so it's not a real point in watching it. But this one was even when we tuned into it. So yeah.
Gooey boy, thank you for the sub, but please don't sub to me. Sub to Arthur. I will never make enough to break even, nor do I used to donate this money. It's useless now because I did never make enough to break even on Twitch because I'm streaming enough. So sub to Arthur instead, please. If you can eliminate your sub, I don't know if that's possible. Do that and sub to Arthur instead.
That's so sweet of you.
I mean, you make enough money to actually get the payout, right? I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I don't get much sub on Twitch anyway, so I'm not too sure actually.
I mean, he has more chances than me. The last thing I want you doing is giving free money to Jeff Bezos, so please.
Jeffrey, if you're going to run a Dota tournament, I am available. By the way,
Jeffrey,
There you
Jeffrey,
go.
you're the first name basis. All right. What a sellout, man.
9:30
PM for you or what?
p.m. I'm in Denver. 3:30. Yeah.
I'm not in
Night.
Denver.
Oh, you're not? Where are you?
No, West Coast, Oregon. It is
Oh, that's
2:30.
right. Yeah. Portland?
Yeah.
Is it true what they
I
say
have-
lyrical about that city? Is it a very unique and eccentric city?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, so I live a little bit outside of it. I live like 5 minutes outside of Portland. In one of the suburbs that's there, and it's still a very weird place. The thing that's sort of most unique about Oregon is that like the divide between rural and urban is like super stark. So you have like an incredibly different population with like wildly different values and like beliefs and everything. It's just like you go into like just 5 minutes outside and it's nuts. I'm just like right on the border kind of. But the city itself on the inside, like there's a classic image that happened the other day when that happened last maybe 2 years ago now when the protests were going on. And it was a guy that was just like in the middle of the day unicycling across the street in a kilt playing the bagpipes that had gasoline coming out of it so that fire would come out of the bagpipes.
I have seen that image actually.
Yeah. And that's
cool.
like that's relatively normal. Like you might take a second look, but it's like you're not that surprised by that.
Interesting. I think that's a great description of the city. Actually, that was fantastic. Well done.
Thank you.
So apparently the Eternals game will be played at 1
Tomorrow.
o'clock Singapore time tomorrow.
Oh, interesting. Why?
So before the other two. I don't know.
So we're
Maybe
done
it's
then.
something to do with the pause thing that happened during the one that we watched today.
All right. Well, Arthur,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's over then.
Yep.
It's all ogre. Time to go and
Time
read
for dinner time.
Ice Shield 21.
You'll love it, Dano. It's gonna be a treat.
Gabe, have you you have tabletop sim, right?
Yeah, I do.
Did you ever play Red Rising with like me, Ken, Charlie, and Kyle?
I have not. I did
It
see
is
that
good.
game recently, but I haven't played it.
It is good, and it is good enough that I actually went and bought the entire book series up until now and
wow.
the physical
Wow.
game. So I mean, it's
What,
not that good to be honest, but it's good.
Which book does the game follow?
Red Rising.
I know, but I'm
Sorry.
saying like which version of it? Like, because there's a big difference between the first book and the second book in that series.
Right. So you've read the books?
I've read the first one and I think the second one.
That's where I'm up to as well.
Right.
It's got characters that are only in the second one, so I would assume. I think maybe even deeper. Like it's got some
Okay.
of the like Ragnar's mum, Arya. What's her face? I think
So is
she's
it-
a character in the thing as well.
So is it's not like it's based what's the gameplay based around? I guess.
You collect cards that have different characters on them, and they're worth
Okay.
a certain amount of points. But you can also play those cards to have effects that help get you points in another way. And then when people reach certain milestones, kind of like in Terraforming Mars, where you get to a certain stage
Yeah.
with the oxygen and all that, then
Right.
you calculate all of the cards that you've got left in your hand. And some of those cards, in addition to their actual like point value, also have like if you also have this other card. So like if you have Darrow and Eo, for example, you get a bonus 20 points or something like that. But then if you've got Darrow and Nero, then you get minus
it.
20 points or something like that.
Guys,
So it's about
sorry
Go
to
for it.
interrupt, but you guys mind if like Arthur probably says goodbye to his stream and stuff before?
Oh,
what?
Yeah.
sorry about that.
Yeah. Since there's no more games, I just thought it'd be appropriate. Go ahead, Arthur.
Yeah, all right, guys. Nice talking to you all. Have fun. Have fun.
That's it.
Bye.
Okay, all right.
That's it?
I
Yeah,
thought you were
what
gonna
are
do a
you
big
doing
goodbye,
the,
man. I was setting up for
what?
a big goodbye.
Are you doing the Eternals game tomorrow, Arthur? That's what the people want to know. Will they
Yeah.
be able to tune in tomorrow and see that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, can we do the same thing tomorrow, Arthur? Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, of course. Why not? love
Obviously,
to.
as long as we don't like, as long as the mainstream is okay with it, then we
Yeah,
do a
that's
different
true.
I mean,
style.
I don't think they're covering that best of one for starters, so I don't see any problem with that. And then
No,
I'm
but
sure someone will tell you if there is a problem later on.
Right. I mean, if Ares tells me there's a problem, that's more reason for me to cast it, right? So obviously,
Exactly.
gotta eliminate the competition.
Fucking
Jesus.
hanging out with his girlfriend.
we don't have girlfriends. We're Dota players. We're above that. Yeah, if you guys have watched on my stream or an Arthur stream, if you watch on my stream, because Slacks rated me, so thank you for that, Slacks. Do check out Leon Arthur Dota. That's his stream. Whatever I'm streaming is just because he convinces me he's the hardworking man. I am but a lazy Spaniard. I would be doing my siesta if I could, but Arthur, he makes me a better person. So go check him out.
Wow.
He also has a nice little Twitter called Leon Arthur Dota. He gives you some great updates on Chinese Dota mainly actually because he speaks Chinese and is a wonderful addition to the scene. So do check him out. I'm gonna be spamming his link now in a second.
Thanks for the love, my friend.
I will.
Oh,
we're also with
Translator
Lyrical
off
and
of
Denim,
FDI, let's
but-
go.
Yeah, please actually.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go. It's dinner time for me.
All right.
Talk to you guys tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll join you then.
Good.
Okay. See ya, guys.
Take
Bye,
care,
kids.
guys.
Bye, then.
Bye-bye.
now.
Bye.